Sean. We got it now. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you, Sean. All right, get some rest. All right, Jordan.
Yeah.
Thank you for bearing with us. Were you
Wait,
were you,
let me just share this first, and then you'll have my full
absolutely.
attention.
Go for
Yeah,
it, Jordan.
let's do the same, Jason. Let's go ahead and share it.
Yeah.
Internet. Do we have to reshare the YouTube link if people are watching the YouTube?
No. And Jordan, you have the link to share, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I shared Twitch on my Twitter. I don't know how many people
Did
see
it?
that.
How did it?
All right. I am now committed to you guys.
All right.
We're not committed to you.
That's
We
fine.
will be.
Jordan, what
We
are you
will
up
be.
to?
Stick with us.
Not a whole lot. Basically just smoking weed and hanging out. Yeah, I do some random freelance work. I do some teaching online, which is very interesting.
What are you
Because
teaching?
the work what?
What are you teaching?
I teach like media classes.
Whoa.
Yeah, other stuff depending on who I'm teaching. But currently teaching media classes, which I like a lot. But sometimes, because the world is ending, so sometimes people just don't come to class at all, and it's just a 1 hour class, you know. So if nobody's in there, one person will come in and I'll start like doing a lecture. And then all of a sudden that one person just leaves. And then I'm like, do I stop the lecture? You know, because if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, did it actually fall? Um, you know, it's very odd because like I'm just relying on this one person's internet to have like my purpose for the day. Uh, and it's sometimes they'll come in and out for like 20 minutes and they'll finally get in. And then all of a sudden a new student will come in and it'll be like, oh, now I have to restart everything and teach this other person
Oh,
what just
shit.
happened. Cause like I can't be bitter that I taught it to the 0 person streaming class, you know?
Oh,
Yeah. But you guys probably know that being in comedy and COVID, there's not really a lot of people coming out to shows because people just don't really know what to expect in a lot of situations.
Absolutely, yeah. We've been
Uh,
doing me and my girlfriend and Sean and some other folks. We've done a couple of outdoor shows, and um, we're actually me and my girlfriend are actually traveling right now. We're in Jacksonville right now.
oh wow, that's
Traveling
awesome.
stuff, and we've been just doing outdoor shows. Um, so, and those shows are like, yeah, the big thing we have to do is not expect anybody to show up. You just
Yeah.
do it for whatever walk by traffic there is, and just accept that. Because we don't want to invite people in case it's like, okay, we don't want to call a big crowd together. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You're just like, I either want to have people or COVID, but not both. You know, like COVID could come to the shows that like nobody comes to. And it could just chill in the back. Like I wear my mask the whole time. Like it could just be chill. Uh, but then the shows that tons of people come to, that's when the COVID doesn't come. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Also, like weed fights COVID. I'm sure somebody's talked about that a little bit.
oh yeah.
I did not hear that. Talk about that. Wait a minute. What?
Uh, I had
Yeah.
a friend like send me a message because like he knows that I post about like a lot of weed stuff, and he was just like, "Yeah, like the cannabinoids like fuse to the same parts of your lungs as like Corona would." so it like fights it because the corona is not able to attach to those parts of your lungs. I don't know. I could be butchering this. I made sure to be extra high for you guys tonight.
I'm believing it. I'm believing it.
I believe it too. Do you guys have an LA following? Because it's kind of normal time for them. They're getting like post SNL, like what's my secondary comedy? I guess
I just posted to a bunch of LA stuff, so we'll see.
we'll see. Because I was gonna say if people didn't watch SNL, I was just gonna regurgitate it. I just watched it and I was just going to tell all of the same exact jokes that they told.
Who was the host?
I don't even know. It was Kristen Wiig. Yeah, she was good. It was actually a very strong episode, I think, comparatively to other episodes. It was less pandery. I think since the stimulus is coming, they let up on the stupid shit a little bit. Yeah, I don't know.
Are you broadcasting from Xanadu? What's going on with the lights behind you?
Yeah, I'm just like I majored in digital media production, so I have very high production value. These are lights that they are controlled by a remote control. I can make them like very crazy if we really want to freak people out at home. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
I can change my space and time continuum. It's
Holy
very
shit.
odd.
I just got a damn lamp next to me. Not even lighting me well. Damn, bro.
It looks like they spell out the word Mary behind you.
Yeah. Does
Right?
it?
Yeah.
It looks like it says Mary.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't say that's the truth, but I think it could be one of those like Jesus in the coffee
Holy
rounds
shit,
kind of
dude.
a thing. Yeah,
Holy shit, you got Jesus in your toast.
we're gonna be rich. I'm gonna take a picture of these lights right now and put it all over the
It looks like it
internet.
says Mary behind you. That's crazy.
It's a Christmas miracle.
You're a Christmas miracle, Jordan Freed.
It is really a miracle to think that like we could be streaming right now, because like there were people 200 years ago who just did not even think that like photographs would be a thing. They were just like, what is this? I'm just trying to paint. Why are people not giving me paints? We need to paint this quickly before people move. Now I'm just sitting down here and doing a live show with people at home. I'm going into everyone's basements. I don't even need to like get people to come to my places. They just need to come into their own places.
Right.
It's so crazy. Like no no pandemic will ever be the same. Like there's not complete connectivity, but pretty far-reaching connectivity. You know, we're all avoiding a virus outside, but we're all utterly, with like maybe a second delay, we can talk to each other, see each other.
Yeah. It kind of sucks though, because like we're ever on the internet. So I've been like caught up to Twitter all the time. So there's just nothing for me to update on anymore. I'm just like, damn,
Ugh.
like, the world is empty if I run out of like Twitter.
I'm not on the Twitter.
Oh God. I don't know. It's very polarizing, I think. People either love it or they hate it. Like
Yeah,
I
I
think
think I hate
some
it.
people don't get it.
What do you the people on your Twitter world, right? Because there's a lot of different Twitters. There's like for me, there's at the very least like there's a little bit of comedy Twitter that I'm following, but I'm mostly inside of Black Twitter and hip hop Twitter, big time. What are the Twitters that you're following? What worlds are you in? What are they talking about?
Yeah, so I don't really post a lot. Like sometimes I'll go into like manic states and then I'll post for like 2 days, like a fuck ton, and then like not post for a very long time. but like I'm basically in socialist Twitter world. Obviously, I follow a lot of comics, so like I have the comic Twitter world, but like I don't really like to be in comic Twitter world, you know, because people say some weird shit in comic Twitter world. Like their online personas get a little too dark, and then you don't have any connection to like real humans anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally real. It can get really dark and really
Yeah,
deep.
so that's why it's good. It's good to have like outside networks kind of. Also, I'm like vegan, so I follow some vegan circles and stuff like that, I guess. Yeah.
How has it been strange or difficult at all to be vegan during the pandemic?
Um at times it's been just inconvenient because you kind of have to cook your vegetables a little bit more. Like that's the one hard part about being a vegan. Like unless you're like throwing a salad together and you're not doing much effort to it, like everything kind of takes a little bit of work. But like finding ingredients, like it's just tough when other people are eating the canned beans because that's my shit, you know?
Mm.
Like vegans are all about like the rice and beans and like lentils and uh just tofu that's kind of cheap and stays long. Peanut butter is vegan. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that like holds pretty long that's vegan. It's kind of figuring that stuff out. And then you like find relationships with your local farmers, which is kind of like a weird thing to say. Like I have relationships with my local farm, but like you do kind of have to know your farmers in order to know what you're looking for and like where to search. It's almost like a different form of hunting and gathering because you know like some of this is sprayed with tons of pesticides and comes from Mexico. Some of this comes from China and is sprayed with a bunch of chemicals. Some of this is just genetically modified and has no nutritional value anymore and is just really big and colorful, you know? And like a lot of stuff is just terrible, except the stuff is that's like grown in season, like where you live. That's really the
Yeah.
only stuff that you're supposed
Yep.
to eat.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
So shit, man. I feel like that might be another reason why like some vegans, not all of them, but some of them seem so in shape because they're really scavenging, they're really scrounging to find their food.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I think it's good. Also, like it's just I think of it this way as like the animals, they eat the food that they eat, and it was really nutritious when they ate it, but then when you eat the animals aren't nutritious anymore. So that's why I'm like eating what the animals eat so that I can be healthy like an animal. Yeah.
You're an
Whoa.
animal, dude.
Yeah, that's how I'm trying to do it. Yeah. It
Damn.
is
How long have
interesting
you?
though. I was just reading a book about that Sapiens book about
Mm,
like the history of humanity. I'm sure the stoner audience has all gotten into that kind of wormhole. Um, but yeah, it's kind of like what you can do in your area and with your resources. Like right now, we live in America where like you can be a vegan if you search hard enough. You could find a bunch of vegetables and a bunch of grains and shit like that and like find it. But like if you were in the Arctic tundra, like you have to be a meat eater and you have to eat fish because like that's the only option. Those are the only living things that will give you sustenance unless you're like fishing for seaweed or something. I don't really know too much about Arctic cultures, but there's not really a lot of shit up there. And like if an animal could survive for you and then feed you for multiple weeks, then that's good. But in the current system that we have right now, like when we have the connection to California, have the connection to Mexico, have the connection to Florida, it is good to have that ability to not eat as many animals. Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
yeah, I totally like. Sometimes I think about veganism and I'm like, man, I could probably, but I just, man, I feel like I don't. Food I definitely treat as like my luxury. It's like the one luxury I
Yeah.
have, and like I don't. I wonder if I would have enough things that I would really like eating if I was vegan. but I kind of feel like maybe I would. Like I grew up on rice and beans. Haitians eat it pretty much every meal anyway, so it's like it wouldn't be that bad to do it. I don't know. There's just like certain. There's even like me and my girlfriend. I took her to get some Haitian food
Mm-hmm.
for Thanksgiving because we didn't have like a regular Thanksgiving dinner, and we had like a legume that's basically just like stewed vegetables like spinach and other squash, I guess, other stuff. And I was like, oh, like these veggies are good. Like I'm not a big veggie guy. Like most of the time, I'm just scarfing them down because I know I need them. But like those, I'm like these veggies are delicious. These stewed veggies, and she's like, well, it's full of fat. It's full of animal fat.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. I've had some really good collard greens before, but they had bacon in them. Yeah.
Damn. I wish there was a way to get around that, substitute that. But
being vegan, is there anything like bacon?
Like they have bacon imitations. Some of them are pretty good and do the trick for me. There's definitely like bacon seasonings that are just like MSG basically. Which isn't necessarily bad. And like I'll make like rice paper bacon, I'll make like tofu bacon, I'll make like mushroom bacon depending on how I'm feeling,
What's rice paper bacon?
So this is a fun chemistry experiment. Get some boiling hot oil in a nice saucepan and go down to your local Asian grocery store, wherever that is. If you're in New York City, you could definitely find that. If you're in New Jersey, you could definitely find that. If you're in the Midwest, I don't know how much you could find that necessarily. If you're in California, you could find that, but go find yourself some rice paper, cut it up into strips, marinate those strips in like soy sauce for like, I don't know, like 25 seconds, 30 seconds. Like don't let it get soggy, and then like drop it in the oil, and then all of a sudden it like crackles like it's bacon. And then you just pour on the seasoning after. Yeah. And you can do like soy sauce and like hot sauce kind of combined to give it like a bacon-y taste. Maybe you could use like some kind of umami, like mushroom type thing to give it some bacon taste, some funk, some weird salt.
Damn.
Yeah.
Right? I never knew.
Yeah.
Chemists.
If you like cut firm tofu into like very thin strips after you've like pressed out all of the liquid and like dried out the sides and stuff like that, so there's no like excess. If you make the strips really thin, you could also get tofu that tastes like very tough, like it's meat or chicken.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and tofu's like, if you find it cheap as hell, like it's like $150 for a container that's like 2 servings. So it's like comparable to meat, cheaper than meat.
Am I wrong? I sort of feel like it's funny when comics are vegan because I think of comics as like a little self-destructive.
Yeah.
And like being vegan is like the most nourishing, like the most healthy. I feel like you could be. Am I thinking about it the wrong way?
I think comics have a lot of like inner turmoil, and that's why they're drawn to like comedy and like making people laugh. For sure. And I think that's like why some comics are like drawn to veganism now, because they're like, wow, like I drink alcohol 7 nights a week. Like I smoke weed every single minute of my life, like they're like, what can I do to help my life gain some years back, And that's kind of how I see it. Like if I'm going to smoke a lot of weed, like I'm like, okay, that's the thing I'm picking to do as like my vice. And I'm going to eat healthy, and hopefully I live to 2100, because that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah. I want to see that new century.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn. It hasn't even occurred to me that I could live to see the new century.
Yeah, I was born in 1995, so it's very hypothetical. If I could live to 105, then I get to see it.
I mean, that's not impossible. My grandmother lived to 107.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
Right?
What was her secret?
I don't know, dude. As long as I was alive, she fucking just had coffee and peanut butter every day.
Plant based.
Yeah, had coffee and peanut butter. But her shit was like the food she used to cook me. Like it was not. It was hearty and it was wholesome, but it was like Haitian spaghetti, which is just like super greasy spaghetti with sausage and onions and stuff, or like um what else? Like just rice and vegetables and chicken or whatever. Like very hearty, very like basic kind of meals.
Yeah.
But I don't know. She would walk a bit, and she was just like I remember she would take care of me when I was a kid, and it didn't occur to me till later, like that she was like she must have been in her late 80s when she was taking care of me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
It never occurred to me. I mean, she was just watching after school and stuff, but she was never like remotely like not. She was fucking carrying groceries back and forth and shit. Like it wasn't. She didn't start to get frail until she was like 90.
Wow. Yeah, it's funny. When you're a kid, you have no conception of time whatsoever. Everybody's just like my grandma once they're over 40.
Yeah, but she was strong as fuck. She was like fucking never. I never saw her as like slow or weak or she was an old woman, but she was like doing a lot of shit for herself. I never saw her with like a nurse or a home attendant or anything until she was like in her late 90s.
Wow. That is like, yeah, something to look forward to, hopefully. Hopefully I'll channel her energy a little bit in my quest for 2100.
Yeah. Yeah, she must have been born like around like 1910. So
Like I want to be the person who's like dying in the next pandemic and they're just like, yeah, he was around for the first pandemic that hit America hard.
one pandemic. Yeah, that's funny. She only missed the pandemic by 2 years.
What?
So that means she probably lived through a different one. She lived through polio. She lived through AIDS. I don't know what else there was.
Yeah. People went through some very intellectual changes in their lifetime and structural changes. I don't think we're going to go through like immense structural changes because we like care about people's working principles more and like workers' rights a little bit more like for the next 100 years. But like intellectually, I think like there will be some interesting things created in our lifetime. But they saw like things built so quickly and like all over the world just grow up around them. Like it's just astounding to think about how much the world has grown like exponentially in 300 years, 200 years, and like even thousands of years, obviously. But it was like a slow burn, and now it's just like it's all up.
We went from killing animals with like rocks and sticks to like landing on the moon.
Yeah, it's just the magic of being able to specialize, I guess. Having a couple friends who do some different things for you. Yeah. Trade it off a little bit.
Man, right. I don't even know how to think about the world or time or how it's working. I'm just on Facebook like, Mandalorian. I don't know what's. I have no scope of how time is moving, how the world is moving. I kind of do, but not a real one.
Yeah, I just feel I feel like it's a time to go into deep reflection, and I just chose to do a lot of like thinking about my place in like time and space and history, and kind of dealing with all of that stuff right now. And then I figured like once the pandemic's over, I'll be like through that part of my life and be like, okay, I know where I stand in the world and like the universe. Yeah.
Man,
You just gotta like level up 2 or 3 times during the pandemic. Like whatever you needed to do to like level up. Like I feel like everybody kind of had to do that. Like if you can't make money right now, you got to like read or like work on yourself in some other way. Uh, call that relative that you have fights with or whatever, and just figure shit out because it's just like why
Yeah.
not? You know, like there's nothing else to do.
I wonder if this time has made us more or less cynical.
Oh, that's a good question.
Like,
I would think more cynical.
huh?
I mean, come on, we've had like murder hornets, we've had like a pandemic, we've had like a major. Did we have a disaster this year too?
Definitely like a little bit of wildfires in the West,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's crazy. We haven't had many other disasters in the country this year besides the pandemic.
Yeah.
It was something else that I'm missing.
But also like telling people to stay home also reduced a lot of death because like
Yeah.
people weren't interacting with each other in other ways and like fighting in other ways.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, but like still, we haven't had like crazy tornadoes or a crazy hurricane or a crazy earthquake. You know, God bless. But I mean, I don't want to
Yeah.
jinx that. But yeah, it hasn't been like anything insane happening on here all year, and I don't know if anywhere else. I haven't really heard about. I think there was one earthquake I heard about somewhere. I'm sure devastated where it was, but
Maybe we'll get like a year off or two and then it'll be really bad again.
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That's the thing is like just thinking about like 6 months of like uninterrupted just being able to make plans just feels so good. Like that is just better than sex. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I don't even know. I don't know how I feel. What I'm feeling. I think I'm watching. She's just not that into you, or he's just not that into you. But I don't know. I kind of like. You know what a lot of this feels like? It's like when you're in college or in high school, but when you're in college and they're like, wait till you get out in the real world. That's not how things work in the real world. And I'm always like, why are we telling these kids that they're in their life? This is their life. You know what I mean? They may not have to go out and get a job, but their job is to be in school. Like they're making decisions for their life. They're in their life. What is
Yeah.
this real world shit? It's the real world is now. You're doing it now. Like you'll have to like pay bills, but like people talk about paying bills. Like first of all, most of your bills are self-imposed. Nobody
Yeah.
told you to buy an air conditioner. Nobody told you to get a phone. Nobody told you to like you're choosing to take all this stuff on.
Mm-hmm.
So you could choose not to take a lot of it on and cut those bills out. You know what I mean? Nobody told you to move out. I mean, maybe your parents did. A lot of times, get out of my parents' house. Why? Your parents didn't tell you to move out. You're like, I think I should do this. You don't have to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could just be like, you know. So it's like a lot of these bills that were like, I got bills. Why? Why'd you take this stuff on? Why are you paying off this brand new car? Why are you whatever it is? So like, and I'm not saying it's bad to do those things, but then to like be like, well, I have to do this. You don't have to. You're choosing it. So if you're choosing it, that's cool. And like, I totally feel like I lost my stream. Just that like, you know, life is always real. Like especially by the time you're graduating high school, like you're then making choices about your life. You know.
Yeah.
So like oh, this is the reason I got into that. It's like I think the same for like COVID. I think there's a lot of COVID like, well, when life is real again, it goes back to normal. But like you're still in your life.
Yeah.
This is a part of your life. Is you're living through a global pandemic, and there's choices to be made inside of this time.
This is the normal.
It feels like the most compartmentalized time of our lives, though.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But like, it's a substantial part, you know. Like,
Yeah.
for example, there are some babies being born who have never known life without every adult they've ever seen wearing a mask.
Huh?
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
this will be a year and a half, maybe 2 years of their life was in this. You know, they'll some couples were formed in this time, and they'll never, you know, they didn't meet outside of quarantine or, um, you know, it's just like real parts of people's life exist this way, and innovations that will affect the rest of life in the modern world will have happened during COVID, maybe because
Mhm.
of COVID. So, like, you know, like look at this, like this Zoom, like we started starting a morning show basically inside of quarantine.
Wow.
You know, like
Yeah.
so, like, you know, our life is still going. Like this is like life is still happening, and like forward progression for a lot of people, like is still happening. For some people, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if you can kind of be like, I'm pausing my life because the things that you're going back to will not be the same when you return to them.
Yeah, I think it's more just like the economic factors of it. Just because like so many people are out of jobs.
Mm.
So it's just like it's just easier to be like, oh, life starts up after this because nobody's paying me right now. And that's like the
Mm.
definition of a human being in America is like whether or not you get paid, which like
Yeah.
sucks to say.
That's painful for sure, and that's like I sort of feel like a fucking now or like a fucking like in the Great Depression, like
Yeah.
looking down on people in the bread line or something. You know,
It's just
um,
like it is really just wild and like you gotta just like hustle and like figure out what works for you and like you said like nobody told you to move out of your parents house so it's like you move back with your parents if you got to move back with your parents and figure that out and take that like if you have that opportunity like not everybody has that and that's kind of just like where it's at is like everybody has to use the privileges that they have right now like whatever those are like you got a college education like figure out how to hustle that college education now like you know like how to do some kind of like car repair like go see if a shop needs help like people are still driving around you know uh it is
yeah,
really a weird time like people are kind of forced to change careers almost like in a different way than '08 because you need your health insurance back because it's a pandemic. You know, like in '08, people weren't worried about their health as much when they lost their jobs from like that
mm,
economic crash. But like this economic crash is like because of a health pandemic. And if you get it, then you're screwed because it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. And then you're going to be set back for 2 years in your life because of it. And it's like, it's,
There's also been so much like creativity that's come out of this, like
yeah.
out of the shittiness of this pandemic, too. Um, it's just crazy. I've seen so much stuff on the internet that you're just like, really? Wow, we're doing that now. Down to
yeah.
like people now on TikTok are going like are doing that delayed speech on TikTok, and people are like, oh my god, that's amazing! I can't believe
What
they're
is
doing
that?
that.
Delayed
They'll just
speech.
be like, they're basically doing ventriloquism, but they're going like, hi. So it's like it's like there's a delay on their TikTok when they talk on certain parts, and people are
Interesting.
going
Wow.
crazy. But it's funny.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was one vortex that like I almost went too deep into, and then I had to jump off before like the
TikTok.
train went any further. Like I had to delete TikTok. I just
Oh
knew I would
man.
get too addicted to it.
What was it? What were you? What was it that was what do you think that what was it about it that was so addictive?
I think just like I'm a suburban kid at heart, and like you just see people doing weird shit in their houses, and you're just like, what is this? What are they doing? I need to watch this. What's next? Oh, now they're doing weird shit over here. Okay, what's this? Okay. What this is kind of funny. Okay, let's see what this is. Like, oh, somebody edited something really weird. What is this? Like, oh, somebody's cooking like vegan food in a weird way. You know, like it definitely helped me with my veganism for a little bit because I was just like looking at mad recipes, but then I was just like, I can't keep looking at these recipes. Like I'm gonna keep spending money on food because I'm like looking at these recipes all the time. And like
Wow.
that's what they want you to do is they want you to just buy more food because they're all sponsored. They're all influencers for like Impossible Burgers or Beyond Burgers.
Oh my God.
Right.
Oh, my link.
Ooh.
Ralph, you
Yeah.
make a nice silhouette.
What's that?
You make a nice silhouette.
Yeah, I'm doing. Sorry, I just step away from my light just to put some drops in my eyes. My eyes are getting real dry. I don't know if that's because I was tired or what.
I get neck sleep. Don't even dare. Don't even dare think about it.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
I was gonna take a nap earlier, but I'm glad I didn't.
Oh, I'm so delirious right now. My eyes are going like freaky.
Have you guys been on since 10 a.m.?
Yeah.
I took the first nap, so I went out like probably around what, midnight or 11.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
So yeah, I've only been back on maybe an hour, not even.
Yes. Cool. Well, you got a long haul ahead of you, I'm sure.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, this last 7 hours.
Yeah. I guess that's not really that bad. It's just 24 hours, but it'll be a fun 24 hours. Yeah.
I'm realizing now that like I think we said we're gonna do this like 3-4 times a year. I think we got to cut this to twice a year.
No, you guys have to commit. People will be huge fans of it. If you guys like keep it up and do it, people will come if you build it. Yeah.
Sean wants to do the 48 hour.
Sean wants to do a 48 hours.
There was
Dear God.
I think we're like very close to having like telethon-esque like 24/7 TV, you know?
Yes.
I think like this time period was a time period where we should have had it, but the technology wasn't ready because like we need 5G internet, we need like faster broadband, and like people need higher technology and equipment and like have to have the money coming in. But like if that infrastructure was built before the pandemic more, I feel like we would have more like if it was just like CNN studios, except it was like comedy podcasts or like radio shows like all day long, and then like music shows. Like I feel like it could just be radio on TV again, and people are like calling in or like responding on the internet, you know, because that's what people want. I think is like people just want to be on their IG and like messaging back and being like, "Oh, yo, like, tell me about this." Like, yeah.
I wonder 24-hour TV because like TV is always on.
Yeah. Now it is. Not back in the day. They used to sign off.
Yeah, that didn't happen until like the 90s, like the early 90s, where I think they started doing that 24 hour. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
And maybe it's happening and I just don't pay attention to it. Like 24-hour like music video service that's like curated.
Yeah, it's more of like an algorithm because they don't want to pay somebody to be like the cool DJ in the studio who's picking them. That's like the sad thing is like those could all be like great human jobs, but then we just make them algorithm jobs, and then they're like lower quality because of that. But
damn, yeah. I mean, somebody will decide to invest in it because of the human touch that can't be matched, and they'll be able to put a highlight on it, like, oh, this is better because it's human. I think the thing about AI is like once it comes, I think this is just pure theory, but it'll be great. But you also be able to put a finer point on the human touch.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, it's interesting because like humans don't even understand humans necessarily. So how could they possibly write computers that would understand humans? You know, like there's no way that computers AI are gonna actually be able to figure out humans better than humans can because we built them. So like until we are like very in tune to human needs and stuff like that, the computers are not going to be in tune to that stuff or get it. It's like Well, I guess they'll just be evil Hitlers, all of the computers, which will be bad.
Oh,
Evil
shit.
Hitler computers.
Yeah, that's the sad thing is that computers when they're they're not programmed the right way, they just go to Nazism for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. There were some like biases. It could also just be because programmers are like whatever programmers
Human.
are. Yeah. Like I
Uh,
don't know if a lot of programmers like get into programming to be like alt-right on Reddit and shit like that. um
Speaking of which, I mean, it's not necessarily the same thing, but I follow this Facebook account, just this artist, and I fucking love his work. I just scrolled across this.
Bye. That's awesome.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, dude! This guy's called. I'd like to meet him and talk to him. Extra Fabulous Comics.
Huh.
Super funny. Yeah. Anyway,
I like you should check out Voodoo Salad, I think, on Instagram.
voodoo salad.
Yeah, I think that's he's an illustrator, but he does like wild, like really cool stuff.
I'm looking on Facebook now. Jordan, do you do any other art forms besides doing stand up?
I do like film and video stuff. I've also done like musical improv, but that's the extent of my musical abilities. Like I could sing a little bit. Um,
Nice.
yeah, I'm not very good with my hand though. That's why I resorted to the camera, and I'm not very smart with film either, so I just do digital stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Um, I mean, all of that. It's so funny. Like, yeah, I definitely have that. Like, I look at people who can like me and my girlfriend just bought a van, and like she built like a platform to put our bed on and stuff like that. I wouldn't have known how to do that shit. I could figure it out, I guess, if I really needed to, maybe. But for her, it's just like just got an engineer's mind, and
Yeah, my girlfriend is also an engineer's daughter. So I'm like, you're
yeah,
gonna build all the shit for us. Thank you. My dad is an English teacher.
yeah,
Talk while you build things.
exactly. That's so funny how that's like. I don't know. Are those like gender roles reversed, or are those is that how things have always been? Like some people are just engineers and some aren't. Like, how has this worked? It's hard to know how everything has worked.
Yeah, I think there were some men in history who just were too manly and they just didn't leave any room for their sons to be manly, and then their sons didn't know how to be men, you know? Whatever the fuck that means, you know? Like
Wow.
also they forced their kids into gender roles to the extreme so that they were like destructive also. So
Yeah.
like that was just a flaw. So it's probably better that like everybody is kind of just hands off parenting and just letting their kids just like learn the world by themselves.
Mm.
Yeah.
It strikes me as like if nothing else, like gender is such a big deal. I don't think we want to see it as a big deal, but I think it is. It like really matters to us, and I think it matters so much that maybe we're big on like it doesn't matter. That's how But to me,
Yeah.
like
I
if we're
think
so,
it's just like there are people who have lived for 90 years thinking that boy and girl are the only things. And then there are people who lived 80 years who have known only boy and girl being things. And then there are people who live 70 years, 60 years. And I think like there are people who have lived just so long without like questioning it that like it's very hard for them to like turn back on that. But I think for young people, it's kind of just like, oh yeah, like sometimes people label me in a way that I don't feel. It's like as easy as that. And it's just like, yeah, like if I felt this way at a young age, so much so that I wanted to change and make a drastic change in my life, uh, I feel like I would trust that.
yeah,
You know?
absolutely, yeah,
But like for older people, some of them are just like, what do you mean? Like, how is this possible? I've never heard of this before. And it's like, well, it's been around. People just didn't tell you about it because you're not cool, you know, because you're a narc, you know, because they thought you would not be chill with it. That's why you haven't heard of this shit.
I wonder if we're all like prepared for like like you know 30 years from now something is going to come across that we're going to be like wait like there's a great joke in Eric Andre's special where he imitates his dad and his dad is Haitian and he goes oh they have Google now and like I love that joke because there is that like we're hopefully we don't like hopefully we'll all be as like cool as like fucking Quincy Jones and just be cool to the grave but like we might all encounter something when we're like 55 or 70 when we're like whoa now we're going too far you know what I mean now it's too much for us to something that is like reasonable and scientific or something but it's like well come on though we've never needed this before why do we need this now you know and
But the funny thing is like a lot of this stuff is like ancient history in a lot of ways, you know, because like there are a lot of cultures that have been very plant-based in the past. Like it's not like a vegan trend, you know,
yes.
like a lot of like Mediterranean cultures were very plant-based. A lot of African cultures were very plant-based, depending on like where you were like on the continent and like where you were in these countries and like how accessible like water was to you and how accessible like farmland was to you. So I think like a lot or like the same stuff with like trans stuff or like gay stuff, like that stuff has existed forever. It's just like people have tried to suppress it at different times to like control people. So I think like the biggest thing is like, can we subvert the power structure of like classism and that stuff? Because if we keep like having separate classes like through all of this stuff, because like we point out all of the other stuff, I think, but then we don't really know how to like move past it. I think like everybody is like, yes, racism is bad and like all races should be equal and like we need to fix things, but then people just don't even know how to fix that. Then people are like, oh, all of the genders need to be equal, but we don't know how to fix this. And it's just like, yeah, we don't know how to fix it because like somebody's gonna have to give up what they have already, unless we're all just like, yeah, we're all gonna be equal somehow, like however we figure out what that equality can be moving forward, you know, because there are just so many people with just generational wealth that just dictate so much of the world because they have had some like luck at one point in their history or did horrific things, whether it was work for the US Army at one point or own slaves or be a colonist in another country. Like there are just people who've done horrific things if you're wealthy now. Like if you had wealth like in your generations to generations. You know, like sometimes you have people who are like religious people and it's like that's almost more noble because you're just like, yeah, they believed in God and that was just a good job back then to just believe in God and teach people the word of God. But now you have like people making buku money off of religion, like and not paying taxes, and it's just like, yeah. What is this?
What was it? Fuck. Oh, you made me think of something and it's gone. It just completely escaped my mind. Oh, like what you're saying makes me think a lot about like, even though I wasn't a big fan of it, just because I don't watch TV shows, it's too much commitment for me. But like, I think a lot about like the themes and the premise of Walking Dead, and how it's like, it's such a brilliant show because it does force us to confront like how would each of us really behave in a situation that extreme and that dire?
Yeah.
How humane and generous could you really be? Do you have a breaking point? And if so, where is it? And like, and then how will you cope with that? And how will that affect you? And you know, how far will you go to maintain order and to feel safe and to I don't know, just like the murkiest thoughts, the places that we don't not even places that we don't want to go, but can't know until we're in those situations, like those parts of ourselves that like,
Yeah.
like that Kanye West line, like, do you have the power to let power go? Like, who really does when you really have it, however you have it or wherever you have it, like it'd be rare the person who's wise enough to go, I won't even take this power because I won't be able to wield it responsibly. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe that's not even an option. Maybe sometimes the power is just there and somebody has to wield it. Like,
Huh.
you know, I don't know. I always feel like being a human being is like just walking through a fucking murky valley. You know what I mean? Like shadowy valley. Like there's no matter where you turn, there's no good, clean answer.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I don't know how.
I feel like the ideal
Yeah.
is everybody is powerful in their own way. You know, it's like not nobody is powerful, but like everybody has power. You know, everybody has their own skills that they're able to leverage more so. And like as we move more deeper into intellectualism and as it spreads further and further across the globe, and like people are like inspired in places that have never been inspired by certain principles before, of like working class revolt, and like I'm going to argue for my labor and stuff like this, like in places that might not have had this before, like it just expands further and further. And like places that it has existed, like people are going back to the reading, you know, and like a lot of stuff has been fought for since like before Martin Luther King, through Martin Luther King, through people now who are trying to fight for it. And it's just like shit that we should have gotten as a society so long ago. Like we're still fighting for that today. And it's just like, he was right then. Why do we not have it now? You know, everybody agrees that he was right then, but we can't agree on just putting that forward in more explicit terms in our constitution. You know, like there's still things that we have left to do that are just like symbolic things. Like, you know, that if you make a law, like it's not going to change things overnight, but like there's so many symbolic things that could have been done over the years that like people are just like, fuck it, we're a conservative country, things move slow, fuck it, like that's just how America is. But it's like we don't have to be that way. And that's why like America sucks compared to other countries now, is because like we don't believe in innovation anymore. We believe in like cheating so that we are in first place.
Instant gratification.
Yeah. We want to have the easy business jobs while people do the manufacturing jobs below us. People do the science jobs from random universities. Like we just want to have money and like pay people to do stuff for us. Like that is like the American culture now, is like make as much money as possible so that you can pay people to do your jobs for you.
Here's one of the wisest men I've ever met. There he is, Chris Susi.
Hey.
Susi, man.
How's it going? What's going on? It's 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
Is it? Oh my God, it's 3 a.m.
It's 3 a.m.
We got 7 hours left, and we're now discussing civilization with the rapacious mind of Jordan Freed.
Yes.
Works well. I
I've been
support it.
tripping out the whole time from these lights and listening to him talk. It's beautiful. It's like listening to Alan Watts.
Yes, and it's hypnotic.
Yes.
And you're obviously in under an aquarium. Is that what's happening?
Yes. Yes, I live under an aquarium. I'm under
That's
the sea.
amazing.
This isn't a pineapple. He's
got that SpongeBob motif. That's solid.
How are you doing, Chris? You're wearing an Odd Lot shirt.
I am wearing an Odd Lot shirt.
Oh.
Odd Lot improv, completely backwards, but you know.
Jordan, Chris and I have known each other like probably a decade, more than a decade.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like 16 years.
And
whoa,
Chris did the dream of like most. Where are you based, Jordan?
Currently in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Okay, so but you probably were part of the New York scene.
Yeah.
Like a big dream of most improvisers is to like make money doing improv, and Chris did that for like a good 10 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like made a living doing improv through his the company that he formed, Odd Lot.
Where are you guys based out of?
Savannah, Georgia. The trick is making sure that the environment doesn't know how improv works. You know, if they're unaware of the process, then you can just go in and be like, "This is improv, and you pay for it," and they're like, "Okay."
Well, yeah. Now you guys have a big scene down there. One of my friends, her sister is one of the people who founded Front Porch Improv.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Brianna?
What?
Is it Brianne?
I forget what her sister's name is. I'm terrible.
Yes. Front Porch, they showed up about 3 years ago. And yeah, they're, I feel terrible for them because they basically bought a theater space, built it. And on the weekend that they were doing their grand opening, we were shut down for COVID.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
all 4 of the heads got COVID, like right off the bat.
Holy shit!
Wow.
Yes, and
Yeah, it was just like bam, bam, and yeah, and we had our own theater space, but we've closed it because we took the hiatus. We were shut down for 6 weeks, and then our landlord was like, "Okay, the 6 weeks are up. Pay us for the 6 weeks, and moving forward." And we're like, "We're not coming back.
Yeah.
We can't do shows." And they're like, "Yeah, well, your rent's due." We're like, "Do we want to do this? Do we want to keep doing this?" And so, we just gave it up. And believe it or not, it was a huge relief. There was a lot of relief to it because you spend so much time plotting, planning, preparing, scheduling. We did.
I was going to say, when we're allowed to have normal capacity shows, what is like the key to building a successful improv space? Like,
it helps to have very little competition.
Cool.
That's a big one. That's kind of one of the hallmarks of how we succeeded. And with us, it was we started out with such a dedicated crew, and when we started out, my sister ran a venue, so it was really just we had a space, we had the people, and we built a reputation. And really, the big moneymaker for us, like what really paid the bills, was we were doing improvised murder mysteries. We did like
That's awesome.
People would hire us to go to conventions. They'd hire us to go to, parties, Christmas parties, things like that. And we would improvise a murder mystery where we would let the audience tell us who we were, what our character quirks were, and things like that. And then we would improvise our way through a murder mystery, and usually based on something that they are interested in, or that they want to hear about. So we made a nice ongoing living doing that. We actually ended up in a restaurant every Friday night doing it for 4 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
But it's funny because when we went to New York and we were talking with everyone, it was like, there has to be a way to do this here. At least the weird dinner theater thing that we were doing, because it's very low impact. It doesn't take anything in front. You just bring the weirdest clothes you have, and then you let other people decide who you are for the evening, and then you just goof off for 2 hours.
That should be able to work, I think, especially if you're doing it like I wonder, man, like if I were to do it here, I would like do it in like Long Island or in Queens or something.
Sure, absolutely.
Somewhere where it's away from the rest of the scene.
And you got to keep in mind that, especially in that region, that all eyes are on a very small grid on the map. And if you're doing something outside that grid, you've got all these people who are like, "Oh, well, I don't want to go all the way down to that grid and witness and be a part of and see, take my money near my house, take my money where I don't have to fight traffic, get on a subway, do any of these things."
or be educated about a whole other scene.
or literally have to learn the ins and outs of what improv, because it's really hard to watch improv from the outside, because a lot of times you don't understand why the process is that way, why they're why they're performing in that fashion. They don't understand the building blocks of scenes, and they're very, most people when they would sit in an audience space don't realize that they're watching a show being put together. They paid a ticket and they sat down and they're like, show me something.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the process of improv, because usually the best audience for improvisers are improvisers.
Yep.
Are people who are like, that was clever, that was a great turn, that was stepping up, that was filling the moment. And a lot of other audience members are like, why is he talking about when he lost a shoe when he was 5 years old?
Yeah.
It's like, don't worry, just hang on, it'll come. You'll see, just wait.
Yeah, it does congeal, but it does take, I think, oh man, it's so there's two thoughts I had, but one of the big ones is like, I think about this all the time, like hip hop forces me to think about, I don't know if you know, Jordan, I make music as well. And like a lot of rappers, I think, and songwriters in general, I think artists in general get really caught up in like trying to impress their peers or trying to impress people who are diehards of their art form. And I think, to me, I feel like the first person I want to impress is someone who knows nothing about what I do, who's not inclined to be interested in it, who would just come across and go, oh, what is this? Okay. Like, you know what I mean? Something like I think about like Steve Jobs and the iPhone. Like he made the phone so that you need no instructions, that you can just put in your hand and it's intuitive, like how this thing works. And like, I feel like the best art is going to work that way, where like you can be someone who's a diehard who loves that art form and be really into it, or you can be someone who's never encountered it before and you're like, oh, I see how this works, and you can be into it. And to always design with that in mind, like that takes a lot of thought of like how to make this so the instructions are clear, are in the design of it. Like the instructions are part of it. Then what was the other? I had another thought that was. I had another thought that was next to that, but I'm fried.
It's 3:00 in the morning. That was pretty on.
I've been thinking how my shadow right here looks like Robin Williams.
Oh my God!
A little bit.
It does.
Or an Abraham Lincoln.
Yes.
Like a bent Abraham Lincoln.
Like a penny that was run over by a train.
Oh man. Jordan, let us know how we can find you and find your comedy and whatever you're working on. Do you have like something you've been working on, or something that you put out over quarantine?
Yeah, so people can find me at JFreeze, JFREEEZE, on Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Check out latenighthump.com for any of my production stuff, and sketch group. We've got a couple of shows in the works and things in the works, but in general, just follow New Jersey Weedman on Facebook also, because I do a show Wednesday nights that are live streamed from there. Yeah, the Late Night Hump Show is the namesake show on Wednesday nights at New Jersey Weedman's joint. That's in the backyard of his place also. So
I'm gonna post this all in the.
Jordan was around since the beginning of when we started doing online shit. Jordan was always coming on and hanging out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys actually did a Late Night Hump one week that I could not make it out because of snow, because you guys were taking the train, but then I was taking my car. Like I can't.
That was the last show that we did. Was there? Yep.
Yeah. He's a very cool dude there. If there's any Jersey people watching right now, make your trip down to Trenton and visit New Jersey Weedman Joint and help him with his political protest of selling weed like he's white. You need to buy that from him. I also produce his podcast, Get on the Cannabis.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that, Jordan. That's awesome.
Yeah. No.
I check that out almost every time he's on. So
Yeah, no, he's a very cool dude. I enjoy his podcast a lot, even though I produce it, so I have to like it. But I wouldn't do it if he wasn't a cool guy, and I didn't enjoy it.
Can you spell your Instagram handle for me again?
Yeah, JFREEEZE. So that should be like 3 E's in the middle. So 4 total if you include the E at the end. Yeah. It's confusing. Jordan Freed was taken. Jay Freeze with 1 E, or 2 E's was taken. So I had to go with the 3 E's because I'm extra icy.
Nice. Okay, I got you here. Super ice, so icy. Bird. Was it? Who's that? Now I'm confusing Birdman and Gucci Mane.
I don't know whose lyric that was.
Oh man,
Or
it was icy. That's all I know. Hold on, let me make sure I put this. Jordan. Freed. Wait a minute. Let me spell you Jordan. Okay, cool. You got you in there.
Cool. Thank you guys so much. This was awesome.
Jordan,
yeah,
nice
He's
hanging out
watching
with
at
you,
home
man.
right now. I'm glad that you guys decided to stay in and be that one person at home listening. that was a callback joke, I guess.
Yeah.
If we're doing jokes. Thanks, y'all.
Hey, Jordan.
Chris, did you want to tell? Did you have those holiday horror stories?
I do. I have a handful of them. I also have just basic holiday stories as well. I mean,
Really?
it's weird collecting stories. You're kind of I'm very pigeonholed in ghost stories. That's my main trade. As a matter of fact, the reason why I'm awake at this hour is I just came from a ghost hunt.
Oh,
Where people from all around the country showed up, and I had to basically babysit a haunted location so they could poke around it for 3.5 hours. But yeah, it's a weird industry. Savannah, Georgia is one of the few places where you could really legitimately make a living just telling ghost stories. That's so peculiar, but it pays off.
Do you feel the constraints of that? Like, you ever be like, man, I can tell other stories besides ghost stories?
Yeah, well, it's funny because I was thinking that, on the drive home, I was like, I do have one kind of peculiar ghost story, and one, pretty tame ghost story. And then I was like, I actually have good stories that revolve around the season. So I might end up just telling one ghost story and one fun seasonal story.
Please.
Because I'm all ghosted out when it really comes down to it.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting because telling ghost stories requires a very specific mood and the whole intimacy of telling a story to people comes down to being able to read them, being able to see what's affecting them, and playing on it. It's storytelling is a lot like I guess playing jazz. It's listening in, paying attention to what the audience responds to, and then really pushing that, finding where their ooh and ahs are, and then kind of riding their interest. But that does become difficult in this format. I found that this format, because we were doing online improv shows for a while, and there's a lot missing. You don't realize how much you rely on the audience and how much that feedback tells you whether you're right. Without that sense of audience, you're just speaking and you're just going at it, and you find yourself unfulfilled in a way, which sort of plays to the idea that we're all just egotists. We just want that, ego stroke, and if there's nobody to do it, then we're just going to flip the table and run away.
It's funny how much stuff, like, I feel like there's things like that exist in nature that are just like they're self-serving for, I guess, for the animal, but like they also serve a huge purpose in the ecosystem. Like,
of course, everything that is designed in nature is designed to be pleasurable if it gets the job done. The whole idea of reproduction is make it feel as good as possible so they'll do it. If it was a chore, then the population would just thin out and disappear. But they're like,
oh my God, that is like that's art. That's like the design of art too. Like,
yes.
Like I feel like there's in hip hop especially, it's like, well, you want to tell the truth, get people the information, blah blah. Well, it's like, well, the song's got to feel as good as possible to get the information. And I sort of feel like the way especially in nature's design, it's like nature, I guess I don't say form follows function, but it's like nature finds the way that like actually the best design is the most functional. You know what I mean? It's why I remember somebody was saying that like you can repurpose military gear for fashion so easy because it's so functional. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Or why like a lot of fashion looks homeless, because like homeless people are just wearing what they need, what they can get their hands on, and what they need to wear to survive, and that ends up, it's so functional that it ends up being fashionable. It's not the only thing that's fashionable, but
well, yeah, it's why we have that haute couture, that high fashion, which is uncomfortable and unreasonable. No one expects to wear it. They design it, they over design it, they make all these things. Designers make their names on it, but you don't see it walking down the street. It's not going to be a part of the fall line. It's really there to exercise form over function. And then the elements that made the most impact then get turned into a functional piece. Then you start seeing the colors and the shapes and the things coming through, but it has to function.
It's funny. It's like they're constantly pushing and pulling each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's what's functional, and here's what's aesthetic about that, and here's what's aesthetic. Oh, and then here's what's functional about that, and they're constantly tugging at each other. I think. I don't know.
Well, that makes sense in the art conversation.
Yeah.
Art being this expression I'm trying to express to another person, and sometimes it's volatile and it turns people away and it scares them, and you find that your message didn't make it because your presentation was so harsh. So yeah, finding the hook in your melody, or finding the image that's striking but not offensive in the sense of driving people away. Because I think you can be very offensive and still be compelling and keep people's attention, but you can't do it. You can't do it outright in a weird way. You have to be heartfelt. There has to be, some purpose that people can hold on to or recognize in the chaos and it's. I used to talk about absurd theater this way. It's like absurd theater was so important at a time, but it loses its edge when the world's absurd. When everything's absurd, doing an absurd thing doesn't hold the same impact. It doesn't show. It's like, well, that now just seems like a reflection of what's happening instead of a magnifying glass on what's happening. It's more. You get to a place where it's like, well, I'm going to just do something so straight and so direct that it'll be subversive to people because we're so used to being jaded or lost or consuming something that is leading us away from the point.
Wow, yeah, it is. Wow, I'd never thought about that before. How because people kept saying that and I couldn't picture in my mind until you were just talking about it, about how people were like, well, you can't really make fun of Donald Trump because he's already such a farce. He's already such a
Yeah.
and it's like the image that just came to my mind is like pouring water into water. It's like, well, what's the water you poured in? It's all the same thing. If you pour water into fire, then that makes total sense. Now you can see what the reaction is or what the contrast is. Wow. So that must be why different art movements happen, because it's like, well, this is the movement that was needed to respond to these times.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. That's just occurring to me.
Didn't you go to art school?
I didn't realize when a metaphor hits you that hard, when the image hits you that hard, you're like, oh, like it's an idea I sort of had and I could grasp onto for a long time, but now that it really feels like, yeah, oh, that makes sense.
That's why people have 3 a.m. conversations, is for this kind of epiphany.
Wow. Damn, I hope I hold on to this. Shit.
You won't. Yeah, don't worry.
Damn. Yeah, that really, because that's something I've been thinking about a lot. It's like, at this point, I think for me in my journey, like, you spend a lot of time thinking about, trying to be good enough, trying to get better, trying to be good enough. And then at a certain point you go, okay, well, I think I know well enough what I'm doing to learn on the move now, to learn on the job. But now I'm thinking about, but where am I useful? Who needs the thing that I do? I think I know that the thing that I do now is the thing that I tend to do over and over and over. Who needs that? Where is that needed the most? I think that's
you're ahead of the game, just being in that ballpark. You know, many people never address the utility of what they do, and B, attempting to find who benefits the most. Because what invariably happens is brilliant artists create and create and create, but they're doing it in a bubble. And their construct is, if I create it, then the audience will find it. You know, that it's going to be so important on its own that it will speak beyond, you know, my paintbrush or my, you know, my mixtape or whatever. But you have to push, you know, you have to find, you have to target.
Listen.
Thank you. One more. I'm in the town of allergies. This is it's one of those things where so many people who come to Savannah, they're like, I've never had allergies until I moved here.
Yeah.
It's like, if you want to experience allergies, come to Savannah. You know, if you've lived an allergy-free life, come to Savannah. You'll get the itchy eyes and the stuffy noses, and
really?
in COVID time, you get the occasional dread that you have COVID.
Yes.
When you're really just, you know, allergic.
Yeah.
It
is strange.
Is it pollen? Is it COVID?
You don't know. I haven't been sick. I got sick right in March, like real bad. I think it was COVID, but I've never gotten it confirmed. And then I haven't been sick since then. Like, I think out of pure fear.
Nothing's better. No inoculation is better than fear.
What's the first story you wanted to share, Chris?
Oh, okay. So this is a ghost story, and this happened to me when I was 8 years old. My family was living in Germany, and that's just a ghost story all on its own. Living in Germany is a ghost story.
Wow.
But it's a beautiful ghost story, like a postcard ghost story, because everything was beautiful and covered in snow, and it was Christmas time. And my friend Danny had me over for a sleepover, and it was, you know, the week of Christmas. And so I go over to the house, and there's, you know, the beautiful tree and all the presents and everything. And going to Danny's room, I look over, and worth noting that when you're a child of the Army, your very best friend, it's possible you only knew him for a couple hours, because you get so acclimated to making friends and to, you know, encountering people who are new and immediately saying, this is it, we're friends and we've got to be friends, because at any moment you'll move away or I'll move away and we'll never see each other again. So I think I knew Danny maybe a week. when I had this sleepover. But as we're walking to his bedroom, I look over and there's a bedroom that's set up, but there's a Christmas tree in that room, separate from the big family tree. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, "What's that?" And there are presents under the tree. And I'm like, "You get 2 Christmases?" And Danny's like, "Oh no, that's Brian's Christmas tree." It turns out that Brian was his brother who had died, and his brother had died years earlier. But his parents have this huge like Christmas theme around Brian. Apparently, he died around Christmas, and so they keep a tree in his room year round, and they buy presents and they wrap them and they put them under the tree. Well, I couldn't wrap my head around it, and I couldn't figure out exactly, I spent the whole night just boring Danny to tears with, well, what does he get? What kind of presents are those? What's under his tree? What's going on? And, he just kind of played it off with a sort of and I think in the long run, he knew that ultimately the gifts come to him. So he wasn't going to rock the boat. It's like,
Wow.
let Brian have his Christmas, and, somewhere in January, those presents will become my presents. So I couldn't take that. So middle of the night, I wake up, I go into Brian's Christmas room, and I just want to see the presents. It's not like I want to take the presents. It's just, and this was a fault of mine all my life, is I want to know. And I don't think of the consequences of finding out. So I am standing in a dead boy's bedroom with a wrapped present in my hands when his mother comes tearing into the room. And she looks at me with this first joyous expression that slowly fades into the worst disappointment I'd ever seen on a human face.
Jeez.
She just looked at me like I was Brian dying right in front of her.
Oh my God.
Because she says he was in her dream opening presents. And she woke up and came to the room to catch him, to see him. And it was me. And, she's crying. And I'm 8. So I don't have a lot of the social skills to weather this moment. So I just say, I'm sorry, and run back to Danny's room. So I'm asleep because apparently I have no conscience. I can just do something that wrecks a human life and go straight to sleep. So I'm asleep, and I have one of the worst nightmares of my life. It is this kid who I assume is Brian, and he's got this giant orange axe, and he is just wailing on me with it. He is just beating me and cutting pieces of me off, but the axe isn't sharp, so it's like I made a Play-Doh. He has to push it in and scrape it away, and I'm watching myself being cut up, and I'm trying to crawl away from him, and he's just chopping me up into pieces, and I'm having this very visceral reaction, so much so that I shoot up wide awake, and it's morning, and I'm like, ah! I'm awake, and I am covered in wrapping paper. Just torn up wrapping paper. And I'm looking around, and at the end of the bed is the gift that I had in my hands. And it was a Shogun Warrior, which is in the 70s, it was a giant robot toy. Series of them. And this giant robot toy, painted on the cover, holding this big orange axe. And I was like, I've got to go home. It was great being your friend, Danny, but we're no longer friends.
Oh my God.
I don't want anything to do with this place. And I went home before breakfast. And
Holy shit.
And that is my Christmas ghost story.
Yeah, that is spooky for sure.
Wow.
Oh God. Oh.
Years later, talking about it and going at it is like, it's very likely that the mother opened the present and put it in the room. it's very likely that that was the occurrence. And even I could have even woken up and seen what it was, and it affected my dreams. But that was not the narrative that came across. That was not the story that I still feel today. This panic of this angry kid, because I had the audacity to go in and take a dead kid's toy, and is like, yeah, the moral of the story is don't take dead kids' toys.
No.
That's that's a great moral.
It shouldn't come up that often, I hope.
Oh,
But when it does,
I always wonder about like things like that don't happen to me. You know what I mean? And like, not that I know of, and I feel like the stories come to, or I don't know. I feel like people live through the stories they can bear to tell. Like you were meant to be the keeper of these kind of stories, so maybe that's why you've accumulated some of these experiences.
I think somewhere in my life, I was confronted with the idea that I have a lot of crazy stories, like the crazy things happen to me. And then upon like really looking at it, I realized that my whole family does, that it is almost a curse for my family. My father was like the sole survivor of his original Vietnam platoon. He was in the My Lai massacre. He was, investigated by a Senate subcommittee. He was a Green Beret. He had all these stories that were just, really over the top and crazy when it came down to it. My mom, she was a refugee from the Korean War. She ran away from home and lived with like Buddhist monks in the mountains, and her sister had to find her and bring her back. And, it's just like, that's insane. That's not normal. And then of course, Jinhee lost her leg to cancer when she was 13, had a brain tumor when she was 19, got lung cancer when she was 30. All of these things just, and she survives it with so much finesse and so much strength that you don't think of cancer as deadly. So much so that in this past couple of years, friends of ours would get cancer. And it was like, well, Jinhee, when she got cancer, and we're talking stage 4 metastatic cancer, she just kind of went, and she's fine. She fought it, and it went away, and these people died. And it was not a part of my understanding of cancer. I hadn't seen it. But when cancer reared its head in our family, you fight it and you survive. And so it was so weird. It was sobering, because one of them was a 9-year-old girl, a daughter of a friend. And it's like, oh, you can do this. And we rallied with the full, in my mind, it was like the full weight of experience that says, you can fight this, you can get through this. And she faded and died so fast. And it was alarming. It was a huge wake-up call, because my family, for some reason, has the ability to walk away with the story.
Yeah. That's so funny. It's like, yeah, some are meant to be keepers of stories, and I don't know what that means, but that is a small pattern of recognize in life. Like
it's also worth noting that I had a huge respect for stories and storytelling very young. So I went in search of stories. I put myself in situations that would give me stories. I was very much at a very young age. I was 6 years old. I was 6 years old when I encountered my first unexplained and bizarre thing. And it truly made me wrestle with the idea of not being able to survive it, not being able to survive how weird or how strange or how out of my depths I was. And it wasn't until someone explained what was happening, gave me a story, that I was able to weather it, that I was able to say, oh, okay, I get it. If I have the story, I'm safe from the thing.
Mm.
And that's my own personal obsession. It became my own personal obsession to suggest that everything becomes a story if you pay attention. If you pay the right attention, everything becomes a story, because the story of taking a child's present and feeling bad about it isn't a story, but it's common. Being a kid and being precocious and being curious and going in and grabbing a kid's and then having a bad dream about it because the mother came in and cried at you, all that makes perfect sense. But you can form the story. You make the story by observing and witnessing, because I think you have had experiences like that. You've have had things like that. You just never thought to put it in a story format,
Yeah.
That's also, that's a really good point. Yeah. What was it? What was the next story you wanted to share? Please.
So,
tell whatever story you'd like.
This story is my first Christmas in Germany. No, my very first Christmas in Germany. I think I was 5, but I may have been 5 or 6. No, I guess I was 5. I was 5 years old because we moved there this summer. I turned 5. And it was Christmas time, and Germany's beautiful. Snow and there's castle on the hill, and you feel like you're in a fairy tale. Amazing. We lived in these apartment buildings for the army. The army had these 4-story apartment buildings, big, giant buildings. And it was weeks before Christmas, but the whole building was a buzz because St. Nick was coming. Santa Claus was coming to our apartment complex, and they're like, come down to the lobby at 7:00. St. Nick will be here, St. Nick. And we're like, oh, St. Nick, this is amazing. St. Nick. Okay, great. So we all, go down into the lobby, and we're all hanging out in the lobby, and we're just, kids just vibing on the idea that Santa Claus was going to be there any minute. And the first thing that happens is Santa Claus walks in and does like a rudimentary look around, but he doesn't look like Santa Claus. He was dressed like the Pope. He had like a mitre hat, that tall pointy hat, and he's in really shiny robes and a long beard, and you're looking at him and you're like, I guess, you're a kid, you're like, I'll accept it. It's not Christmas night, so he doesn't have to be dressed in his full Santa gear. and this is St. Nicholas. I can take it. And I've seen, Christmas cards where St. Nicholas looked something like that, and that's fine. But I know the truth. He's Santa Claus. So he walks around, and he's got a shepherd's cane. And he's walking around. He's looking at the kids, and he's speaking German, which is like the scariest language on earth. And when an old man with a long white beard looks down at you, he's like, "Eisen, waschen, sassen, Zeichen." You're like, okay. And then he leaves the lobby. And my friends, I call them my friends. I didn't know them. These other kids were getting boots ready, and they're explaining that he'll put candy in the boots. Now, we did this every Christmas in Germany. We took my dad's boots and put them on the windowsill, and candy would be in them. It did not occur to me much later how gross that was. Those are my dad's actual wearing boots, his combat boots. And we would eat candy out of them. But I digress. In a few moments, St. Nick returns, but this time he has a snarling, horrid demon beast at the end of a chain. And it's out. It's like, "Rah!" Just coming right at us. And he's holding it back. And all the adults are like, "Krampus nicht!" And I'm like, what? And like, "Krampus nicht!" I was like, no. More explanation, please. You can't just shout that and expect us to be okay with it. Now the parents are pushing us towards the snarling beast. And the snarling beast is like, he's got sticks, and he's like hitting us with the sticks. And he's like, and he's got a tongue hanging out of his mouth. He's like, and we're all screaming because we don't know the appropriate response, because Saint Nick is right there. But so is the demon that's going to eat us. And we could not figure it out. And we're terrified. And then St. Nicholas gives us like little candy versions of him. little candy St. Nicholas's, and he leaves, and he's speaking German the whole time, but it means nothing because I've only been there a few months. And now we're left just kind of, what was that? And my dad leans down and he's like, it's Krampus night. What is that? And my dad's like, oh, Krampus is Santa's helper. I was like, no, I've seen Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That is not an elf. He's like, no, it's a demon. He punishes bad children. He puts them in sacks and takes them out into the woods and beats them with sticks. And that was all the explanation I was given.
Oh, God.
And for the next 5 years, on December 5th, we had to endure Krampusnacht. And the only joy we ever got was watching kids who didn't know what was about to happen.
Oh, my God.
Because every year there was a new, fresh slate of kids who have no idea what's about to happen. And we just watched them.
Oh, my God.
And so that became our Christmas tradition. Watching children become scarred emotionally for life.
Oh, no.
I'm Krampusnacht.
Yeah, that is man, it's so funny that became the joy. The morbid, like, they don't know. It's like you're in jail or something.
Well, it's Schadenfreude, which is a German word. Of course, it's a German word, which means pleasure from others' pain.
That's all you can. That's all you can get. That's all you got.
Yeah, Schadenfreude. It's like, of course, the Germans know what that is, and honor it with a word, its own word, which is the pleasure derived from other people's suffering.
Oh, God.
Or other people's misfortune, I should say, more than suffering. Other people's misfortune.
I think what makes it worse is you didn't even get like a comforting Santa. Next thing you get
He was so stern and scary.
He's not even the jolly. He's like basically the Pope.
Yeah.
Still has the beard.
He was an angry German Pope.
Oh,
He
that's
put candy in shoes. Who does that? Who puts candy in boots?
Dads do that. They want to get their kids back.
That's right. Put your boots out or take your
out
kid.
of the boot. Was the candy good?
Yes, it was amazing. It was always little chocolate figurines of Saint Nick, and sometimes they would have liquor in them.
Oh, yeah.
But that's mostly because my parents did not pay attention when they bought the candies, because they were always together. They were always like, oh, look, it's little figurines of Santa made out of chocolate. Sometimes with Jägermeister, sometimes not.
On those nights, Chris slept good.
Yeah, on those nights, no amount of orange axe wielding dead kids bother me.
Good God. Man, those are great stories. Does it feel particularly like holiday-y to you this year?
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
And we tried to get into that holiday spirit, but there's a part of me that's like, lay low, don't draw attention to yourself.
2020 is not over yet.
Yeah, 2020 is not over yet. Don't put lights in your house. That's how it finds you.
I think that is true.
It's like, I've got flashing lights. Come here.
I do think that's how we feel. We feel like we're like, oh, COVID. If you're quiet, the COVID will pass through. Like the what is it? The angel in the
The angel of death. You're not anointed. Your door is not anointed.
Putting blood on the door. Yes, there's a lot when we lost Halloween, a large part of the population just gave up on the idea of celebration and being celebratory.
Yes.
Because Halloween is so indulgent. It's just become this real hedonistic experience, and we couldn't do it. And we couldn't do it by our own measure. Like we chose not to do it. We said, let's be responsible, which felt horrible. Bunch of people for the first time being really adult, and they're like, let's not stand in a large group of people scantily clad and breathing on each other. Let's watch a horror movie at home and reminisce about parties we'd been to.
It's funny that COVID did knock out the first big holiday of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Like we got Valentine's Day, which is usually pretty tame, but this happened right as St. Patrick's Day was happening.
That's right.
St. Patrick's Day in Savannah this year.
It didn't happen.
Wow.
It just did not happen.
And that's St. Patrick's Day. I don't know if you know, Jason, it's the second biggest.
It's the second biggest in the country, and it's honestly where most local businesses in Savannah go into the black. Without the St. Patrick's Day traffic, they cannot survive a year. Yeah. And we're watching it. We're watching this very sad tale. And, we're staring down, another possible shutdown, another possible. And these are people who weren't surviving the first one. A lot of companies that just couldn't make it.
This is like when you're in school and then teacher's like, if you guys are quiet for the rest of the day, we'll go outside to the playground. And then one kid is like, everybody be quiet, and the rest of the kids like, There's a great joke that my buddy Jay Caps tells, Jonathan Kaplan. Well, I think you'd love, Chris. I don't know if you've seen his grading animals.
Oh my God!
I think I have. Yeah.
The newest one was awesome. Tardigrades.
Tardigrades.
He's so great. But he had the stand-up joke he would tell where he was like, he was a teacher, he was a school teacher, and he would go to the principal of the school and he was like, I don't think the kids are listening to me. And he's like, you're overreacting. Sure, they're listening to you. How do you know they're not listening to you? And he goes, because they won't quit marching around in the circle in the back of the classroom yelling, I ain't listening to this motherfucker.
Subtle. It's subtle.
Yeah. So I feel like that's like what we're in now. We're in like that classroom where the kids just won't stop talking, and
they won't. They won't stop talking.
They won't.
There's nothing we can do to make them stop.
There's nothing we can do. That's also a lesson you learn as a kid, right? You can't really do anything to make them stop. The only thing you can do is maybe do your part, but you can't really. Every now and then you might, when you them, it might work, but it doesn't really work.
Unfortunately, we're a generation that were brought up. I realize I'm actually a generation older than you, but a generation that were brought up on Bill Murray, who told us that if you make one good speech, you got to turn the whole thing around. If you got one well-timed, funny, but heartfelt speech, you can turn the whole thing around. It doesn't happen.
No.
Is that because the speech, even if it's really good, isn't effective? Or is it because there's not many people who can actually come up with a speech?
A little column A, a little column B.
Wow.
Oh. Wow.
Because more than anything, it's people won't listen.
Yeah.
They don't listen to other people. The second somebody else starts speaking, they lose it. And not all people. And I guess that's where leaders come from. There are those people who are so charismatic that have such presence that everyone pays attention, or enough people pay attention, I should say.
Yeah. It is. Man, the older I get, the more I see how much that is really rare. Damn.
I think that's one of the allures of storytelling. Being a storyteller is people enter with the conceit that they're going to listen. They'll put you in front of them and say, tell us the story. And they give you audience. And telling stories is different than giving speeches in the sense that your manipulation of the audience is to an end of entertainment more than anything else. Whereas a speech, you're trying to persuade them.
Huh.
I like this frame, this kind of Godzilla in Tokyo look.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to see if this Keurig works. See if I can make myself a coffee.
Oh, coffee.
I don't know that it
This
is.
4 a.m. coffee is a terrible idea.
Yeah.
You're gonna be up for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I
that's
know.
what we do.
How
Yeah,
many hours more do you have?
we
Should
have
we be plugging whatever this is? Because here's the thing, if anybody's watching, I'm here because Ralph showed up on my doorstep kind of out of the blue, and then like a grenade said, I've got a live show, boom, and left. And I have no idea what it is. I don't know why we're doing it. I don't know the point. I just like to hear myself talk.
Well, okay. This is good to know. I probably should have. Well, it's still not too late. I'll give you the link to the stream, and you could share it if you like, Chris.
I certainly will. I saw that proceeds were going to the Ronald McDonald House. Is that correct? Or there was
20%
some
of the proceeds,
donation happening?
Proceeds. Here,
The
let
Ronald
me-
McDonald House is one of my favorite charities because when Jinhee lost her leg, my family stayed at a Ronald McDonald House.
Oh wow.
And it was
Really?
fascinating, incredibly depressing
Yeah.
because it is a bunch of children who are so sick that their families have to stop everything in their lives and stay there. But I always thought these people are working much harder just to make things seem normal. You know, for people who could never see, who won't see normal for a long time.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's horrifying and it's beautiful at the same time. Chris, well, here I'll tag you actually in this. So that we can, so that you can share the stream, but also so that people can follow you. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm operating as Stoner Morning Show. No, change me. I don't know how to do this. Are you better at this, Jason?
Me? What?
I'm gonna change myself. It's Stoner Morning Show. Jason's not alive. Susie, what's the best way for people to find you?
Actually, I'm about to launch a media content creation thing. It's Mustard Productions. And you
Ooh.
can find Mustard Productions at Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, possibly Instagram, and it's Mustard Productions, so it should be easy to find. It's the condiment and productions, and our plan is to. You actually saw the studio that I'm building. I'm making.
I see it. Oh wow. Okay.
And I my wife, incredibly successful, bought a house with a studio in the back that I'm going to turn into a video content creation studio, and we're going to make. Awesome. We're going to do podcasts and video content and sketch comedy and things like that. Hang up a green screen and do all the goofy stuff.
It's fantastic, dude. I'm so excited for whatever's gonna come out of that. Yeah, it's so great that you have a partner who's not only doing her own thing but totally gets what you're doing. That's super dope. So okay, so I've linked that. I'm gonna make it weird. Chris Susie. Crap. I feel like it's not going to show your. Anyway.
It's okay. It's all good. There's.
Well, I got Mustard Productions in there at the very least.
I see that. No press is bad press. No press.
It showed up.
Nope.
It showed up.
I see it.
Excellent. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and at least like it, Chris, so that people can see you there.
I will indeed.
Yeah.
Or.
Oh, who's Kate Steele? We got a Kate Steele in here.
She was
Kate
actually
came in. Yep.
Hi, how are you?
on the Zoom.
Hello, Kate Steele.
From Australia. How you
Oh,
going?
Amazing.
That's
What time
right.
is it?
Hmm?
Australia.
Oh, it's night time here. It's about 7 p.m.
Oh,
okay.
Oh man,
You're all
We're
up really early in the morning,
Saturday
and
or
I'm
Sunday?
yeah. It's 7 p.m. on Sunday here.
we're
So
at 4
Oh wow.
a.m. right now.
yeah, you're all up
I
very
wish
very
it was
early.
7 p.m.
Kate, can we ask you to go ahead and share this stream? I can send you the link.
Yeah, sure.
Easy here. All right, let me give it to you right now. I'll be link and I'll put it in the chat for everybody to have right now. What do you do in Australia, Kate?
What do I do? I'm a writer. So
Cool.
I've got one novel published, but that was around about 2017, and I've got the first of a series coming out in April. I set most of my stories in Australia because I went and lived in Scotland for about 5 years, and it hit me when I was living there that Australia actually is exotic. It doesn't feel like it to us when you've grown up here. But then when you go away, a little bit of distance makes you see that, well, some of these locations are exotic to other people, aren't they? So my first novel set right out in what's called the Pilliga Scrub, which is way out in Western New South Wales on an isolated farm. It's a bit of a mystery. And the next one is a jewel heist, think Romancing the Stone,
Oh,
but
I love it.
set in Cooper Pedy. So it's an opal heist because there's an opal in South Australia in the museum called the Virgin Rainbow that glows in the dark.
oh my
So
God.
that's the opal that they're stealing. So it's just a bit of fun, that one. So it
It
comes out.
practically writes itself.
Well, yeah, and I mean, there's so much fun you can have with that name. I had a lot
I
of fun
know.
with the story with that name. So it's called The Hunt for the Virgin Rainbow. It's coming out in April. And it just involves a lot of camels and ridiculous chases across the desert and helicopters, and actually goes to Canada for a while and then comes back to Australia because the main character is a female Canadian jewel thief.
Oh,
So, yeah.
Awesome.
Wow. Chris,
So that's what I do.
wow, that's or do they involve the same characters? Is it a series that follows the same characters, or is it always?
Yeah. So the next book after that, it's really follows her, which is that main character, her and her love interest that she meets in Australia. So they end up
Is
kind
it a
of
different
together, but
jewel
kind
each
of
time?
not. Yes. So
Awesome.
the next one's another jewel, and it's all actually related to the backstory of her father, who was a very well-known jewel thief. So really, the whole backstory starts unraveling through the next adventures that they have going after jewels, because it's related to the disappearance of her father. So it's got a bit of a backstory going on as well, just to give it a little bit of extra interest. I sort of started writing it as a romance because, they're supposed to sell, but I find it really hard to be super duper romantic. So it kind of ended up a bit funny. And she was a bit probably too kick-ass to be a real romantic heroine. So we went more with the light comedy, light romance part of it. So
That's interesting. When I was younger, I thought, look, oh, romance, like, yeah, it feels like easy to do romance when you're young, but when you get older and you sort of like, I don't know, I feel like it's harder to be just like sentimental and romantic when you're older, because like love and relationships feel a lot more practical when you get older. You know what I mean?
well, I don't know about that really. I've never been able to write really heavy romance, like a lot of writers can. When I was younger, I wrote more horror, and I find that harder to write now because I think there's so much. As an adult, you see there's so many horrible things in the world. You don't need to go searching for monsters, do you? So I find it harder to. A lot of my work, like the novel that I have published, has got quite a gothic strain to it. I still love that kind of gothic undertone of the mysterious and things happening, and are you imagining this, or is there really something lurking from the other side around you? That, rather than your real kind of slash and burn, let's tear their limbs off and leave their entrails behind them kind of horror, I'm not so interested in doing, because Like I say, there's too many horrible things happening with humanity without going out of your way to focus on things like that. So yeah, I think like romance is really formulaic like horror, but I think there's some people who just more naturally fall into that hearts and roses and sentimentality than other people. I kind of struggle not to start laughing at myself. So I have to give it to other people and go, you know, especially sex scenes and that, is this okay? Because I'm getting all cringy inside myself. So I just find it difficult. I think it's more a personal thing rather than an age thing.
Oh yeah, okay. So that makes total sense to me. It's funny because it seems like you and Chris are meant to be friends because I feel like Chris has a lot of the same interests in like horror and storytelling and the same outlook on it. Yeah, Chris was just on here telling us some great holiday ghost stories. So yeah, it seems like you guys
Yeah, I do not care for cruelty. I don't like cruelty, and I don't like a lot of horror has turned towards that kind of empty uh, shock value gore. Not a fan of gore, but I love horror. Uh,
Yeah.
Mostly because I'm a very phobic person. I have a lot of fears, so it's a safe way to kind of have fear without dying. It's like
Well, I guess, and there has to be that distinction. I'll get a bit academic here. Sorry, guys. I also have a PhD in English literature. But, you know, you've got horror and you've got terror. And the two
right.
are not
Yes.
the same thing. So I think what a lot of people appreciate more is the terror, that idea that you can be terrified by something, mortified even, and made to sit back and think. But it's not that slash, burn, gash, gratuitous violence, gratuitous, say, sexual violence that a lot of horror movies are more indulging in. So, like when you separate them from a literary point of view, horror doesn't fit into the same genre as, say, terror, and terror would be more gothic and suspense, things that play with people's minds and emotions rather than really, you think some of the best, really nothing happens to the people. All that's happening to them, it's all internal. It's all what they imagine their reality to be is where the real terror lies. Because
I always love the notion of terror and horror, and people are like, the way you really know that they're different is from terror and horror. You've got terrible and horrible, but you also have terrific and horrific.
yeah,
And that's where it lies. The fact that terror is the base for terrific, whereas horror is the basis for horrible. And you get this kind of sense very quickly that there is this keen difference. However, in most conversation, that is a note that is almost beside the point when you start getting into it. It's great to be able to talk about it and say, yeah, I'm more terror than I am horror. But a lot of the horror elements that we've grown to recognize and consume regularly, the question is, are they horrific or are they terrific? Do they inspire different types of reaction or interaction?
I guess to me, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre's horror, pure and simple.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
horror, it's flesh and blood and guts horror. The very first series of, is it American Gothic, the American, what's that series, the American Horror Story?
Oh, American Horror
Story. Yeah.
That first, I don't know if you remember the very first
the house, the murder house, or
yeah, first one of the first season. That to me was beautifully done terror.
yes.
So really, at the end of that, you were almost sitting in there and immersed in those characters and wanting it to be okay for them, and really knowing in your own heart, it was thinking that it wasn't going to be okay for them. But at the end, it was not really that horrific. It was more that terror of being yourself, perhaps. You'd like to have a situation where these people think they're alive, but they're not. And they haven't been alive for a very long time. They've been the living dead, and just thought that they were still alive and living in a house with ghosts. And I think to me, that's beautifully renders terror rather than it just being a pure horror movie.
Yeah, cringe or grossness.
Yeah.
Wow. I hear that was actually premise is actually supposed to be the ending of Friends. Yeah, the whole time.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that checks. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I don't know, but that's.
I think that storytelling around ghosts and all of that I find really fascinating too. Like America, I think is far more comfortable discussing your past in relation to Indigenous people on the continent, etc., on the in your country, through horror and through storytelling. Australia is nowhere near as comfortable. Well, it's just not. There's still a very deep silence around what's going on this continent from settlement by Europeans, and so a lot of our ghost stories are quite interesting. There's more to do with absence often than there is to do with presence in a lot of Australian ghost stories, and the landscape itself has always been this kind of sentient, watching thing that frightens Europeans. But there's an absence in that landscape that also frightens them. And you see it's a theme that goes right through a lot of Australian literature. And to me, it's like that guilt not being allowed to be expressed, and therefore feeding through in these ghost stories and stories from the bush where people disappear and reappear weird, and all of this sort of thing is like, it's that way of trying to get at that and still not speak about it. So I find it fascinating.
I think that's the beauty of scary stories, because we get to talk about what we're afraid of without addressing it, and you see it in the lineage of horror in America. We take a vampire and we make him a foreigner, and he comes here and he's all sexy and he takes all the women. And it's about, keep the immigrants away. And, Dr. Frankenstein makes this monster, but he's wearing he's clad in communist, gear. He's wearing the big iron apron. He's got the big boots. He's the communist threat, the big silent monster that's coming from, far away. And we keep doing it. Zombies are seem to be an allegory for overcrowding and the environment running out on us and us not having resources and things like that. And you keep seeing these our internal fears becoming these external monsters in stories.
And especially with you guys, your houses on burial grounds. That's what always fascinates me. There's a direct link and causation there to settlement in America, and that history coming back to bite the next generation on the butt, more or less, through the portal of that house, because you're buried you're sitting on sacred land.
And the punishment comes to people who seem to be innocent, but they're not.
Yeah.
You're not innocent because that house is in the wrong place.
And you are part of that entire culture, so to speak, that's doing that, whether you are aware of it or not. You're part of the culture. And I think it's those kind of stories really fascinate me. There's so many of the Stephen King ones tie into the idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah, native usurpation and that sort of thing. And I think it's just not touched in Australia. And when you try to, I wrote a short story, it was really just about an old Indigenous man going back on country to die because he'd been removed. And nobody here would publish it because I was white. It actually got published in New Zealand. So I think a lot of people here are still quite uncomfortable just with even the thought of anyone discussing it. They don't know how to begin. So there's just this big silence around it, which is a bit of a shame.
We still have a ways to go.
Yeah.
we definitely do address it a lot, but we've got a long way to go.
Yeah.
I think just as humans generally, we've all got a long way to go. We find it hard to find a meeting ground, don't we? So.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny that I feel like the holiday season addresses a lot of that, especially around Thanksgiving. And then when is Columbus Day?
It's in October.
It's in October. So even that is from there we start wrestling with what are we celebrating? What's going on?
Well, my calendar on my phone says Columbus Day, but it also says Indigenous Peoples Day. The more we examine the history, the more we realize, that guy was horrible. He was the worst. And
yeah. And we'll see Australia Day is a very big day of contention now here, obviously, because everybody has a different feeling about how that should look. and how it should be addressed. And you're never going to please everybody, are you, on all sides of it? But I just think it's a shame when fiction gets shut down, because as you said, you can address these things obliquely without being really didactic and hammering people over the head. You can address things that are going on with society and just let people think about it and form their own opinion. Like you say, through that vampire who comes in, the European overlord kind of vampire, it takes over people. People can make of that what they will. It can be a bit of light fun, or they can read a bit more into it and interpret it how they want.
And it's interesting to watch the obsessions that come with it, because they're witnessing something that they've suppressed or that they weren't willing to address. Because when the vampires came back in the 80s, it was right in the middle of the AIDS epidemic. And now vampires were very homoerotic, very pretty boys, and the vampirism was all about penetration and bodily fluids, and and then you had this new narrative of the sexy vampire, and that their sex appeal was a part of the thing that we have to address, the thing that we have to deal with, the thing that we have to overcome and or succumb to. So I do love watching. One of the things I really love watching is watching horror become comedy, because what you're afraid of, ultimately you'll laugh at. So you can't maintain a fear against something the longer you look at it, the longer you deal with it. But the longer you suppress it, the more you'll fear it. But the more you face it, the more you'll realize, oh, that wasn't something to be scared of in the first place. That's the Abbott and Costello meet the Frankenstein, and the Three Stooges meet the Wolfman, and all these ways that we trivialize the thing that we were afraid of just a generation before.
Scary movie.
Yeah, exactly. You get these scary movies, these lampoons.
It doesn't take any of it seriously. But I guess to me, political satire too has that same function. I think that people think about politics a lot more deeply often when they're watching political satire than what they did if you had three very serious political experts sit down and pick it all apart. Most people go, oh, whatever. But when you get a really on-point, sharp satirist, people tend to go, oh, no, I didn't actually think about it from that point of view, and they give it a bit more thought on either side of the fence. So I think humour has that great skill there of being able to make some people who might be very one-eyed about a subject look at it from a different angle. Not always, but sometimes.
Well, we've taken a lot. We put a lot of responsibility on our comedians in this country to speak our mind and to witness for us and comment for us, and you see it. You see all of these late night shows that are basically people picking apart the news so that people don't have to look at the horror that is the news, and they can just kind of deal with the terror, which can be fun, which is poking fun at something. Because once you poke fun at it, it's very hard to take it serious. It's very hard to not think you can overcome or beat it.
Well, I just need to point out, the original Mad Max that was made in Australia with Mel Gibson?
Man, I was thinking about that for like the last 15 minutes. Yeah.
It's set in 2021.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Which I find very amusing right now. So I was talking to one of my writer friends, a script writer, that we're supposed to be doing this film together. We got kind of sidetracked. I'm like, what we need to do is do a Mad Max COVID version, because where it all starts with all the cars driving across the desert. I said, you just need all these old guys, what we call bogans, like probably what people are called people who live in trailers. Need them all in there with their shopping trolleys ready to stampede the toilet roll aisle. I said, so it's just got to be a lot of sourdough baking and toilet roll stealing, and until Meat Max has had enough because people won't wear their masks, and he just gets mad and goes on a rampage. So we were like, we do this COVID edition of it because, hey, it's about to be 2021.
It's about to be 2021. Absolutely.
Is that the biggest exported like Australian or New Zealand film? Is the Mad Max series? Or?
Mad Max? I wouldn't think so. because that there was the one that Baz Luhrmann did.
Baz Luhrmann, yeah, of course. The started with Strictly Ballroom, and then
Strictly Ballroom, yeah. And
he
there's
did,
Priscilla Queen of the Desert.
he did Priscilla Queen of the Desert, absolutely, and Romeo and Juliet, Moulin Rouge. Did he make a movie called Australia?
Yeah, Australia was. I think that was supposed to be our great big fa la la, and it kind of flopped in a big way.
It did flop, and I think it was. And he threw all that star power at it, but I think
I think it was just too like the ambition just didn't meet. The vision didn't match up to the ambition. I think the ambition and the idea was really good, but probably too here it fell flat because it was at a time when a lot of people really were questioning the whole idea of colonial power and what had been done in this country. And that was kind of a celebration almost, if you like, of
it really was
a cattle baron called Kidman who'd had huge holdings up north. And so I think for a lot of people, it was wrong timing politically for that movie, Australia, to come out. I'm just trying to think of some other ones that have, probably the biggest export if you went Australia, New Zealand, because then you can include Peter Jackson, you see, and that's
sure, Peter Jackson.
Oh.
So that would be by far the most massive thing that's come out of this hemisphere would be all of Peter Jackson's work, for
Absolutely.
sure. So he, as far as we go, I think there's more. There's a little Australian movie. I think if you can get hold of it, it's called The Cars That Ate Paris, and it's a very freaky movie.
What's
and
it
to
called?
me, The Cars That Ate Paris, and it's not about Paris it's about Paris in outback Australia. So one of the things that Australian literature and movies do really well is this really dark, frightening kind of gothic horror, which is just, you've ended up in a really isolated place with no friends and you're all alone, my friend, and you can't get out of here, which is really how it is. If you are in an outback town and people don't want you to leave, you're not going to leave because there's no way out. So The Cars That Ate Paris is kind of along those lines. There's that and there's Wake in Fright. So Wake in Fright's really interesting because a really well-known Canadian director did the first one of that way back in the 70s. And it's got a real kangaroo hunt in it. So it's quite it's a polarizing film now if it's shown in Australia.
Sure.
Because it's very much along the lines of Deliverance, if you just
Wow.
and it's quite brutal watching, but it was set in a novel that's set in Australia. But yeah, that's the kind of more, there's always that dark thread. You think even Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, there's always that dark underlying thread through a lot of Australian movies, even when they're
Wasn't there
comedic.
Was it called Wolf Lake? Wolf Creek?
Oh, Wolf Creek, yes.
Wolf Creek, I was just going to ask you that.
Yeah, that's
supposedly a true story?
No, I think loosely based on Ivan Milat.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, but he was actually operating along the eastern seaboard in quite populated areas. Wolf Creek's set right out in the middle of nowhere. But, if you go to some of these towns, you're 12, 15 hours drive away from anything. So the whole fact of the matter is if people don't want you to leave, you wouldn't leave. You're just surrounded by desert. So I think that always lends itself to this kind of frightening isolation horror that people can feel. Ivan Milat, what he did was befriend people and give them drugs, and basically take them by surprise, just backpackers. So he'd befriend them and they'd think that he was a real friendly guy and then he'd use that against them.
That was a lot of Wolf Creek. They definitely took that element because he was a super jovial, super, you're getting the real outback experience kind of guy, kind of like a giant Crocodile Dundee.
I guess, but to me, he was the most creepiest thing. If I saw that dude coming towards me in a desert, I'd be running.
Yeah.
No way.
He's definitely not, yeah. Although he was in Strictly Ballroom as the head ballroom guy. And when I saw him, I was like, that's the guy from Strictly Ballroom. And so I couldn't take him quite as menacing after realizing that.
I think he's been in Muriel's Wedding too. I think he was.
Yes, Muriel's Wedding is wonderful.
Yeah.
What actor is this? What's his?
I can't remember his name. John, is it John? Somebody, I can't remember, but he was the lead in Wolf Creek, yeah, and he plays quite a diverse role.
Voight. Is it John Voight?
No. He's a large Australian man. He's kind of he looks kind of like a caricature of a person. Like all of his features are kind of strangely exaggerated.
Wow.
And he has got a really scary presence when he wants to have.
Yeah, he's very large. I mean, like, you know, he's physically imposing.
Wow.
Which was very funny because in Strictly Ballroom, he was the head of the Ballroom Federation. And they have a flashback scene where he's young and he's ballroom dancing, and they just put like a pompadour wig on him and painted his face up.
Yeah, John Jarrett.
Jarrett.
It's John Jarrett's name. So I just Googled him for you. But yeah, he's that's that epitome of being in the wrong place at the wrong time and on your own. You know, like there was that I don't know if you would have heard over in America, but there was a couple traveling up through the Northern Territory. So where they were on a road where nobody might pass you for 5 or 6 days. You know, you could drive uninterrupted for days on end. So you need to have water, you need to have food. Well, this car came up behind them, flashing the lights and carrying on like there was something wrong with their car. So they pulled over and he shot they were English, he shot him and kidnapped her, and she got away. And it just sounded unbelievable. He had dogs. You're like, well, how would you get away out there? There's nowhere to go.
Ugh.
But they tracked him down through CCTV and everything, this guy. It was just this random thing. He'd just driven along the highway, spotted them and done this. And you're like, this is a thing that without CCTV and service stations that had picked him up coming up through South Australia, they really had nothing to go on. It took them quite a few years to piece it all together from her description of him and his car to piece together. This guy lived he lived in another state.
Oh my God.
So whether he'd been there and it was just an opportunity he took, or whether he was out hunting, it was very hard to know. But he was on a stretch where he could have done that over and over and over, and nobody would have ever witnessed it.
Wow.
So, and, you know, you'd have its isolated areas in America, I guess, but, you know, you're more densely populated, so there's a chance somebody's going to come across something. But here there's a lot of areas where there's a chance nobody's ever going to come across anything. You know, especially in the centre, because it's just all so sparsely populated.
Wow. Damn. That is scary. That's an area that breeds horror.
Yeah,
We've
and I
had
think that's in that European psyche, this idea that there's so much of just nothing out there, you know, and that you'd be just cruising along minding your own wish and come across the wrong person, and there's nobody to help you. Like I grew up on 5,000 acres. So the book that my first novel that's out, I actually set that story on that farm because I knew it so well. But where we were, that was 5,000 acres out in the middle of the Pilliga scrub, which was hundreds of thousands of acres. So basically beyond our boundary, there was nothing. And we were so far out and isolated that we didn't have electricity or anything, even though it was in the 70s. We just didn't have anything because it was too sparsely populated. So if anybody came to our farm unannounced, because we were the last farm down 30 miles, you had to drive over dirt tracks, everything. If anybody turned up there unannounced, they were usually greeted with firearms because my uncle didn't know who they were. You know,
Hard to accidentally wind up there.
Well, it's so funny because I wrote this story about it. This young couple, we don't understand how they ever got that lost because I was only about 5 years old at the time and there was a whole heap of us. Looking back now, it would have looked pretty Deliverance. Me and all my cousins lived there. So there was just kids everywhere. Everybody was scruffy looking. And this couple's come up over the creek and my uncle and my brother and my cousins greeted them with rifles. And I remember looking through the window at her and she was just looking terrified. I think she thought, we are not leaving here alive. But at the time, there'd been these groups raiding farms around the area, like going in and tying up, attacking people and raiding the sheds. And
Good Lord.
so everyone was on really high alert because there was no cops. You're too far out of town. So everybody was sort of on red alert. And this poor young couple just happened to drive in at that time. And I think they thought, oh my God, we're never leaving this farm alive. She probably thought I was eyeing her up for dinner or something. I was just fascinated. I was like, how did this strange person get all the way out here in the middle of nowhere? Because nobody ever came to the farm. We knew they were coming. Yeah, it's funny.
Wow. That's terrifying. It's so opposite of my experience. I mean, I'm from Brooklyn. I don't know anything but endless people around you all the time. I don't.
And see, that's understandable. I lived with some girls in Sydney, some Asian girls who were students, and they were actually frightened of the streets in Sydney because they were not busy enough. Because these girls were from like Bangkok and places like that, and they're used to everyone touching them. And Australians like their body space. And they found it really confronting to be on the street and have like hardly any people around them and not be shoulder to shoulder with people. So it's quite an interesting insight for me, because I was like, there's nothing we hate more than anybody touching us, unless it's invited. We expect everybody to keep their distance in Australia because we've got plenty of space. There's pretty much, we've got used to it that there's no, we don't need to worry about social distancing. We've been doing it all our lives. It's like there's no need for you to stand close to me, unless I ask you to. So when, and what I'd noticed in Sydney is a lot of Asians would come up and stand right against you at the lights, and you'd sort of be like, what are you doing, And once they explained that to me, I was like, well, they're probably just doing this without even thinking because it feels safe and comfortable to them.
Safe, yeah.
Yeah, and they're not aware that they're actually infringing on your body space because you've got a different outlook to it, So I can see what you mean. Whereas, like where we grew up, there's probably one person to every 50 acres or something. So you're used to having lots and lots of space around you and nobody to harass you.
Wow, that is amazing. Even in a city like Sydney, it's still like you're not used to being close to people. Wow.
No, and probably only on public transport. That's about the only place where I'd say Australians will put up with people, standing really close to them because you've got no choice. You're on the tube or you're in the bus and you've just got to deal with it. But everywhere else, we expect people to keep their distance.
Yeah.
But even now, with the social distancing, I've found it really interesting. I'm in Brisbane. Nobody will sit on the two seats together at the moment. It's not like anyone's having to tell them. People just come in and go, no, not sitting there, not sitting there, not sitting. It's all like everybody's spread out as much as possible. And if anyone coughs, you can just see people getting up and going. They're quite paranoid. It kind of cracks you up.
Wow.
And we've escaped so much of it. We haven't really had a bad outbreak here at all compared to a lot of countries. So maybe it is that
It seems like it'd be possible because of the way the culture already is and how much space there already is. Yeah.
And I think that is one of the things, like it's been very easy in a way to socially distance us unless people are drinking. That's the thing with Aussies. Once they're drinking, they're all your friends and they'll be all over you like a rash. But and so what they did, they wouldn't allow dancing or anything in the clubs here to try and stop that, because I think they knew as soon as you get them out and getting drunk, it's going to be all over. They'll be all over each other. So, but otherwise, yeah, we do tend to have I think a much huger idea of our personal body space than a lot of other countries would, just purely because we've got that luxury of space, that a lot of countries don't have.
I think over here and maybe this is also still partly true, but we had this idea of like, well, they did it in Australia, they're more disciplined than us, not thinking of like how the culture is inherently different, and like, your country is like defined by space. Like there's 50 acres for every person, like as you're saying, which is
that's out west, not in the city. But
okay.
the thing is too, Queensland in particular did very well, and it is a discipline thing. Queensland's an ex-police state. Don't ever let anybody tell you any differently. This state back in the 80s was a very dangerous place to be if you just didn't do what you were told by the police. And I think that hangover is still there. You weren't allowed to have any public gatherings at night over 3 people. There's a band called the Painters and Dockers, if you ever want to look them up. They do a song, We're Going Home in the back of a paddy van. Is it a... trying to remember it. Divvy van. Divvy van's what we call like a police lockup van. So their song is We're Going Home in the back of a divvy van, because practically everybody did in the 80s in Queensland if you didn't just behave yourself and do exactly what you're told by the police. So I think in Queensland that hangover's there to be very disciplined and do what you're told and not draw attention to yourself from the authorities and just fly below the radar. So I have found that Queenslanders have generally, yes, been very, very obedient about the rules, because for most of us, we grew up in that state where they take people with batons. They didn't care what colour you were or what your status was. If you weren't doing what the police said, you'd get beaten up. So I think it's a bit of a different mindset probably in this state to others. I know Victoria struggled a bit more. There was a lot more like loose cannons down there, not liking what was going on. But Queensland, A, there's a space, as you say, and it is a big thing. And B, there was that discipline's already there from years of police brutality.
I believe I am going to be checking out, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Very nice meeting you, Kate.
Yeah, you too. Good luck with your studio. I did hear that in the tail end.
We're looking forward to bringing some crazy stuff to people. So
Good.
Okay.
take
Please
care,
tell
everyone.
See you later.
that hello, Chris. Great to see you.
Always good to see you. Take care.
All right. Kate, could you tell us how we can find you and find your books?
Yeah, if people just want to look up KM Steele, because that's what I write under. And my first book is Return to Tamerlan. So if you just, which is Tamarlin, Return to Tamerlan. If you just Google that and KM Steele, it pops up pretty quickly. I'm on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. So you'll be able to
Return to, spell that one more time.
Tamarlin.
AIR.
Tamarlin.
LIN.
Yeah.
Okay, Kate Steele.
So under KM Steele, it'll be.
KM Steele?
KM.
M as in mouse?
Yeah.
KM.
And that's the one that's out now. That was put out in 2017, and I'll have another one following in April.
Great. Do you have a website?
Yep, it should come up.
KM Steele. Let's see.
Kate, any relations to Danielle?
No, I wouldn't mind that. But no relation to her. This is a married name. This is not my original name at all. And
Okay.
my full name's Kathleen Steele, and I didn't use that because you've got rather a notorious one in America. If you Google Kathleen Steele, she comes up straight away. I was like, I won't be using that. So I decided just to go with my initials. So
tell me, what is it on Goodreads? Oh, Kate Steele. No, there's another Kate Steele who's a writer.
yeah, there's a Kate Steele. You just look up KM Steele for me. I don't use the Kate. I just use the initials.
KM Steele. Okay.
Damn.
Okay. I've got a site here on Australian authors.
Yep, that'll be me.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll post that. Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, we appreciate you so much you coming on and talking to us
That's no
about
worries at all.
stories and horror in Australia.
You'll need to visit sometime. You don't need to really worry about the snakes and the spiders.
Okay.
I'm not worried. I'm a little nature boy,
I
so
always wanted to go to Australia and New Zealand. Like so many of my favorite actors are from there.
It's funny though, because I think a lot of people do get frightened about the outback. Crocs are a definite issue in certain areas,
Oh shit.
but there's signs up. It's just that some people ignore it and get eaten, quite frankly. If it says don't swim because it's Crocs, you just shouldn't swim, yeah? But people do.
yeah.
Well,
Part of the
that's not
cycle
gonna
of life
happen.
in Australia.
So as far as the snakes and spiders and everything though, see, I don't kind of understand. Like to me, I'd be more frightened in Africa where there's great big predators that you can't outrun. A snake and a spider, you just leave them alone and they just go on doing what they're doing. You know, they're not real interested in humans.
I don't know. That funnel web spider is a bit angry.
Can be, yes. Yes, I've actually got childhood memories. My mother had one got in her car somehow, right? So she's locked us all in the house and got this big can of like spider spray. and it came out of the car. She found it, and it was like just jumping across the yard at her, and we're all inside, like at the window. Oh, it just took so long. She's spraying and things still jumping. They can be very aggressive, yeah. And we've got a couple of very aggressive snakes, but they're only in certain areas. So, and if you see them, you just don't go near them. We've got a king brown and a taipan that are very venomous and very, very aggressive in breeding season. But the rest of them are pretty chillaxed. I lived on a farm, and I used to grab the carpets and put them outside. They're pretty chilled.
Doesn't Australia have like the most like venomous animals in the world? No.
Yeah, we've got the most venomous snakes, and I'm not sure about spiders, but we've definitely got one of the snakes in the desert is the most venomous snake in the world. It beats the mamba and all of them. It's very, very venomous. And I think we've got a lot of jellyfish and stuff that'll do for you as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The box jellyfish.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Water that'll and the man o' war. There's a man o' war. Whatever yes. That'll finish you off too. It's but the first time I got bitten by a spider was in the UK, so go figure. In my 30s. And I think part of the reason it was crawling on me and I was ignoring it, I would never ignore anything crawling on me in Australia. So, I think it was crawling up my shirt. If something was crawling up your shirt in Australia, you'd get your shirt off and get rid of it pretty quick. And I just ignored it and it bit me. And I was like, whoa, I can't believe this all these years. And I get bitten by a spider in the UK. So there you have it.
Damn. Was it poisonous?
Oh, no, I don't think they have poisonous spiders in the UK.
No.
They have one type of snake. They have some kind of little asp. And they have all these kind of garden spiders, but that's it. So.
Wow. Well, you've assuaged my fears, I think.
Well, you go somewhere like Sydney, you wouldn't see any of that. Really, you'd be, unless you get around bushy areas, you'd be really unlucky to even see a snake, or lucky, depending how you want to look at it. And
I would like to see it. I'd be scared, but I would like to see it.
My one's sharks, because my sister got bitten by a shark. And the school breakup that I was supposed to go to, because I used to live in far north Queensland up near Mackay, I didn't go to that because it was going to be at a water park where sharks were known to be, and a boy got killed there, like from one of the high schools, from a shark. So I'm very, very, I don't like to swim on beaches. I'll swim out in the reef where I know that they're well fed, because the one that bit my sister was sick. That's what they got it. They set off the shark sirens. I think what was scariest about it was like a scene out of Jaws. It was Sunday. There's all these people on the beach drinking and kids everywhere, and she's come out of the water and there's just blood everywhere, and she's saying something bit me, and Mum's like, are you sure? And she's like, yeah, I'm sure. So Mum went up the Coast Guard and was like, something bit her, and he's like, oh my God, there's a shark inside the shark nets. So they set the shark alarm off. Wow. So the whole beach just erupted, it was just panic. And then they caught the shark, and the shark was sick. So it was about 6 foot long. It was like just a reef shark, but it was sick, and that's why it come into the coast, because it couldn't hunt. So I'll go snorkeling in that right out in the reef, because I think they're usually not interested in you because they've got their own stuff to eat. But I'm really worried about swimming around the beach areas where you can't see what you're swimming with. Yeah.
Well,
so, but what are your fears about snakes, and replace them with sharks? There you are.
There you go.
Well, it was so great to meet you and talk with you. And man, I hope to check out one of your books. I feel so intrigued now.
No worries at all. Thank you so much for having me. You guys enjoy the rest of it. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye, Kate.
All right. Oh man. So we're almost down to 5 hours here. Here comes Sean.
How are you guys feeling?
Huh?
I got a weird pain in my side for some reason.
I don't think I slept. I think I don't know. If I did, it was like 10 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
You were gone for like like an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Something. I don't know.
God damn. Oh man, why couldn't you sleep?
I don't know. Just because I felt like I had to get up soon. You know what I mean?
Damn.
Yeah.
I as soon as I lay down, I was knocked out.
I feel a little rested, but you know,
I'm gonna knock you out. Yeah.
yeah, go for it.
Definitely.
Yeah, you earned it, buddy. You're a soldier.
I'll catch you guys in a little bit. I'll
Yeah.
set my alarm.
Right.
All right, sleepyhead.
I just admitted our next guest is here.
Oh. Hi, Diana.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good. I'm just a little nervous.
Oh, okay.
Nervous.
Well, we're very tired over here, so I mean, I feel like we're on equal footing. You're nervous,
Yeah,
we're
really
tired.
alive.
Yeah.
But thanks for being here.
Thank you. Happy
Yeah.
to be here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sure.
Where you calling in from?
KL, Malaysia.
Malaysia.
Yeah, it's like 5:42 p.m. here.
Oh, this is the middle of the afternoon. Wow. What time will the sun set? Is it already setting?
No, it's gonna set in like 7.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. What season is it there? Is it summer? Is it fall? Is it?
The monsoon, aka the rain.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't have 4 seasons here. We have like the monsoons. It's either get really, really hot or really, really, rainy.
Wow. How long will the monsoon season last?
Like a few months. I think it's like about like November until January, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you used to it, or is it like harrowing every time?
Well, okay, KL, I'm like pretty used to it. It's not so bad here in KL. Like other states are much worse. Some even got flooded. So yeah, so it can be bad depending where you're from. It can be fine depending where you're from. Oh my God.
That's like here, that's New York State and the snow. It just snowed here, but we only got like a foot. But Jason, who just turned off his camera to take a nap, he got like 3 feet or whatever.
Damn.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's a lot. That's immense.
Yeah.
Damn.
Too much.
Okay, I'm like, okay, you guys are tired. Like, I think it's like infecting me right now. I'm like sleepy suddenly.
Good. Let your guard down.
Yeah. Don't fight it.
We're just
Yeah.
shaking
Yeah.
out.
If you have to take a nap, go for it. Don't let us
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I have 15 minutes until call time, right?
Yeah, please.
I'll be turning off the camera and have some snack.
Okay, yeah.
Also,
We'll let you back in.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You.
Ralph, you might have to make me co-host if you decide to
Oh, absolutely. And here comes Lex.
nice. He's the energy we needed.
I was just thinking of wondering if Lex would make it back home.
Yeah.
You're sideways.
Hey,
Yeah, I'll see if I could get it not sideways.
Oh, there you go.
you did it.
You guys look exhausted. That's what I was like. All right, I didn't think I just got back to my apartment, and I popped in to see what you guys were doing, and I didn't think I was going to join you guys, but you guys are exhausted. You guys, but it's close. You guys are down. This is the last hump, man. This is the last quarter.
Oh, thanks. We're almost done.
No, well, you got like 4 more hours.
Yeah, 4 more hours to go. What's well, don't get into it, but did you sleep last night? Or
Not
this
not
morning?
particularly.
Hmm.
I'm my girlfriend's in the hospital for private stuff but
Yeah.
I'm just kind of babysitting her and being there. But it's tough because I don't speak Thai either, and she doesn't speak very well English. When we're getting into the complications of medical world, I am clueless. I'm just sitting there not knowing what's going on. So it's kind of stressful.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
And you can't smoke. Apparently you're not allowed to smoke weed in a hospital here, or the country, in fact. So that was
Right.
eye-awakening.
Damn.
Well, we're all trying our best.
Yeah,
Well, you guys are doing great. There's been a lot of moments when I was watching you guys that you guys are very funny people.
Oh man.
And also good listeners. Good listeners.
Hey, nice.
We're doing it. We're making it happen. We're feeling good. We're having a good time. Well, yeah, dude. It's afternoon or evening where you are?
It's afternoon here. So I'm 12 hours difference from you guys. So it is 5:50. I'm very similar to Diana, Diana's in Kuala Lumpur, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The last guest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm in the same time zone as her, I think. So I'm coming up on, actually, I'll show you guys because I'm in my
I
apartment
think
now.
it was 5 for her.
I actually get a dope sunset, and I'll show you guys. Maybe this will invigorate you guys. But this is right. Sun's not quite there, but that's where the sun is. If it's too bright, you can't see it. Like right behind that building there. Yeah, right around there. And it'll set right around this area, somewhere in this area. Hey, check out that big Buddha. Can you see it from here? That's a giant Buddha.
Let me make your screen big. Hold on.
I don't know if I could zoom.
Oh.
No, I can't. But it's right next to that building.
I see where you're pointing.
It's between those two buildings. It's right. Let me do
The
this.
guy that's pushing over the buildings and breathing fire?
Do this. All right, there it is. That's it. It's 20 stories.
Holy.
It's a 20-story Buddha that was supposed to be finished now but COVID happened.
Yeah.
So they didn't finish it.
Ralph sees
Me and Chris Ralphhausen went last weekend and shot a Stoner Morning Show bit that I'm editing now that will teach us about pagodas and Buddhism and the dude who made that big Buddha. It was super educational. Yeah,
I like that.
And we got kicked out, but only because it was time. Ralph got worried there. What are you disrespecting? I wasn't. I got a new little plastic piece also this week. Very Jamaica.
Ooh, nice. Is it the name of the weed you're smoking? Or very Jamaica?
No, this weed is wedding cake. I'm smoking wedding cake right now.
Wow.
Got the real bud. Got some real bud here. Got that. Remember the back in the day when there was Cali grade? It was like that medical Cali weed. Everybody's talking about, oh, you got that Cali weed? You got that medical Cali weed?
I remember people talking about that. Yes.
Yeah. I say the real stoners don't remember it.
Real stoners don't remember? Is that what you said?
Well,
They were too high.
I don't remember having it.
I remember, we'll call him George Basil. He showed up from one of his first times he got a gig in California and had that medical grade. It was like just legal, just medical or something like that. The medical just got legal. And he came, it was the same shit. I mean, we were getting just a pretty good weed here already, but it was just exciting. It was exciting. I felt like it was in high school again. Like in high school where you're like, whoa, this is the best shit ever. And acting a little bit more high than that trope. I don't really think I ever did that, but you know what I mean, the trope of acting like you're higher.
Oh, sure. I've been there.
Good.
I might be doing it now. I don't know.
Then you're not doing it if you don't know.
Man.
Oh man. So any surprise guests? I saw Bill Suter was on too. I love that dude. How'd that time go?
I think Ralph was checked out at that point. It was good. He shared some funny text messages he's been sending to random people.
That's right. Oh, okay. That's great.
Yeah.
He's also texted me twice that he was sorry if this was random. He sent me once because he wasn't sure if it was still my number or not. But he did it twice, which was funny to me.
What's that gonna say? Shit. It's 5 a.m. My brain is mush.
But you know what? Because this is what happened to me last time. You guys, we started, remember, opposite times. And when that sunlight starts coming in on the window, Ralph, and you start hearing the birds chirp and the day begins, your head's going to be filled with new inspiration. That's when the muse works the most, Ralph.
Man, I'm just gonna be counting the seconds till the day is over. Holy moly! I'm trying to even be quiet.
Do you need another break, Ralph?
No, I don't think so.
How cold is it? You could just go outside. Hey, Anya, she's had it though.
Yeah, she's had it with me. I get it. I get it. I wish I could make this light dimmer too. Okay. Hold on, boys.
I'm curious to, I'm not even filling dead space. I'm just curious what he's doing. It's I don't know why this is entertaining to me, but it is.
I was turning the temperature down. Are you talking about me or are you talking about Sean?
Yeah, you. Sean was doing his own thing.
Ralph looks
Hi,
awesome.
Diana.
Hello. Okay, I'm back.
Yay, welcome back. All right, give it up for Diana, everybody.
Oh, okay, I'm starting. All right. Oh my God.
Yeah, tell us some jokes.
Oh my God. Okay, hang on.
Take your time. It's just us on here.
Yeah.
You go at your own pace.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God, guys, I actually can get really high without weed, and it's called sleep deprivation. The more sleep deprived I am, the high I get. Anyway, I'm from Malaysia, and
Woo.
Yeah.
And if any of you haven't been to Malaysia but been to Singapore or Thailand, just take a bus to go to Malaysia. You can really reach Malaysia in no time. Anyway, during this lockdown, I've been trying to slim down. So I've read that protein helps in weight loss. So before I came here, I had KFC bucket all by myself.
A fuck it bucket.
Yeah, and during the lockdown, people like to watch, like to binge watch shows online, like Crash Landing on You, and what else? Money Heist. My favorite online shows to binge watch online are actually my credit card bills and my bank account, so that I know how fast my financial standing can crash land on me. RIP my finances. And I'm not even qualified for stimulus, so double RIP. And okay, and speaking of TV show, currently I'm obsessed with this Malaysian TV show about sibling rivalry, where it's because it's basically about two sisters. Like the little sister hates the big sister because the big sister married that rich dude. And the mom was like, "Oh my God, you guys, shut up!" And the little sis, instead of shutting up, and she's like, "I'ma get that rich dude." And she started to resort to this black magic, aka like something like shamanism, voodooism. Like it works like this. It works like this. She cooks the rice and she kind of like stands over the pot of rice and start reciting some incantation. And she gave it to that rich dude, and boom, that rich dude was hypnotized by her, and basically obey her every command. Then I'm like thinking, hey, like what if I use the same thing to my boyfriend? You know, just imagine how easy my life would be and how many headaches that I've been spared with, because I can just feed him that thing and I'd be like, okay, dude, you're under my command and you are under my command right now. So tell me, what do you want for your birthday? And it's
Deanna,
good, but
sorry. Oh, I didn't. Oh, you're doing a set. I didn't realize. Sorry, I'll be shut up.
but then again, I'm just imagining this in my head that if I do ask him what he wants for my birthday, what does he want on for his birthday? Even though he's under the spell, he would still troll me and he would be like this. You can't afford shit. And other than binge watching shows online, I had to pick up another hobby. Let me demonstrate it to you. 1, 2, 3. Apa khabar? Ayo makan gaji. Why that name? No business sendiri. Just want to say so. Listen carefully. I'm performing at a show on NYC.
Ooh, what?
Oh yeah, that's my alter ego name, which is Young, because I'm young, and Makan Gaji, which is Malay for full-time employee. And no business sendiri means I don't have my own business, because if I do have my own business, I can't be Young Makan Gaji. I have to be Young Bayar Gaji, which Malay for pay salary, because since I have my own business, I have to pay salary to myself.
Young buying gaji.
And people like ask me like, hey, oh, so it's rapping, right? What kind of rap do you do? And I'm like, okay, there's like many types of rap. There's old school rap, there's mumble rap, and there's plastic rap. I do cringe rap. So if I'm performing and y'all cringe, that means I'm doing something right. And people also ask me like, hey, what is your rapper style? Like some people like they have their own clothes. Like, okay, since I'm a full-time employee, before lockdown, my style was basically office attire. Because before performing, I have no time to change because it's after work. But now during lockdown, tada, this is my newest style called the work from home, which consists of hoodie, t-shirt, and pajama pants.
Yes.
I'm a fan of those.
Pajama pants, right? And another fun fact about myself is I have a cat. But don't worry, I'm not a crazy cat lady. I am a cringy cat lady. Like cringy cat lady because I like to talk about cats a lot, and I like to post photos of my cat and telling everyone how cute my cat is. Or else my cat will threaten to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's territorial AF, and she would kick other other cats out of the house. Like the cat would be like chilling, but she was like, hey, you get out. They're my humans now. Go get your own humans. There was one time I could have sworn that she was sleeping. And she smacks down that cat like really bad. And it's like I'm watching a cat wrestling federation live. And it got me thinking, hey, maybe my cat was a pro wrestler in her past life. And that pro wrestler was reincarnated as my cat. So I'm imagining this is how the scene goes during reincarnation process. So the reincarnation officer be like, all right, I am reincarnating you as a cat. And my cat would be like, why? Well, because you can still wrestle and look cute while doing it. And my cat be like, hey, in that case, meow. And since I'm young makan gaji, I have a day job, which is I'm a lawyer.
Ooh,
And-
impressive.
Nice. And it gets really annoying when I told everyone that I wanted to be a lawyer. They'd be like, oh my God, Diana, do you think being a lawyer is like TV, like Suits, the TV show with flashy cars, lots of money and cool clothes? And I'm like, oh my God, if I want to pick a career based on a TV show, it won't be a lawyer. It would be a Pokemon trainer. Like, think about it. Being a Pokemon trainer rocks. Like, you can earn money and travel. And you don't have to be annoying on social media. Like, there's no, hey, check out using this coupon, Pokeball 10 for 10% off your 7th Pokeball. No, you just kill the other Pokemons and take the money from their crying trainers and go. And I'm imagining, right? Like, it would be nice if there's a Pokemon in real life. Like, there's so many problems that can be settled. For example, like power failure. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt and power. And recently, we've been having water cuts like since September, and it's like once a month, like September, October, November. Like, there've been water cuts all the time, and I can say, hey, Squirtle, use Hydro Pump, and the water's back on. Like, yes. And if there's a sex predator, like, I can like Hitmonlee, kick his ass or her ass. I mean, it's cool. And hang on. And basically, I've read that there was a festival in Norway, if I'm not mistaken, there's this festival called Epiphany where they give children cigarettes to smoke. And I'm like, okay, that is a very boring festival. Okay, I don't want to go all the way to Norway just to see children smoking. Okay, I can do that by going to school. Like, give me a more interesting festival, like the Festival of Salmon Smoking. Speaking of children smoking, I actually caught some school children smoking back then before the lockdown. They were like smoking behind the school, like literally behind the school gate. And I'm like, kids, come on, please stop smoking. You have your whole life ahead of you. When you grow up and become an adult, you can do drugs like me. And they'd be like, Auntie, what drugs do you do? And I'm like, get around, children. I'm gonna show you what I do. I calmly opened my handbag and took out something and show it to them. Oh, go peppermint, dark chocolate. And before I leave, I would like to leave a message to everyone out here, since COVID-19 cases have been rising and lockdown has been tightening. Please exercise social distancing and exercise personal hygiene. That means, guys, please sanitize your sex toys. Thank you, everyone. I'm Diana. Nice to be here. Good to be here.
Thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
You didn't seem nervous during it.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you
made it
so
through it.
much.
Yeah. Did we seem tired watching it?
No, you guys seem so entertained. You guys are like, okay, what she's gonna say next? What she's gonna say next?
Good.
She's really good. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you for doing it. Wow. Killed it. Thank you for filling the slot.
Oh my God.
Diana, all right. Tell us how we can find you.
Okay, you can find me on Instagram and TikTok. Okay, I have to spell this out. It's Yuffie Silver. That's YUFFIESILVER. Let me type it down.
Sure.
Are you gonna put in the chat? Okay, great.
Yeah, hang on. Both Insta and TikTok. Okay, my FB would be. All right. I do. Yeah, these are my most active accounts. I am mostly active on Instagram.
Got it.
Thank
All right,
you.
I posted what you posted to us in the chat on the Facebook feed, so people watching can get it there.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Take a breather. I don't know, have some chocolate. Sanitize those sex toys. Whatever you plan on doing after you've entertained us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So much.
Up to you. All right. Thanks for stopping in.
Thank you, Diana.
Thank you. So do I leave or can I stick around?
You can stick around.
Stick around, please.
Let's bring in both of our next guests, because I'm not sure who is supposed to go next.
Nice. Okay, I'll stick around because my friends are performing
Yeah,
as
good.
well.
Yeah, awesome.
Woo!
Party.
Okay, she's connecting to audio right now.
Yeah. We have Wendy and Manny. Is that correct?
Ooh, hello everyone. Hello Wendy. Hello Manny. And Money.
How's everybody's day?
By myself, Wendy. Yeah, I went for hiking today.
Oh.
Early in the morning, about a 2 hours hike.
Did you hike for distance, or did you hike did you track how far you went, or not really?
Just for leisure.
Yeah.
Not
Got it.
I went to Nepal before for hiking. Nepal. What about you? Do you hike often in US?
Do we have what?
Do you go hiking often?
Oh, I don't go too often, although I do walk around the city, or I walk through the public parks. I don't know if you would call it hiking. Ralph, when you walk through Prospect Park in Brooklyn, do you call that hiking?
No.
Yeah.
What we do is different because the capacity to take a long walk. You could easily take a 5 to 7 mile walk through the city.
Yeah.
So I guess we don't call it hiking, but it kind of is. The terrain is pretty even though.
That's right. I think there needs to be dirt paths for it to be hiking. I feel like that is the requirement. Otherwise, it's walking.
What's it like there, Wendy? Like, are you seeing a lot of animals and wildlife, or is it just Bunch of trees. What's it like? What is it hiking like there?
Oh, hiking near Malaysia, a small hike around 1.5 hour return trips. They are wild boar.
Oh, wild
monkeys,
boar.
let's
Wow.
Monkeys and wild boar.
Wow. Are the wild boar dangerous?
They are not dangerous. No, not dangerous. They are well
Okay.
fed by the visitors.
Did you take any photos on your hike that you can share with us? Were
I
you
didn't
able
take
to?
any because I we go there very often.
Oh,
So
okay.
I,
I just noticed that Manny has some interesting light that started blinking over on her side. Do you have what's going on over there? It looks like a good setup.
Yeah, I'm trying to set up my lighting because Indian too dark, then you can't see me.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's good. It's very good.
Yeah, that's my girlfriend helping me at the background. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's good. It's fun to see the process. And you've
Yeah,
got-
or else you'll just keep seeing my teeth and can't see the whole face.
Oh yeah. Okay. You have a good backdrop too. That's like a very. Did you paint that behind you?
Yeah, all done by my girlfriend. I know. I just,
Oh, nice. Not to make Wendy feel left out. You have a very great but plain backdrop, but it's also very good.
Very, very simple and clean.
Yeah. Ralph's got a simple backdrop behind him, so you know.
I'm in a hotel.
Yeah.
You guys are both stand-up comedians or improvisers or?
stand-up comedian.
I
Yeah,
do it
open mic.
comedian like
We're in the same group, Party Comedy Rakyat, guys.
Oh,
That's Malay for the People Comedy Party, something like that.
Direct translation.
Yes.
Party Comedy Rakyat, is that?
Yeah, one of the sponsors for the segments. We chipped in the money and then we sponsored.
We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is
Thank you.
it's we don't like to have to ask other artists to give us money, but I mean we're all trying to help each other out.
Yeah, we wanted to plug in our group in the international level, so decided to chip in.
Nice.
Happy to provide whatever we can do, you know.
Welcome to the international level.
We got a guy in a hotel and a guy sitting in front of a curtain. You know?
This is it, baby.
Yeah.
It feels like home.
Yeah. And I'm wearing my name on my sweatshirt.
I thought you were Santa Claus. Okay, right. I'll be back.
Yeah. Close.
Almost.
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Ralph, are you in a hotel now?
I'm
What's that?
Claus.
Are you in a hotel now?
Yeah, I'm in a hotel in Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah.
Ralph's on the road with a van. Him and his girlfriend got a van and a dog, and they just started to see America. And
Good for the dog.
Yeah. And they're broke down at the moment.
Yeah, we're broken down. That's why I'm in a hotel.
The dog is broke down or the vehicle is broke down?
I think I'm broke down at the moment.
You're broke down. You seems to look like it.
Yeah, I'm just getting through. But yeah, the van is broken down. The dog, the dog is doing well, so hopefully it stays that way.
Ralph, you're on the verge of one of my favorite things in terms of travel, and it's hotel breakfast. What time does hotel breakfast happen over there?
I think in like 45 minutes.
Oh, sweet. I mean, feel free to get a plate and come back to the room.
What do they serve over there? Just bacon? What's for breakfast?
They have omelet and
typically at a hotel there's like yogurt, bagels, eggs. There's like juice. Yeah, there's multiple cereals you can choose from. It's like a buffet of breakfast things.
You call it buffet? Yes, Malaysian food is like The best, you know, you got all type of color, flavor, everything. It wakes you up in the morning.
Yeah, we have Chinese food, we have Indian food, and Malay food.
Yeah.
Oh man, I wish I had some of that right now.
Come over once the lockdown is over. Drop by.
Okay,
Yes, we'll show you Malaysian hospitality in the tummy.
nice. What's a typical Malaysian breakfast like?
Oh man, there's
A lot.
there's a lot. Yeah, you like she said, there's a Malaysia. But the thing is, if you go to a Indian shop, you will find Malay and Chinese. If you go to Malay shop, you will find Indian and Chinese.
Mhm.
So it's
Wow.
like not like just you go to Indian shop, they're just Indian. No, you will get a lot of mix and matches.
Ah.
And you know, we create, and nowadays there's a stupid crazy thing, they put cheese on everything. So it's like we don't want to spoil the food, but yeah, we are getting there. But
Some doesn't go. It doesn't. It doesn't go. It's like how to say rice with a spicy sambal
Mhm.
and cheese.
Cheese.
Bad idea.
Oh.
Bad idea.
I think we have something this is a very American thing, I feel like. But maybe it's over there too. But do you have like chocolate fountains?
yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay. But then in America, there's also, I haven't seen it personally. I've seen photos of a ranch dressing fountain, which that is like very American and too much.
I think maybe the fella came over to Malaysia, so he started the thing over here.
Oh.
So we have some of those once in a while, and with marshmallows around, you know.
Yeah.
Chocolate is pouring out, like, you know, somebody's having some chocolate diarrhea out of the fountain.
Yeah.
And money, I just had chocolate and I'm like having it right now.
For dinner?
I know, a snack. I'm still figuring out what to have for dinner. Or should I just go for intermittent fasting?
Catwoman cannot do that.
Intermittent fasting. I mean, it's tough to do. I used to do it for a while. I should do it again.
Well, what's your record? How long were you fasting for?
I probably did intermittent, like just eating for 8 hours a day. I probably did it for like 3 months, 3 or 4 months.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I lost some weight. I felt energized. I don't know why I didn't keep up with it. I don't know. It's just sometimes it's hard to. Sometimes you get hungry at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You are supposed to get hungry.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Oh man.
You can't fast that much in Malaysia. You're always surrounded by food.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You can wake up anytime and can eat anything you want.
Oh my god, yes. But yeah, right now I don't really do intermittent fasting. I do it flexibly. If I'm too full, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna eat anything after this until tomorrow.
That's important to know, like when you're full and when you're done. I don't often. I always gotta clean my plate. It's a bad habit.
Yeah, you gotta have leftovers once in a while.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I like to keep leftovers like the next day because I used to have gastritis due to overeating, so it's really painful. I don't want to go through it again. 100% do not recommend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything that any of us can take out of this 24-hour broadcast, is that gastritis is bad. You don't want it.
Yes, it is. It's bad.
Yeah.
Head for the show.
Thank God this is called the Stoner Show, so we can talk about anything. And no one would care. And you're like, oh yeah, it's Stoner Show. Of course, we're going to talk a lot of things.
That's the reason drugs are illegal in Malaysia, because we are stoned after we eat our food. You don't need drugs. You know, you're so full and you're like, oh man, I'm so stoned on roti canai right now. I'm so stoned on kway teow right now. You're like stoned on food. We don't need any drugs. You know, you look at the food and you get half full by looking at it, and the other half full by eating it, and then you're just stoned until the next meal. So that's why drugs are illegal.
I had a whole plate of rice with a lot of curry and what else? I had curry and rendang, like beef and chicken. And the next thing I knew when I got home is like, oh my God, I'm so sleepy. So that's why I was sleepy just now.
You're sleepy. I am. I'm just trying to. I'm glad you guys are here sharing these stories because otherwise I'd be gone.
We can, if Wendy and Manny, do you have
Yeah.
jokes you want to perform as well? We can
Yeah, okay,
listen.
I'll
Yeah.
shut up now. All right.
Okay, Wendy, do you want to go?
Okay, now,
All right.
what is the? Okay, I am a Buddhist.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in karma, but I still ignorant about Karma Sutra. Okay, I love to do meditation. I teach meditation. But one day my student came and asked me, he said, teacher, how to meditate if you hate a person, if angry with a person? I told her, yes, you just close your eyes, breathing in and say, may the idiot be hell and happy. May the idiot don't go to hell. This is the method I teach about meditation. Okay. Zombie only appear during the lockdown, but in the other day they will knock. The zombie will knock you out from your home. Okay. I have been single for so long. I made aspiration that I will meet someone during the Christmas. I decided to create a cooking video. The cooking video look like this. Welcome to my food channel. Today I'm going to cook turkey. Click my video, easy cook for crazy people. And in this Christmas, this turkey is hot and spicy, just like me. Let the naked turkey cool down for 10 minutes. Then clean it from head to toe to make sure it's tasty. Marinate the turkey slowly from the breast to the bottom, just like this. Now, we are going to prepare 3 ingredients. Peel the skin of the onion gently and make sure that when I cry, you remember me. Use the virgin olive oil to cook because virgin olive oil is just like me. Stir the wok until it's cooked with good coordination. Please do not remember to subscribe my video and turn me on. Okay. Okay. What is the magic words that can make men fall in love with you? Oh, if you know, I give you a tips for single girl. Okay. You can always tell the man, finally your hair has grown after a long time. Okay. Okay. When my Buddhist friend asked me, "Are you single?" I say, "No, I'm in relationship, but with non-attachment." Okay. Okay. Anyone? Okay. Okay. I decided to date a younger man. Okay. This man is called Tommy. He is funny and easygoing. We went for a drink for a few times. Then he was so excited and bring me to meet his mother. His mother said, I went to see his mother. His mother said, "Wow, who is this old lady? Is he your teacher?" I was so scared. I was so sad because I look older than my boyfriend. Then I went to meet another guy. I met another guy in Tinder. I say I'm a comedian. I'm looking for a very serious relationship. No jokes. Most of the guy in Tinder will text me, "Are you serious?" Oh, okay. Okay. That now okay, I went for swimming with my guy friend. My guy friend went swimming with my friend. The wave going up, the wave going down. Suddenly I saw my guy friend stood up without his underpants. I said, "Ui, ui," because his name is Ui ma. "Your underpants." "No, where is your underpants?" He stood up like a Superman with his pointer pointed at me. He will take a very long time to notice that his is not too long. That's all about my performance. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
How long have all of you been performing stand-up? I'm just
Okay,
curious.
for me, it's been almost 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm about 1.5 years.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I'm not so as often. I'm not doing as often as Diana. I do whenever.
Well, I'm not doing it as often as I want to. That's for sure. But you know, here and there, when I can. Manny, how long have you been performing?
I started in 2015 for fun. But yeah, just like you, I not doing as much as I want. So I just find when I have the time. And recently there's been some good development in the mainstream media. So they had some stand-up comedy competition on TV.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been up and coming in Malaysia a bit more, because now we have like few of our local comedians. They have their own Netflix special, so it's getting good feedback. And in English is very good. We already have like an audience, and in Malay is because mainly in mainstream, so we are trying to make Malay audience more aware of stand-up comedy, because they are more used to like sketch and all that. So we are trying to so yeah, we've been doing on and off for fun, and we created this group, this party comedy rakyat. Sorry. Party comedy rakyat, and we have our own show. Sometimes there are like about 10 to 15 of us in the group. And we gather like what we did today. We chip in money and we do our own show. We book a place and we promote ourselves to our friend. We have shows and everything. And yeah, it's like we have to do sometime by ourselves, because then we don't have like major sponsors sponsoring us. So yeah, and you see, Juliana is our the big sister. So she usually initiate all this. And she's been show runner for a few years right now. So yeah, it's mostly self-reliant.
Yeah, that's our story as well.
Unless you're Kevin Hart, right?
Right. Yeah. I didn't know if it felt like this was a very self-reliant show, but it definitely is. Manny, do you want to tell some jokes? Are you ready to perform?
Yes, Ken.
Okay.
All right. First of all, Americans tend to do that. It's actually money, not Manny. And my full name is Kanmani, but most people can't say it. So I just say money. So the Chinese love the name because it's, money all the time. And you know who doesn't love it? And when I've been to States like few times before, few years back. And yeah, when they use the last name to call your first name, right? And they were like calling Miss ID, they like couldn't say my dad's name. And so I was like, when they finally, I was the only one left. And then, what's your name? I said, yeah, it's Kanmani. Yeah, Miss Eddie Million, right? Miss Eddie Million. I say, oh, fuck, you just killed my father's name. So I always have trouble with, you know, even in local Malaysia also, when I say money, they're like, oh, money. It's like, yeah, I've never heard that joke before. Funny asshole. So I'm going to do some self-plugging here. My Instagram, if you want to follow, I know it looks upside down. Fuck you all. Try to read upside down. It's actually Belle I78. If you translate it into the back to the front, because I'm like that. I Belle in English, it's my name. Literally, it's like Kanmani. And 78 is the year that I was born. So it's Instagram is on Belle I78. And I haven't got my Instagram, whatever, YouTube or whatever shit. So I just do this hashtag for my performance. You can watch whatever shit I've done before and what shit I'm going to do later on this hashtag. It's Money Buat Stand Up. That's literally like money doing stand up. Yeah, I'm sitting down right now for y'all. Okay, so that was the intro about me. Now, as you noticed the cameo by my girlfriend just now, she's Lorita. I don't know, I think she's watching there. Hi, sayang. So we've been together for about 4 years now, which is sometimes feels like 40 dog years. So we have since, true story, if Diana loves cats, I love cats, but our relationship with my girlfriend's 4 years feels like 40 dog years sometime. And we have since moved on from our, lovely, gentle hair stroke, poodle kind of love to like, I'm going to fucking pull my hair off. Okay, you can see my white hair, fuck that. Okay, so fucking pull my hair off if you forget to off the toilet light again, bitch. So stay tuned. Maybe in the next show, I will update you once he officially turned into Rottweilers. But props to her, she did all the setting. I just have to come down and sit and talk. The painting, like it was said, it was done by her. The lighting is by her. And this chair just arrived and I'm using a laptop. So yeah, all I do is fuck her. And I get all the other benefits. So thank you, girlfriend. 40 years. Here's to another 80 years if you can make it. So this 2020, we were like hoping it will be the best shit ever that happened in the world. It turned out everybody got locked down. And even though we were together for 4 years, just imagine getting locked down with somebody for 24 fucking hours. It's like, fucking shit. I know I said I love you, but I didn't say I love you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, a whole damn month since March until a fucking December. My fucking government just extended the fucking lockdown. But they had this, after a while, we not only socially distance ourselves, we almost wanted to physically and mentally distance ourselves from each other. I'm going to let one rip right now. She has a mean fart. I tell you, I asked her to go out after helping me to set up, or else I scared she might guess me. You will fucking leave this room if you can smell the fucking fart. I tell you. 24 hours a day, but at least I give her 10 minutes time to fart the butt out of her. But yeah, my fart is not that good anyway. It's so smelly. Yeah. So despite being together for, together 24 hours a day during this fucking lockdown, we actually managed to lose 20 kgs together. Fucking clap lah. Are you listening or not? Yeah, together we managed to lose like 20 kg. Yeah, like we mentioned earlier when we were talking, we lost 20 kg, as in like 10 kg of rice, 2 kg of cooking oil, 4 kg of vegetables, and 5 kg of meat and other things. And you know, during this fucking lockdown, the most hardest thing to find to eat was bread. I don't know why suddenly everybody like was trying to look for this fucking bread. And I don't know, the thing only lasts for a week, and you go to the shop and it's gone, and people taking like 3 or 4 loaves of bread. I don't know, they're sticking up their butt or what. Like instead we were rushing for toilet papers, right? And I don't know, maybe once these people ran out of toilet paper, they start using bread to wipe their ass. So we were having a very serious shortage of bread over here, and also bacon. Yeah, this is quite confusing because Malays don't eat bacon, only Chinese and some Indians. But still, there was shortage of bacon. So I'm just thankful Malay can't eat bacon, or else we would not have bacon until now. But you know, they say babi is pork in Malay, pig. Sorry. So, but it's not, it's haram. But I tell you, the taste is so damn nice. Anyway, you know, since I told you about all the food that we consumed during this lockdown, after a while, my girlfriend and I noticed we started to look like the food that we were consuming. Like, for instance, she's quite tall. You know, she looks like a long bean, and I look like a potato. So her long bean, you know, but she still has some fat around her tummy, you know, that looks like muffin top. And it slowly started to upgrade itself into a stuffed crust pizza. So it's not that I'm complaining, because I like to bite that thing, you know, stuffed crust pizza. Who doesn't like it, right? And my boobs, it started to look like pizza dough. Because you're at home, you're not wearing any bra, and the things start hanging around. And you know, after a while we thought of, okay, we gotta start to open our own pizza franchise soon. So I'll let you know once we actually have a pizza, a stuffed crust and a pizza dough special one. Okay. So, and you know, not only pizza dough and then also stuffed crust, we also got other portion of our thing, and we got some double chin dynasty going down here, you know, and the neck is getting shorter and shorter. So I'm actually from a potato, I'm starting to turn into mashed potato. And she was turning from long bean into a, what do you call that, eggplant. So yeah, I'll let you have the update later if I ever come on the show again. So in light of that above matter, in light of the above matter, we decided to go on a light diet. I screwed up the line. Fuck me. We start back again. I always do this shit. Okay, in light of our situation, we decided to go on a light diet. So as in like eat under the daylight, eat by the candlelight, and sometimes we're just so lazy, we open the fridge, we eat by the fridge light. It's very good, healthy, try it. You know, it's just a light diet, not much, just light diet. Now you know why fridges have lights. And yeah, as I said, since I'm together with my girlfriend, we still have stupid question like, people ask us, hey, you two, girl and girl, how? They say, what? Girl and girl, how? What? Who wear the pants in the relationship? Like, you dumb fuck. You all know the best thing happens when neither of us are wearing any pants, right? Yeah. You know, straight, single, even single, right? Even single also, when you're not wearing any pants, just have some free hands, you do something, and you're having the time of your life. Right? So we all know, but if you just want to know I'll indulge you lesbian sex is just like driving, You drive, and you one false move, you end up at the asshole in front of you. So yeah, use your imagination. Yeah, you're driving, and that was the asshole. Yeah, unless you are into that I won't judge. You know how people are. And also, sex is just like a restaurant service. Sometimes you get an excellent service. Sometimes it's like a so-so service, and sometimes you just got a self-service, right? What matters is the outcome. Once the comes out, and you're happy already. That's how people will, put something in, something come out. That's it. That's how we live for, right? So, thank you for laughing. And sorry about the curse words. But fuck y'all, I don't give a fuck. So if you want to follow me, read this. LI78. It's money, not manny. Thank you, Sean. Sorry. Yeah, that's my time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Juliana is here. Let's bring Juliana in. See if
Woo!
going to be performing in a few minutes. But hey, how's it going?
Let me see if she's
Where's your
connected to the
video,
audio.
woman?
Where's your video? Yes!
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Where's your video?
Sorry?
Go video there.
Where's your video? Got that? Oh, okay.
Juliana, thanks for bringing everybody.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Juliana.
Do you have any thing new to share with us before you come on officially in like 15 minutes, or what's going on with you?
I will say that now it's festive season, but the only new thing is most likely my dad will move in with me. Yeah. So I will have to kind of wind down on performing a little bit because I want to spend more time with my dad. It is quite strange to actually stay with your dad and at the end you're still on the laptop. Yeah.
Maybe he could come on with you.
But if yeah, he might. I mean, too. Yeah.
You can force him to participate, and then you would still be able to perform off it.
Yeah, you'll be like, oh, hello, Mr. Hang.
Yeah. Oh, my internet connection is unstable. I might just shift over to the phone in a while because I think the lighting here is not the best as well. It's just that I might switch over because internet connection is a bit scary for me.
Do you have Facebook? Can we see your performance in YouTube or Facebook?
Me or Sean?
Sean.
Yeah. I'm on a computer that isn't that mobile, but I can spin it around. There's a little liquor cabinet I have and a wine rack. And see, there's the wine rack up there. Nothing in there at the moment, but there's a light that I have set up for myself. And then you can't see outside yet, but you'd be able to see the Empire State Building if there was light outside. But that's when the sun rises, I'll be able to spin this around and show people.
All right, no worries.
Yeah.
Oh, I always wanted to go to NYC. I always wanted to go to New York.
I moved here in 2004, and it was very huge when I got here. And after a month of living here, it felt very small. Or manageable, even though there's parts of New York I still haven't been to. Brooklyn is pretty large. Queens is pretty large.
I see. Like, is it expensive to live in New York?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like KL's.
Yeah, where were you before that? Before you went to New York, where were you?
Oh, I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, which is like 2 states away. I can show a map if you want to see real quick. Let me go to Google Maps and did all of you grow up in Malaysia, or you relocated?
I think we all we all grew up here in Malaysia.
But we are different states. Like Penang, I'm from Penang Island, moved to Kuala Lumpur, about a 1 hour flight.
Okay. All right. Well, here's New York, and there's
New York.
There's the
Empire State Building.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I'm like over here because like I can see this from my window.
Ooh, Chelsea.
Nice.
But you can't see now.
Nice.
So
Nice.
and then there's Brooklyn and Queens, and then we'll zoom out more, and this is where I'm from, right here.
Which one?
Cleveland.
Oh, yo. Wait, that's far, man.
Yeah.
Far? Around how many hours flight? 1 hour?
It's like
quite far.
it's like a 1 hour flight and like a 7 or 8 hour drive by car.
Fuyo.
Yeah.
Fuyo. That's like 7 to 8 hours, right? Okay, that's long. But
so that's me.
I
Marvin is here. He's a little early. Should we let Marvin in?
No. Marvin is actually me.
Oh,
yeah, it's
okay,
just from me using
all right.
my cousin's account, but I'm putting it as a backup because according to my laptop, my internet is unstable. So
Got it.
I'm actually using the hotspot from the phone. So in
Got
case
it.
if things go awry, I can just switch over to the phone. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Wow, smart.
Yeah,
we
it's
don't
just
have
a
a
backup device.
we don't have a backup on our end at all.
No worries. I mean,
I know.
I learned this lesson because last time a few weeks ago, I was supposed to be I'm supposed to perform at the Boston Comedy Festival.
Mhm.
Yeah. But unfortunately, because suddenly when I just performed my first joke, suddenly my laptop audio just went bust, and then of course I can't do much lah. And then, but it was a bit of a heartache because I know that I have stuff, But the thing is, because of technicality, then I was kind of like I was ruled out because of that. Yeah. But for me, it's like now I kind of learned my lesson. I say that if let's say it is something that I need to have an immediate backup, I will kind of log in on 2 devices at the same time. So in case shit happened to the laptop, at least the phone is still able, I can switch over to the phone immediately.
Yeah. Juliana, you're very prolific in terms of online shows and performing, especially in this last year. Can you share any highlights and lowlights of doing streaming shows in this past year? Because you've done a lot of festivals as well. What were some of the better festivals you've done?
I will say the festival that I'm in, thanks to your introduction from Stoner Morning, is actually Rochester Fringe and also the Very Normal Festival. So they are great. I love the way they organize it, and the hand holding is awesome because my first Fringe is actually Adelaide Fringe. But Adelaide Fringe is like, it's great. It's just that they don't have much hand holding. That means it's free. Everyone can just come in, but there's no guidance whatsoever. So you ended up like doing everything by yourself. There's no marketing assistance, no publicity, anything. But we can't say much because that time it was just the lockdown. It was May. So May is like people are still adapting to what's happening in the online world at the moment. So that's why I'm not holding anything. I will still do Adelaide Fringe next year when I have the opportunity. Maybe this year they are a bit still figuring out the groove of transitioning to an online festival. But Rochester is like, they really like literally sort of like handhold me in the way I to set up everything. And also publicity wise, they managed to put me on Fox TV. I was like, holy shit, like how did that happen? It's like I'm on Fox TV, Rochester, Good Morning Rochester. So I think that's the highlight, to be on TV for a good 5 minutes. I've never been to US before in real life, but my face appear first. Hello, people.
Oh yeah. I've been to the physical Rochester festival before. prior to 2020, and it is a fun event. They do run it very well, and it's like kind of a large. It's weird because New York City is like 5 hours away from Rochester, and not very many people in New York City know how huge of a festival it is. Did you travel to Adelaide in the past, or it was always streaming stuff?
It's virtual. Yeah, the only place I travel the furthest to see a land of all white people is London, is UK. Yeah, most of the time when I'm here in Malaysia, when I see white people, I'm like, ooh, when we see a white person, it's rare, like Pokemon, so rare, But over there, I'm the rare one. Catch Juliana, I'm the Pokemon there, Yeah, so it's fun. I mean, it's just that exactly a year ago, I was in London. It's like celebrating Christmas and New Year over there, and it's great. I mean, I think the biggest takeaway that time was I managed to see many comedy clubs, and from what I heard, London is also one of the comedy hub in the world. So in your case, it's New York, New York, and then Australia's equivalent will be Melbourne. So I'm like, I hope to go to all this comedy hub for real when the lockdown is lifted when the pandemic is over. I'm going to I wanted to go to New York because I've mentioned to Rochester Fringe before that I hope to do your in-person festival next time. Because the atmosphere is very different compared to doing it to the screen all the time.
Oh, of course. You could be performing on the screen for 100 people and it still sounds like 5 people.
It sounded like I'm talking to myself.
Something to get used to.
Well, good luck to all of us.
And I have to.
Thank you. Good luck to everyone.
For hopefully traveling in the future,
Yes.
Of course.
Here's Hua Sheng Nigao.
Oh yes, he will be coming in.
Now, Washen.
I'll let him in.
Washen.
Yeah, just let him in. Just let him in. Yeah, he's our guy.
Yeah.
Wash.
Hey, Washen.
Washen.
You're muted.
Hey, Juliana.
Hey. Yes.
Hey,
hello.
Man.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
Oh, sure.
Ryan.
It's been a fun, experience of being able to meet people around the world. Here's
Yeah, it is.
That's just
Malaysian contingent.
Yeah.
Malaysian invasion.
Yeah.
Woo, Faisal.
Oh my God. Let's wait for him to connect to audio.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Connecting to audio. Hang on. Let's wait.
Faisal is a radio.
Faisal!
It's a radio announcer. News reader. Yeah.
News reader.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
Wow, you've got a great
awesome.
Setup. You've got a great setup for a great voice. That's very professional.
You know what they say. I've got the perfect face for radio.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've heard that about myself too. So I understand.
God. Yeah. If I had $1 for every time somebody told me that joke, I wouldn't have to do radio anymore.
Well, we're officially 5 minutes away from the next block, so we can just hang out for a little while and I don't know,
nice.
psych ourselves up for it. If anyone who
nice,
Wendy and Diana, if you want to stick around, you can hang out here if you wanted to watch.
Yeah, I think
I love audience.
I think
audience.
I'm gonna stick around, but I might disappear for a while because dinner stuff.
Yes.
Getting a snack, getting dinner, then
Okay.
You see me?
We like seeing you eat as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mukbanging.
Ralph is nearby as well, but he has his camera and microphone off. He might have just like drifted asleep, but
I think he's tired. He's so tired.
Yeah,
Poor
he's
thing.
exhausted.
maybe he'll jump
I
back in.
salute you all. How can you all? How can you all do that? You know, like to stay on for 24 hours is no
Yeah.
joke. It's like
Yeah.
you
Well,
know.
I mean, it's easy that there's a few of us that we could sort of hand it off to each other, but it was, we did this in July. That was when I met Juliana. We did the 24-hour thing in July, and it didn't seem as rough as it does now.
I think is it the winter? Is it the winter weather?
Is it what?
Is it the winter?
It's winter here, yeah. We just had a pretty big snowstorm
Yeah.
a few days ago.
Yeah, I think that's why he's more tired than usual. I'm not sure
I
whether it's
think
the
so.
weather change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I know Juliana's done a lot of live streaming shows around the world. Where else have any of you all done shows in wide or in wide? I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like where else have you?
Worldwide world.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've done a Cambodian open mic a few times.
Basically, we are all following in Juliana's footsteps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Juliana paved the way, basically paved the
We
way
all
for us.
pale in comparison.
All of us pale in
And
comparison.
from personally speaking, it's not just my skin color as well.
Well, we do have a lot of Malaysian comedians on this show, on this 24-hour show. I think we found 2 Australian performers. So
Ooh, Australians.
did our best.
Were there videos inverted
Kiwi.
upside down?
No, oh yeah. I was actually.
Voila.
I think I was actually
Yes.
asleep while they were on, but I'll find out when Ralph returns.
For the arrangement of the timing is it really suit us like 6 p.m.
Yeah. I've done stupid o'clock before.
Yeah, 6 p.m. is for us 6 p.m. Malaysia time.
Yeah. It is actually just nice for a lot of people who are having dinner. That means if let's say they want to tap in now just to watch, it is a good timing as well. Is I've performed for those like 3-4 a.m. show, you know, and that time, I mean, because you see, we are all framed up here and they can't really see my hands. So there are times I have to like press my vein to keep myself awake, you know, like, you know, to at least, if not, I cannot, and then I have to look happy, you know, like on the screen, like, I cannot like, you know, like, so I'm like, I have to hold my wrist tight and just to keep myself awake. And it's quite painful. It's like, but the thing is, now I stopped doing that for a while because I'm in the midst of recovering from a burnout. Like I've performed too much at one point of time, and I'm just too tired. So I cut out all the the wee hours gig nowadays. So at least I can sleep. Yeah.
That's good advice. Causing pain for yourself to keep yourself awake. That's good. Good insider trick.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're at 6 o'clock. Let's. Let's. Sorry, I'm starting to fade again too. Let's have Juliana start, but I feel like I want everybody to just sort of maybe have someone else introduce her. Like, what's the best introduction Juliana has ever had? Maybe.
How about in a movie trailer voice?
Oh, sure.
Ooh, Faiza.
In a world where the pandemic runs rampant and where people are locked down at homes, in a world where people seek entertainment wherever they want, she comes to bring light at the end of the darkness. Here she is, Juliana Heng.
Thanks, Faisal, for your glorious introduction.
The
Hi,
benefits
everyone.
Hello.
I'm Juliana from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Everyone been to Kuala Lumpur before?
Yes.
Question only to Sean, not to the Malaysians here.
Not yet. Someday.
Great. You did not miss much. We are just the Asian version of Detroit. I have autism. Autism happens when one part of the brain grows faster than others. For me, it's my forehead. Well, less of a forehead, more of a five head. When I was 5 years old, I have not started speaking. My mom brought me to see a doctor. The doctor said, Mrs. Heng, your daughter is like a proton car. The power window to her brain does not work. If you are wondering what a proton car is, it is Malaysia's national car that we are still learning to be proud of. It's been 30 years. The power window still doesn't work. We purposely made it that way so that Singaporeans won't claim it. By the way, this joke kills in Singapore. Because of my power window problem, I'm a bit slow. When you all listen to jokes, you will laugh immediately. I will laugh a bit later. Tomorrow. For those who aren't laughing right now, don't worry. You are just like me. This reminds me of your former president, Donald Trump. Every time a Daily News reporter asked him a question, he only tweeted back a reply at 3 a.m. By the way, this twerp is still saying that the COVID-19 is the Chinese bird flu. I may be Chinese, but don't worry. You won't get the COVID-19 from me through Zoom and Facebook Live. But because I'm autistic, you might get it tomorrow. Speaking about laughter, according to laughteronlineuniversity.com, there are 15 types of laughter ranging from the softest to the loudest. As an autistic, I can only pick up 3 types of laughter. The first one goes like this. Ha 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 ha. That's the real laughter. Diana got it right. The second one goes like this. It's the polite laughter, which means you suck. And I pity you. And the third type of laughter goes like this. It's the laughter of Singaporeans. No Singaporeans are injured in the making of this joke. We hope. I'm 30 years old this year and still single. Woo! There's no joke in this. I just want to tell you I'm still available. Dating is hard for someone like me because I cannot read emotions, social cues, and flirting signals. Sometimes I don't even know when someone wants to kiss me until I feel their tongue.
Ooh.
My love life has been a mess. I've been on 6 first dates this year, and all of them ended the same way. They tried to sell me something. Insurance, travel membership, and a human liver. I bought the liver. You will never know when you need one. I've decided to use an autistic dating app. Many of the people there looks very strange and bizarre. And all I need to do is to swipe up on someone I like. Yes, it's called Pokemon Go. As someone who is literal, I find dating app names very complicated. For example, Tinder. I thought that is an app for smokers to look for their lighters. Grindr, I thought that is an app for guys to look for their power tools to screw each other. Coffee Mix Bagel, I actually thought that is a new food delivery app. When the guy comes, he has no food. He is the bagel. We don't have such problems in the autistic dating world. We have an autistic dating site. It has a brilliant name. It's called autisticdating.com. Because we don't fuck around when we want to fuck around. I've tried dated someone on the spectrum. It didn't work out. Do you know what happens when 2 autistic people comes together? Nothing. It's just like putting 2 pandas together. We think the same, we act the same, and we play Pokemon Go. Separately. Because we are the experts of social distancing. We have been doing this long before COVID times. I've decided to date someone neurotypical because that way I always get to be special. People can be unkind at times. I once had a boss who told me, Juliana, you don't look autistic. And I told him, what a coincidence. You don't look like a boss. People also say, Juliana, you have autism. Does that mean that you have commitment issues and you're unable to hold down a full-time job? That's not true. My commitment issues and my job issues has nothing to do with my autism. I'm just a shitty person. I was an accountant. I quit. I hated it. It's so boring. Yes, I'm an Asian autistic person who hates maths. I have special audience. My dog neighborhood dogs. If let's say you pick up the barking sound. Yeah. My boss said that my communication skill is very bad. So he sent me to a communication workshop. And I learned that if you want people to listen to you, start a sentence with congratulations. So I put that into practice immediately. Congratulations! You have all the time in the world. You are fired. Congratulations! You don't need to pay rent anymore. You are homeless. Congratulations! You can stay in bed as much as you want. You have COVID. People said that vaccine cause autism. But thanks to COVID-19, people are actually demanding for a vaccine. There is a conspiracy theory that states researchers have already found the vaccine for COVID-19. Just that they are still finding out how this vaccine can cause autism. Since when autistic people become so in demand? And yes, I've volunteered to be part of their pilot testing. And today I can say I am super autistic. I'm so autistic that now I'm off the spectrum. People tell me, Juliana, you have autism, you cannot drive. That's not true. I am a very conservative driver. My maximum speed limit is only 50 miles per hour on the oncoming lane. Even better, I'm actually an Uber driver back home in Asian Detroit. Don't worry, the power window to my car works. Uber sent a message to my passengers informing them that I'm disabled. I appreciate them for doing that, but there's a problem. They did not state what kind of disability I have. Because of that, every time I drive up to my passengers, they will cancel on me when they see me in sunglasses. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you so much. Bravo. And thanks for giving your dog a shout out.
Yeah.
I have a slight update. We got a recent new audition, so now donation. So now we're up to $382.76. So
awesome.
Thank you very much. It goes to a good cause, which is us, and it's going.
Yes.
And we're donating 20% to Ronald McDonald House Charity. So for the holidays, pass some on. How did everybody find stand-up here? Who is performing? Does anybody have like a good, like how they got into stand-up?
I have a very stupid reason.
I think most
Yeah.
of the reason is stupid.
What's your they're probably all stupid. Juliana, what is your stupid reason?
So my stupid reason is I actually wanted to check out an open mic,
Mhm.
but I didn't want to pay for the tickets. Yeah.
Oh.
So I didn't want to pay for tickets. So I just asked like, how can I do it? How can I come here for free? And they say, oh, do your 3 minutes. You know, I was like, okay, you know, and then that's how I do lah. Yeah, yeah.
Did you come up with 3 minutes on the spot, or did you have enough time to like?
I actually, I mean, I have stuff. It's just that whether they are funny or not is another question. But I have stuff. I go up there and I just talk.
Oh, nice.
And the thing is, because I'm on the spectrum, I cannot read audience reactions. You know, and when I go on stage, to me, everyone seems to be having a good time. Regardless of what I do, everyone is like, yeah, you know, because to me they look the same. Yeah.
That seems like a blessing and a curse in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For me, I met a Tinder guy. It was a Tinder date to go to comedy show. So the dates asked me to go comedy show. Then I met another comedian. He asked me to join to be a performer. Then from that, I try my best to do a few performing. I have a free stage fright. Then fun. After that, I met the group of people. Then it's a bit fun to do more often in the stage. Yeah, that's all. Tinder guys comedy show.
I know stage fright very well. It kept me from trying to perform for quite a while, so I know it. Has it gone away? Not really.
Yeah,
it's gotten better.
I still cry on the inside before performing.
Oh yeah, I have those moments too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I found that sometimes the nights that I feel invincible before I get up on stage, I don't do good.
Oh yeah.
I need to be a little scared. It helps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
that's true. That's
Oh
true.
yeah, I get butterflies in my stomach and I feel like puking. Every time I do, I kill.
Yeah.
If I don't, I get overconfident and I bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, my reason is midlife crisis. I can't do the normal stuff that middle-aged men do because I'm too poor to buy a fancy car and I'm too focused to get a pretty young girlfriend. So yeah, might as well make people laugh.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
people laugh at me every time I ask them out for a date, so might as well try.
Yeah.
I did everyone else find that this is true, that it's like the night a night that you do very well, it means you might not do well the very next time you perform.
Not
Mm.
sure.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Because there is
Hit and miss.
a drop.
Yeah, yeah.
For me, is
Yeah.
I felt that it's like, you know, when you queue in a particular night, it's like you reach a new high. And the next day, even when it's normal to me, I felt like it's kind of like bombing. It's like I rather have it like every time. It's just kind of like the same level, but you don't feel the high and you also don't feel the low. But most of the time when you kill it and the next day, anything below the killing it is you are feeling it already. You're feeling like, oh, damn, I bombed. But actually you didn't. But on the other hand, when you bomb very badly, the next time when you go back to normal, you're like, yeah, I killed. You know, you're like, what happens that way? It's like anything above that day, it was great, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in my case, my performances vary because I, like Juliana, I cannot read a crowd. But unlike Juliana, right, I'm not on the spectrum. I'm just a big dumbass, and I have no social awareness at all.
Right.
I'm like, I do get a little bit of laughs and giggles. Most of the time I do get some. Most of the time I get smiles, and I'm like, okay, you're smiling good enough.
And on some body language, if my my comedy don't work, I do some body language to make the atmosphere make them. And my weakness is that when I try out new material, I'm a bit scared to try out because afraid that people don't accept my new material.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've found for some reason if I come up with a new joke, I can't try to make it perfect in writing it. I need to do it poorly live. And then in doing it poorly live, I figure out what I should have said. And then that's the only way to make some jokes good for me in a way.
Oh yeah, exactly.
So you write on stage. Yeah, I mean, I think I also shape my jokes a lot through staging it. That means the first joke, it will be like, it's okay. I wouldn't say it's, but to work the groove of it, it takes some time. Yeah, to mold it, to get the flow and to make it part of you. Yeah, I think that is the challenge.
Yeah. Faisal, are you ready to do you have some jokes you want to share now that we talked about bombing so much?
Won't be the first time, but I'm ready.
All right, give it up for Faisal Marikat, which I probably.
That's right. Hey there, everybody. Now, I have a day job. Fortunately, given the current pandemic situation and all of that, right? I am a radio news reader. I read the headlines, basically. Let me give you an example. Here is headline 1, headline 2, and headline 3. All that effort just for a shitty joke. Anyway, I've been doing radio news for 20 years now. 20 years. I have interns who were born after I started working, which makes chatting them up really, really, really creepy. Screw that. See this coffee mug? This is older than my interns.
Oh,
Anyway, 20 years of reading the news on radio. Albert Einstein said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Well, I've been reading the news for 20 years, expecting to get a raise. I'm still waiting. Anyway, so most of my material is news related, basically because I am a creative and original fuck. This was in the news recently. A Malaysian university said it's developing an app that can diagnose if you have COVID-19. So basically you take a video selfie and it'll tell if you have the virus or not. This is how it works, right? So if you cough or sneeze when doing a selfie, it means you should probably see a doctor. And if you look like this, it'll tell you to see a plastic surgeon because you ugly. So this UK tabloid article recently said that the coronavirus can also be spread through farting. Yep, that's one more reason to wear a mask. So now even the loud ones are deadly. Also, if farts can spread COVID, does that mean that the risk of getting it from shit is excrementally higher? Now, ever since the lockdown, I've been trying to do a lot of stuff. I started playing guitar again. I've picked up the piano, which is really killer on my back. Pianos are heavy. Don't do that. I've also started singing like Sinatra. Basically, I think I've got the crooner virus. You know, stop spreading Rona. I'm wearing a mask. Don't want to be a part of it. Daily statistics. That's why I do live comedy shows and not singing competitions. Now, Malaysia's got a real problem with COVID, but according to the news, America has it a lot worse. Millions of people dead and hundreds of millions of people infected and hundreds of thousands dead. Now, from what I gather, there's been a lot of resistance to COVID lockdowns. I'm guessing it's from people who tend to leave conservative. Now, I have a solution to that. Since they're conservative, just start spreading rumors that COVID-19 turns people gay, causes abortions, and take away your guns. It'll put the virus out in an instant. Now, I didn't have the best schooling going up, right? I remember this one time my teacher told me I was useless, I was stupid, I'd never amount to anything. Well, look at me now. I'm a minor celebrity whose voice is heard by thousands of people every day. How'd you like that, Mom? I was homeschooled. My dad was good, though. He always told me, if you want to do something, don't let anyone stop you. Don't let anyone get in the way. Just get off your ass and do it. That quote got him fired from the suicide prevention hotline. Now, today is a big day for my parents. They're celebrating their 56th anniversary today. True story. Can you imagine that? They've been together for 56 years without strangling each other to death. I can barely sit with them for 56 minutes. Fuck, my relationship won't last for 56 minutes. Honestly, though, they're really, really nice people. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Love you. Anyway, this was in the news recently. A study said that a man's likelihood to get a promotion depends on the size of his penis. So basically, if you got a big dick, you're less likely to get promoted. People with smaller dicks are statistically more likely to move up. Now, like I said earlier, right? I've been doing the same job for 20 years. What does that say about me? It means I am too incompetent for a promotion. And I've got a big penis. Anyway, an Israeli medical study says that having regular sex after a heart attack can improve your survivability. Presumably, it's because of the exercise that you get. The way I look at it, right? Either way, I'm fucked, either literally or figuratively.
Yeah.
Now, Sean, I'm not sure if this is current or not, but when I lived in America last time, there was this stereotype about Asians being bad drivers, right? I have to say that it is true, especially in Malaysia, right? But there is hope. You see, a recent study said that Malaysians are actually turning into good drivers. So if you're a good driver, please beware of turning Malaysians. Statistically, suicide bombers have blue eyes. Did you know that? One eye blue this way, the other blue that way. Washington State University researchers identified 24 planets outside the solar system that they say may have conditions that are more suitable to life than our own. In short, there are planets that are more habitable than Earth. You know what that means, right? There are 24 more planets for us to fuck up once we're done with this one. Let's be serious. At the rate we're going, even the moon will be more habitable than Earth in 20 years' time. Also, now, because I'm a big astronomy geek, did you know that the planet Uranus isn't actually pronounced Uranus? It's actually Uranus, and it's named after the Greek god of the sky, Uranos. You see? Entertaining and educational. Although I do prefer the alternative name, your asshole. All right, that's it. I'm done for the day. Back to you, Sean.
Thank you. Bravo. And you had some fans quoting some of your stuff in the Facebook comment section, specifically about getting fucked literally and figuratively. That must have struck a nice chord with somebody. We all feel fucked at times, I guess, right? Isn't that?
Or like G?
Like G? Like the chord? Oh, yeah, like the chord. Yeah, yeah.
That struck a chord.
Yeah, I get it. Ryan, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Thanks for the invite.
Is there anything you want to share before I give you the stage for a performance, or is there anything you want to?
Yeah, actually, it's like my first time trying an American virtual open mic, so I'm not sure how the American crowd is. I'm just gonna try my material and see how it goes.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just gonna try it in in different countries and see how's the response. Like you say, I don't know how my jokes will go unless I try it out with the audience. Then I know what I need to improve on. Yeah, basically it's kind of like that.
Let's do it.
Okay. Thanks, Sean. Yeah. Hey, everyone. Hi, my name is Ryan. My dad's a doctor, as you guys may have noticed. He's a dentist. Yeah. I'm tired of people telling me how blessed I am to have a doctor as a dad. That's not true. Because there's not many things that I can enjoy without getting a lecture. Like when I was young, I bought an ice cream and I asked my dad, "Dad, can I have an ice cream?" "Sure, if you also want to have Tooth decay, blood sugar spike, and a spike in your bad cholesterol level, which in 10 years' time will lead you to insulin insensitivity, contributing to diabetes, and you're going to become fat, obese, and your limbs are going to suffer from gangrene, which will then force you to amputate your legs, and you will be pushed on the wheelchair like Stephen Hawking, and you'll then lead your miserable, fat, obese life and suffer debilitating heart attack to death. But for now, enjoy. So I've been eating nothing but oatmeal and steamed skinless chicken breast for the past 27 years. It's been fantastic. It's hard growing up. It's hard growing up with a doctor father because he always want to diagnose people. Ah, that scrawny guy, he's malnourished. Ah, that fat lady, eat too much. That's our family portrait. And the thing is, I come from a traditional Chinese family, which means that my parents expect me to become a doctor as well, because my dad's a doctor. But maybe he's a deaf doctor because he never hears me say, I don't want to be a doctor. Son, what sort of doctor you want to be? You want to be a dermatologist? No. You want to be a neurologist? No. You want to be a gynecologist? Maybe. Because let's be honest, with this set of teeth, that's the only way I'm getting close to a woman. So I decided to become a doctor, and I studied really hard all the way up to grade 3. Yeah, and I just realized I suck at science and I just quit. So I just did the next best thing as a filial Chinese boy. I became a comedian because, you know, people say laughter is the best medicine, right? So in a way, I'm still a doctor. Yeah. The thing is, I'm not good at prescribing this medication also. So if you guys have a disease and you're tuning in tonight to get a cure, sorry guys, please go look for a professional doctor. Here's my dad's card. Yep. You know, I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous about today's performance, and I told my mom about it, and she just told me, "Don't worry, our boy. No matter what happens on stage, you are still a disgrace to the family." Yeah, that's right. Asians, yeah, they don't really like a stand-up comedy thing. Yeah, they prefer more like engineering, which I'm not as well. But actually my day job is I work in a Japanese company because I really admire the Japanese culture. I find them like super ultra polite. Like I met this Japanese comedian in one of the comedy bar. He was given a 3 minutes gig. He went up stage. He spent 2 minutes thanking the crowd and 1 minute apologizing for thanking the crowd so much. Well, such dedication. And one thing that I really struggle with is Japanese names. Like if you guys know a little bit of Japanese, you tend to know that the names are really, really long. Okay, like one time I was like cold calling one of my Japanese customers. I was like, hey, hello, Mr. Tanomoko Toko. And in that situation, I just did what most white guys would do. Okay, like I just give him a nickname that only I can remember. Yeah, can I just call you Mr. Sony? So I'm looking for a new job now. Let me know if you guys are hiring. And some of my foreign clients, right? They look at me. They sometimes they will mistake me for being a Japanese, because they're racist. That's it. Yeah, but I'm not Japanese. Okay, I'm not Japanese because I don't eat whales for lunch. I eat dogs. Yeah. Like, this is how Chinese I am. Okay, I'm so Chinese that when my friends come and ask me for advice, I just give them a fortune cookie. Like that's the level of Chinese I am. Like, you can just search the wisdom in the stale cookie. That's it, right? Yeah, and it's been a quite a long lockdown period over here in Malaysia. So like over the pandemic period, lockdown period, I've been trying to teach my parents how to use, like TikTok, the app, but trying to explain to your aging Chinese parents what TikTok is. It's like trying to explain what coronavirus is to Donald Trump. Coronavirus, I don't believe it. Fake news. Still fake news. Fake news. Okay, that's all for me. That's all for my performance.
Thank you, Ryan. Ooh, and we got to see a sneak peek of Diana having dinner. What did you end up making?
Yeah, I ended up making Korean ramyeon.
Ooh.
Sounds nice.
With some egg and seaweed and cheese.
Ooh. Can you hold up the bowl so we can see? Oh, nice.
Yeah, so much. I'll be on mute because I'll be eating.
Oh, okay, sure. Well, we do have a few minutes before the next block of performers comes on, so we can hang out for a little while. But since we're all comedians, does anybody have any jokes that they're working on that is currently not working, and maybe we can like brainstorm like solutions to it? If anybody has any jokes they're working on.
Nope, mine was. You just heard mine.
Oh yeah. Well, I was thinking of any like works in progress that were,
Okay, can I try my jokes?
Yeah.
Okay, my friend wrote a message in the group chat. She said, our friend Lulu has passed away due to cancer. All of us sent a condolences message in the group chat. After 1 month, Lulu said, good morning. We got shocked and got spoke out that she is still writing from the grave. Actually, her death is a mistake.
Actually, her dad is a what? I just missed the last word.
It's a mistake.
Oh, like a spelling error in the group chat.
She write not spelling errors. I give a wrong message that the friend is died. And then the friends write a message to us. Good morning. We thought that we got spoke up because we thought that he's writing from the grave.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe is it too fast for me to?
What's that?
How is my performance? I mean, like my conversation. Is it too fast for you to understand, or I'm too Malaysian?
No, I never. I'm very sort of loose about delivery in a way. You know what I mean? I never feel like I have to have the perfect delivery for a joke. I just try to be more natural on stage. So I don't mind if I stutter or lose my place. I don't know. I feel like if I made myself feel uncomfortable for the way I'm speaking, I would probably get more anxious about how I speak, you know?
Agreed.
I think I mean, we can ask Faisal what he thinks because he has a speaking job.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Sean. I mean, be natural. It doesn't pay to. Okay, there are two ways to do it. Either you have an on-stage persona that you've perfected over the years, or be your natural self. Right, because anything in between just sounds fake and not you, so it doesn't come off as genuine.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean, if you don't mind, I do have something that I am working on.
Okay.
All right, so basically, people may not realize this, but Americans and Malaysians have a lot of things in common. Okay, so I've come up with a few things, and you tell me if this relates to America or Malaysia, right?
Oh, okay.
So is people have a problem with obesity?
Problem with obesity?
Obesity.
Oh yeah, that sounds like an American problem.
Malaysian.
Oh, okay.
Okay. A former British colony.
Oh yeah, that sounds like America.
Malaysian too.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and currently the people in power are right-wing conservatives who use religion as a political tool to stay in power.
Oh wow, you've lived in America. Yeah, that sounds American.
Yes.
We live through the same thing every day.
Yes.
Oh.
Over here too.
Yeah.
Ah, well, it's good to know. All right, yeah.
So we're more alike than you realize.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I should keep it as it is, or just highlight, where like two peas in a pod. I mean, we both have a problem with obesity. We both are former British colonies.
Right. Well,
I'm not sure which route to take.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that I definitely know the answer, but I will say that when you delivered it, or when you shared it with us, and then afterwards you said, "Oh, there's more similarities than we realized," or something, or however you worded that. I felt like that wasn't part of the performance, but I feel like that could be part of the performance. If you
Right.
Go into the sort of like
the preamble. The preamble can be part of the performance.
There's less that separates us than we realize in a way. You know what I mean? Like sometimes we. For some reason we.
Sorry, doggy.
No, it's fine. But sometimes it seems like we're looking for the differences when the similarities are easier to spot.
And our flags are pretty much identical.
Oh. Yeah. You could probably come up with like 10 similarities. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If only I could think.
Yeah. Oh, right. We'll try what I do and just try it at an open mic without making it perfect, and then you'll bomb it. But then in the bombing of it, you might realize a way to make it better.
Yeah. The last one about the conservatives, that should definitely be the big punchline, right?
Oh yeah.
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 That's funny.
All right. Yay!
What was the middle one again? It was obesity was the first one.
Obesity. The flags are pretty much the same. British colonies.
Oh yeah.
British colony.
Maybe you should start with British colony because it's sort of like obesity is the more obvious one.
Oh yeah. Chronological order.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Nice.
It might be something to try. Shaq and James are here. We can let them in.
Nice.
They're here. You know, they're here a little
Kingdom
early, but and then if any of you want to stick around while they perform, that's of course.
Nice.
Oh, what's this? Dogs have a dog.
Yeah. Yes.
Yo, what up, people?
Yo, James. Hi, Shaq.
Hey,
Hey,
Sean.
James.
Hello. Hello, gang.
Hey, Meow Master Shark.
Malaysian invasion.
Hi, Shaq. It's nice seeing you again. It's been a few months.
Hi, Sean.
Thanks for being here again.
Most welcome. Thanks for having us.
Diana is
Thanks for having us.
Diana is eating ramyun. If you were
Nice.
prepared from
Oh, yum.
Delicious. Delicious.
I think that's what I'll have for supper. Maggie mee.
Yeah.
We're just talking about jokes before we move on to more perfect.
Oh, before the colonization started again, all over again.
Colonization.
Have most of you dealt with writer's block over the last few months, or have you found that you've been able to use like the isolation as a way to write more? Has it been good or bad or a little of both?
I was
A little of both.
Yeah, for me, it's a bit of both because pandemic-wise, my day job's workload has increased like tenfold, and I'm still waiting for that raise. So
yeah.
I don't have the time to write jokes. I mean, all the material is there, but I just can't think of anything right now because I'm brain dead.
Yeah.
Brain tired.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can always voice record it or something.
What was that, James?
Oh no, I was saying you can always record it on your phone or.
Oh yeah. I always tell myself I'm gonna try writing by just turning on my phone and just like speaking free thought or free writing sort of. And I haven't done that yet. You know what I mean? Just like forcing myself to talk.
That's a good thing to
Yeah.
do. Good practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done it, of course, to try out to hear myself telling jokes, but I don't know. I feel like it'd be a good experiment to just like force yourself to speak about something and just see what kind of funny stuff comes out like instantaneously, in that moment. Otherwise, it's just me just waiting for ideas to happen.
Wendy asked you, what do you do? What do you do for a living, Sean?
Yeah, I do. I did a bunch of things prior to 2020, and now I only do a few things. But I used to do like some light theatrical carpentry, like building sets. And stuff.
Wow, it's legendary.
Yeah, I live pretty close to Broadway, and then there's like off-Broadway theaters as well. But then like graphic design, and then I also run a theater festival in New York and a film festival, and then performing.
Wow.
Yeah, so a lot of different stuff. My workload has decreased. I'm in the opposite situation that Faisal is in. But making it work,
Yes, it's a blessing in disguise for some of us. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It'll be weird. Somebody pointed out recently that we're currently living in our most memorable year. Which is a weird way to put it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
As in a bad memory that we'd rather forget.
Well, I mean,
mixed feelings lah.
There have been a few good things, but I feel like you know how sometimes you forget what you did the previous birthday that you had. Like, what did I do for my birthday last year?
But this year is so memorable.
Yeah, this year I'm gonna remember what I did for every holiday. I'm gonna have like, it is memorable.
No, to be fair, my life, apart from work, my life hasn't changed much because I'm a socially awkward introvert. So I tend to stay home all the time anyway.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
for me, this is just another Tuesday.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
For me, I think the great thing about the disadvantage of lockdown is, yes, of course, I can't do much. You know, I have plans this year to travel to different places to perform because, well, 2020 is supposed to be my year. You know, all comedians think the same way. We all think 2020 is our year. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. I'm supposed to go to Edinburgh Fringe Festival, but it didn't happen. And was quite sad lah. I mean, but the good thing is I get to see you all. You know, like Sean. You know, I've never been to US. You know, in my life, so able to see so many Americans who are not our bosses is a great thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody else pointed out, I think maybe somebody said this earlier on this live stream, but somebody pointed out that you know, even though doing Zoom shows is hard, or it's a challenge, or it's a new skill that we have to acquire, but it's somebody said that we're all on it's a level playing field in a way. Doing
Yeah, I think so. I think so. In fact, I don't see the more professional comedians coming on Zoom so much, or they have their own, like they have their own shows going on online. But
Secret society.
I think it's been a great growth year for open micers.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yes,
I
yes,
mean,
yes.
I mean, we wouldn't get this opportunity to like perform like virtually in like different countries from the comforts of our own home.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the sun is rising a little bit. You probably
yeah. Good morning, John.
You probably
Good morning.
Yeah. You probably still can't see anything, but
So
I'll try
finally, you're safe from vampires.
Oh, nice.
Ah.
The lighting.
Ah.
Yeah, is there any?
Oh,
Nice. We get to say the New York morning.
Hey.
Yeah.
Winter morning.
Yeah.
Is it
New York
snowing?
morning.
It's not snowing, but that is the Empire State Building. Where
Beautiful,
there it is, yeah.
Wow. That's awesome. Hold it. Take a snapshot.
We must take a screenshot of this when legendary stuff.
I can't do
Yes,
it.
because
You have to pin your video, then you can take a snapshot.
Was that King Kong in the background?
Oh,
hey.
Empire State Building.
Or like what Alicia Case?
Here, I'll spotlight it.
Concrete jungle with drinks are made of. Hi, Ralph there. How are ya?
Ralph.
Oh, nice.
Hi, Ralph.
Good.
Oh, Ralph is here.
And Ralph is awake.
Yeah, a little
Oh, yay.
Jeez, Ralph, you sound like we disturbed you.
bit. No. I had my headphones in. I'm enjoying. I heard a lot of Juliana's set. It's making me happy. It's helping me stay awake.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been here a long time. Oh, I have coffee now.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Ralph is being pampered.
Breakfast
Always
is
come
baked.
prepared. Boy Scout.
Yeah. Ralph, did you go down for breakfast or not yet?
No, dude, I just sat back in my chair and knocked out.
Mm.
I was just watching the show and I just zonked out, and I came and laid down to like watch to do the show from here and just zonked out.
Well, great.
Yeah.
You look very comfortable.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny to say to somebody you look very comfortable and then hear, ugh.
How's yeah.
What was that?
I'm asking for updates about Masha.
Oh, the dog. Yeah, Ralph's new dog.
Here she
this
is.
little thing? She's good.
Wow.
Hey.
Ooh.
Who's a good dog? Who's a good dog? Who's a
Puppy,
good dog?
puppy.
Hello there, little doggo.
So cute. Hello.
I hope
there.
you've been a good
It's a
little
lap dog,
dog.
right? It looks like a nice lap dog, actually.
Yeah, be a good dog, okay? Be nice to your
cute lah.
humans, be nice to your parents, and be nice to the other dogs as well.
Yes.
That dog
No.
is, that dog is 3 days old for them.
Yeah.
They've had it for 3 days.
About 8 weeks.
Oh, he's very young.
Oh,
Taught her how to sit.
very cute
Yeah,
lah.
we've been
Puppy. It's a
she's
puppy.
sitting for me a little bit.
It knows how to sit already?
A little bit, yeah.
Whoa. Oh. Does it does it react to its name?
Yeah,
Really?
it's barely, but yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Masha.
Dogs are
All right
smart.
now, I guess.
Masha.
Here's a thought, right? Since
Yeah.
we're all doing our jokes sitting down,
Mm-hmm.
should we
Yeah.
update our resumes and call ourselves sitcom comedians?
Ah, that's a good one. Faisal.
Yeah, I say go for it.
Noise.
What would be the punishment? It's not like you can get arrested or fined for doing it, right?
Well, that's true.
We are practicing SOPs. So,
What does that mean?
you know, social distancing.
Oh,
virtually.
oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sean, just a very quick shout out from Don Don. Yeah. So one of the highlight is I met Don Don. Yeah, while doing virtual show. It says tell Stoner Morning Show that Don Don says hello. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Don Don is. We never know where in the country he is because he's a truck driver, but he tunes in when he can.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he also sends us encouraging notes, and he sends encouraging notes to guests as well. So he's been like a great new friend and fan.
Awesome. Tell him to honk his horn for me, please.
Tell him to what?
Tell him to honk his truck once.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He might be sleeping, or he might be what Ralph is doing right now. He might be doing that. But
Yeah.
he'll blow his horn for us, you know, ceremoniously at some point in his life, I'm sure.
Please, Dom, it'll make my day.
Yeah.
I haven't felt this excited since elementary school.
Yeah. And if James and Shaq are going to perform pretty soon here, if anyone wants to stay, definitely stick around. But also drop any links you have in the Facebook video, so people watching can easily find those.
Yep.
Okay.
That's a
Yeah,
good-
so to the 1 or 2 fans out there, mine is American Comedian at Facebook. American without the A in the front. Or just see my name in the Zoom and write that. It's the same for Facebook and Instagram.
I just type in lah, easier.
And Faisal, you can also post your copy and paste your link in the Facebook video, just so it's an easier place for people to just click on it.
Oh yeah, the thought just occurred to me.
But there's
Professional idiot at work here.
What's that?
Professional idiot at work here.
Oh yeah. While before we get started with our next performances, I'll ask Ralph, because Ralph was awake for some moments where I was asleep. What did I miss when I was asleep? Is there anything?
Oh shoot! So you missed some good stories, like some my friend Chris Susi came on and told some holiday spooky stories.
Ooh.
And what else? This guy on from Hawaii. Did you see that guy?
I saw one of the guys from Hawaii.
Did you see? Just a lot of Jason, just with lights all over him, looking like very depleted and confused.
Where's Jason? Where's Jason, by the way?
He's taking a quick nap at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
might show up randomly.
He was destroyed. What was that, babe? Yeah. Yeah, he was destroyed. Unlike me.
No, you're a
Fresh
long,
as daisy.
you're a long distance runner.
Oh man. Shanna, I don't understand how you're doing it. You say you didn't sleep. Like you seem like fresh.
It's the need of, I guess I need to be alert, so I'm trying to be alert. I don't know. I don't think I fell asleep. I laid down for I think 2 or 3 hours. I don't know if I did. You know those nights where you like, I guess I slept. I don't know.
I don't have those nights.
Yeah.
I usually am out and I then wake up the next day and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
That's how I always wake up. I always wake up surprised that it's a different day.
Well, we're all confused at some point in our lives.
Yes. Yeah.
How many more hours do you have to go?
3.
Yeah, 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
3 more.
Oh, so it's until midnight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, technically.
We have 3 hours left. It's just the equivalent of a long, boring movie that we can't walk out of.
Avengers.
Yeah.
Endgame. Avengers Endgame.
No,
Must
Endgame
wear
is nice
pampers.
to watch.
Oh,
Titanic.
Yeah.
For
Titanic,
6
yes,
hours.
Titanic.
Anyone here have ever watched it one sitting? I don't think so.
I don't think
Which movie?
Titanic. Have you all sat through like whole 6
No.
hours?
6 hours?
I can't.
6 hours?
No,
3
if I'm
hours.
not wrong, unless I
3 hours.
imagine another 2 hours. Yeah, unless I
Wrong with
imagine
the
another
wind.
3 hours. Ta-da!
Titanic feels like it's a,
Imaginary 3.
yeah. Titanic feels like it's a 6-hour-long movie.
Yeah.
I
Imaginary
love
3.
Titanic. What's with all the Titanic hate?
What's with the Titanic hate?
I love it.
I wouldn't call it hate. I just would call it sort of shrug. I feel very shrug about the Titanic movie.
Oh man, I watched it in the theaters as a kid, as like a 11 and 12-year-old. I was shaking when I came out of the theater.
Whoa.
I was like riveted. The only thing that would have made it better if Ben Affleck was in it. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. But I love that movie.
All right. Well, we've all shared our stance on Titanic. Diana said she's going to go wash dishes. So that was a very polite update.
And Ryan is back.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Yes.
What's up?
Yay.
Well, Shaq, when are you ready to tell jokes? You tell us when you want to go.
Oh, I'm okay. I can go now.
Okay. All right. Give it up for Shaq the comedian, everybody.
Woo! That was my intro music.
It almost worked.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me, Stoner's Morning Show. My name is Shaq, and I turned 50 this year. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. Geez, that's old. I know. When I was young, I wanted to change the world. But now if I can change my underwear, that's a great achievement. People say age is all in the mind, right? Well, you know, these people, they have never been 50 before. The other day, I pulled my back muscle while coughing. And it wasn't even like a proper cough, it was like a reflex cough while brushing my teeth. I feel like that's my body telling me, you old hack, why don't you die? I know. If that's not if that's not enough, I think Google is onto my age. Because you know the type of spam mail I get these days. Menopause tummy, clogged colon, pee leakage. I mean, pee leakage, what the hell, Gmail? Come on, you can do better. You know, every year I set a theme for my, and this year started off very well. Supposed to be celebrations, but thanks to COVID, my theme has now changed. It is now called 50 and Shitty. You know, if you follow my comedy career, right, I'm going to be 50 for another 2 years because I feel cheated. Okay, I feel cheated. 2020 cheated me of my great Phuket holiday, gone. My once a month birthday celebration, gone. And the slim chance of getting late, also gone. No Phuket, no Johnson, no getting late. And you know, it's at times like these, there's a voice in my head, you know, that tells me, that's why you should have got married. No, been there, done that. No. Can you imagine looking at the same decade 24/7? This is why married women start drinking in the middle of the afternoon, you know. And you throw in children into that equation. Children, you see, I'm well acquainted with children. I teach kids with special needs. They have a special need to constantly piss me off. You know, I think their goal in life is this, okay? How can we piss off Teacher Shark today? And I know they come, I'm sure there's a bet going on among them, like who's the first one who can piss off Teacher Shark. And we have been doing online. I am so sure that, you know, we do online teaching via Zoom. I'm so sure they're having all these private conversations. I can see them, you know, concentrating. And they're not I know they're not concentrating on my face. That's for sure. They're concentrating on the private messages. Okay, enough airtime for the post-millennial brats. Let's get back to my shitty life, okay? You know, men and women are treated differently when they turn 50, okay? When men turn 50, people say they go through a midlife crisis. You buy a sports car if you're Crazy Rich Asian. You sleep with the secretary and get to marry her and her 2 sisters if you're Muslim Malay. And you get a triple bypass heart surgery if you're Indian. Mutton and whiskey will do that to you. Sean, for you, it's probably bacon and beer. But you know, if you're American man turning 50, that's when you go find your Eastern European wife, and 2 decades later, you run for the presidency. Oh, Trump! Out of the White House. Out of the White House. You know, but for women, right? For women, it's different. The minute you touch 50, there's a word that people throw on your faces. And that's menopause. Menopause. Which almost sounds like you take a pause from men, right? This is not one of my issues, okay? This is not one of my issues. See, the fact is, nobody wants papadum. Already masuk angin. In case you're wondering, what is papadum? Come to Malaysia, I'll show you some very cool papadums. It's not what you think, okay? It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. papadum is a very tasty Indian snack. You know, one of the symptoms, right? One of the symptoms of menopause is hot flush. I'm from Malaysia where it's summer all year round. I've been having hot flush from the time I was 5 years old. Okay? And you see, I'm not some rich white woman lying on a couch wondering who I can or cannot make love to because I'm dry down there. See, I don't have that luxury. I'm a lowly paid teacher, okay? And you know, if any of you are offended by my use of rich white woman, you see, in the privilege scale, right, I am very low, okay? I'm very low. Minority in my country, female, divorced with no children. From where I am, everything is punching up, okay? And to give you perspective, this is where it is. Like Sean, you'll be here. Even though you're out of a job, you'll be right here. And then in the middle here somewhere, maybe James, Faisal, Ryan, and then way down out of the screen, right? Out of the screen, that's where Shark is. So, no offense. But frankly speaking, right, I'm looking forward to menopause. Can you imagine the shitload of money I'll save on sanitary pads or not? And don't get me started on tampons, okay? In Malaysia, tampon is a luxury good. You know, with the amount of money I'll save from there, I can finally have one of those fancy cups of coffee, you know, from this place called Starbucks that everyone keeps talking about. Instead of hunting online for a menstrual cup or a moon cup, I hear that's what Americans call. In case you don't know what is a menstrual cup, let me explain, okay? It's a special cup that women drink from when they're on their period to remain calm. Please share this information with your girlfriends and your wives. And I hope they kick you out. No, I'm not upset, okay? I'm not upset. I'm happy for those of you who have partners, okay? Yeah, very happy. You know, but I am looking forward. The thing that I'm really looking forward to is what, you know, I can finally have sex without condemnation. Condemnation Condoms were never the problem, okay? It was always finding someone to put them on. And speaking of condoms, I want to throw in this line, right? I keep getting these messages from the World Food Program, you know, that children are dying in Yemen. I have the perfect solution. Send them condoms. I love your silence. Okay, let me continue with my shitty story. You see, nowadays, and this is some insight, okay? This is inside information of a 50-year-old, okay? Nowadays, during that time of the month, it almost seems like there's an old Indian woman scrubbing the hell out of my uterus walls while cursing me, you know? What's wrong with you? You know, other women, at least they get 9 months rest, but you? That nice old man with the flowers and the candy, all he wanted to do was to get you pregnant, right? Why you say no? And that cute guy at McDonald's, you know, imagine all the McFlurry you could have had flowing down your hoo-ha. Now look at you, 50 years old, nobody wants you. Don't talk about McFlurry, McCurry. Take this, you know, while she scrubs the life out of my uterus, or what's left of it. So the moral of the story is this: don't let the McDonald's guy, no matter how lowly paid he is, you know. You know that what I'm trying to say is this. I keep saying I'm available, but I think I'm making a mistake. I'm not putting it out into the universe. Who am I looking for? So I have 2 criteria, okay? Very simple criteria. You see, at my stage in life, my bar for man is very low. And so here's my 2 criteria. Either you're good with pipes or you're good under the hood. I mean a plumber or a mechanic, okay? A plumber or a mechanic. Plumbers, because, you know, they are good with pipes of all sizes, yes. And it's okay if your pipe is rusty, because you will have the right lubricant. And you know, the first thing the plumber does when he gets to your place, he goes down at the sink, where you can probably see his butt crack. Well, cheap thrill, what can I say? You just, you know, you take what you can get, right? And a mechanic, because, you know, the best mechanics, they know exactly what to do the minute they lift the hood. They know the right places to tap. To turn me on. Turn the engine on. Is my desperation showing? I didn't want to, but sometimes it just can't be helped. So anyway, everyone, you know where to find me. I'm on most social media. You can find me at Shark the Comedian. Feel free to slide into my Insta. Yes, feel free. But you know, before I go, a word of warning. If you send me dick pics, I promise you, I will forward it to your mother's Facebook account. And trust me, I will find her. I'm a teacher and I'm resourceful like that. That's been my time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaq. Oh, Wendy, nice border there. That's very appropriate for a comedy show. Good work. While Shaq was performing, Anya's Ralph's girlfriend sent me some photos of him watching you. Here, this is Ralph watching this show. There's with the dog there.
Oh.
And then she sent this one too, just different angle, same thing. No dog in that one, but thank you, Anya, for sharing that glimpse into what you see when Ralph sees this show. Very exciting. James, you're up next.
Yeah.
You don't have to go right now. You can go right now, but I don't know, anything you want to throw out there for us? What do we need to know about you before you perform? How's that?
Well, basically I'm like the final act from Malaysia with the rest of the guys from Malaysia of Comedy Rakyat or the People's Comedy Party. Yeah, we have better integrity than the other namesake party of the same color. Yeah. So yeah, I'm from Malaysia. Been doing stand-up for 3.5 years. By end of December, it'll be 3.5 years since I started doing stand-up. And yeah, what else? I've been recently making some videos as well. I guess probably that's the new thing that I learned or I'm doing during this whole the lockdown. Making funny videos.
What's the where do you upload them to? Are they YouTube or Instagram?
Instagram and TikTok, and also my Facebook page, which I will be pasting the link right now. Yes, so yeah, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. So I've shared all the links.
Perfect. Well, the stage is yours. So
all right,
give it up for James Sue, everybody.
Ooh. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is James. I'm from Malaysia. Yes, wrapping up the Malaysian contingent from Party Comedy Rakyat, or the People's Comedy Party. Yeah, and when you look at me, I bet you can tell I'm an extrovert. Yeah, this bright colors definitely scream party animal or second-rate Uncle Roger. Hello, niece and nephew. This is Uncle Roger. Why you use colander? Hiya. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm an introvert. Yeah. But different kind of introvert from Faisal. You know, I'm what they call as a social introvert. And as a social introvert, it's tough dating as an introvert. You know, compared to an extrovert. Especially on dating apps like Tinder, Bumble, Coffee Meets Bagel. You know, in most situations, an extrovert will just swipe like crazy, you know, get lots of matches and even go for, you know, a couple of dates. For me, as an introvert, I will set up the profile and do absolutely nothing. Yeah, because it's tiring to create the profile. And then I do what every introvert does, you know, and I wait, and I wait, and I wait. And if, you know, all these profiles were brought to life, you know, everyone will actually have a booth in a sort of a dating market. You know, you have some booths with very bright lights, loud music, someone shouting out like, "Hey, we're giving out free alcohol. Yeah, we're giving out free iPads. Woot woot." And then you come over to my booth. I'm like, "Hi, I only have water, cause I'm sober like that." I give away ecological notepads, and just for you, you know, I even give out free puns. Wanna hear? Well, actually, you don't have a choice. I'm gonna say anyway. You know what? You know why I don't do property jokes? Cause it's flat. And that person who wanted to click on, you know, accept was like, nah, I'll find another person. And yeah, so I've been single, you know, weeks and months, not a single match. You know, I called my friends like, you know, for dinner. It's like, hey guys, you know, like I want to get a date. You know, help me do something about my profile. So I let them do their magic, and after about 20 minutes, they came back to me with the final result. So like for comparison purposes, you know, before it was sports enthusiast and family-oriented person. After the revamp, it's like Joker in the streets, Batman in the sheets. What the heck? I'm like, seriously? Like, Joker in the streets is like, oh, you all watch that Joker movie and like, oh, Arthur Fleck, the stand-up comedy. You know what messages you're giving the ladies? I'm a psychopath with makeup. And it's not even from Maybelline. So you're from Maybelline and you're watching this, yeah, appreciate some sponsorship.
Woo!
And then the other part, like Batman in the sheets. So basically, I'm telling my potential dates, like, to compensate whatever the hell I'm lacking of, you know, I need to rely on gadgets, you know. Like, hi, I'm Batman. Want to see my Batmarang? Only for them to like, it's like kind of suspicious, and turn on the like, this is crap. You know, this guy says he's Batman, but he's actually a Robin. But that's just things going through my mind. Then I say, okay, fine. You know, let's give this whole thing a try. You know, see how it goes. You know. And you know, the very next day, I got a notification that says you got a match. So I texted my friends like, hey guys, look like someone lighted up the bat signal. Oof. And of course, in most situations, you know, like a person will just start talking, you know, exchange phone numbers, and, you know, even go on a date. for me, it's like rocket science. Like, oh my God, like what do I even say to this person? Like, should I start commenting on the photos? Yeah, let me look through the photos. It's like, oh, well, that's a nice holiday destination. Well, that's a nice plate of pasta. You look good in that dog filter, but it does make you kind of bitchy. Yeah. But before I decided to even send that, I remember someone gave me some words of wisdom. If you want to know girls well, you got to get advice from other girls. So I did. So I asked Siri, Alexa, Google. Even though after a while, I realized that Google is actually a guy. I even went one step further. I emailed to this thing you have in the US. You have it. What either is Dear Abby or Auntie Agony. Yeah, I even went like old school. And Siri and Alexa were like asking me like, "Hi James, how are you feeling today?" They're like concerned about my feelings. And meanwhile, Google is like mansplaining his way on how to get this date. And like, here are 10 ways on what you should say to this date. So I opted for the mansplaining way. And yeah, we started talking. We got to exchange phone numbers, and we say like, okay, let's meet for a date. So I was like, yes, like so excited to meet her for a date. And on the day we're supposed to meet, she dropped me a text, and the text read like, "Hi James, yeah, it's nice talking to you, but I wasn't sure if you were interested, and I just got a boyfriend, but all the best in getting another date." And for me, it was like, well, this sucks. Like, it took me like forever to craft out this perfect message to reply her.
Mm-hmm.
And by forever, I mean 4 months late. Which by the time Dear Abby replied and asked me, "Don't listen to Google." I'm like, God damn it. I mean, it could be worse. I could have replied 1 year later and she's probably married with kids. But on the plus side, it's like, oh, cool, I got free time. I guess back to more Netflix then. And now you know why I'm still single. But I think another reason why I'm still single is like when people ask me like, what else do you do besides comedy? Which scares them off. Then I tell them, like, apart from comedy, I have a day job, and my day job requires me to collect protection money legally. That's right. I'm an insurance agent. Yeah, and apparently in this part of in Asia, we're apparently scary. Like, so apart from scaring off potential dates, I literally scare everyone off. Like men, women, ghosts. Yes, even ghosts. Like during the recent Hungry Ghost Festival, middle of this year, like I saw a ghost walking by, and I hand over my name card to a ghost. You know what this ghost did or not? Not only did it ran away, it went back to hell early. And now I know what it feels like to be ghosted. So, all right. So before I go, I'll leave you with this last one. If Queen and Freddie Mercury were to have a song about insurance, it'd be called Bohemian Rhapsody. And Bohem literally means insurance in Cantonese. There's no joke there. It just sounds nice. And it's a song I can relate to. I'm going around trying to look for prospects like, "Hello, sir. No, 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 no. Go away, go away. But I haven't even said a word. My family has a trust fund put aside for me. For me. Screw you." With that, that's my time. My name is James Too. Thank you. Woo! Back to Sean.
Thank you, James. All right.
Thank you.
Now that we have the Malaysian Collective here, what were shows like before the lockdown? Was it were you always getting pretty good audiences? A lot of tourists, or mostly expats, or just English speakers there? What was the scene like?
It's a bit of mix, actually.
Yeah.
English-speaking
Yeah.
locals, expats, a couple of tourists.
Yeah.
Majority are locals.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the foreign acts that come here, they say that Malaysia is different because a majority is the locals rather than expats.
Mm.
Yeah, so a lot of the foreign acts enjoy performing here.
Yeah.
But before it was really, I mean, we had a good time in Malaysia, I think, when it comes to stand-up comedy. It's just that this year sucked, but it's been moving along very nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we can pick it back up again next year.
Just cross.
Yeah. It's as different as 2020 was from 2019. 2021 will be that different to 2020, maybe. Like, I don't know. I keep on envisioning what it's going to be like when things get back to normal. I think people are going to be manic and like, I mean, not in a bad way, but it's just like there's going to be so much excitement. I feel like. Hopefully positive excitement. Have any of you gone to Thailand to perform? Because our buddy Lex is there now. I think Juliana, did he meet you there?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I used to be there last year. Yes, I met him there.
Yeah.
I actually when I first met Lex there, I was like, I mean, for the whole week I was performing at Kaohsiung Comedy Club, and it's great. I mean, it's a really good, and the founder is John, Jonathan Sampson. He's great as well. Yeah. I actually this year I plan to go back to both Singapore and Bangkok, but unfortunately, this year is it's like I felt like going back. Yeah, because I like the scene there, and it's like you're playing to different audience every night. How John ran it was like kind of like a showcase. So every night everyone is doing their A game. It's fun. Yeah, and that time I was preparing for the Bangkok comedy competition. So of course it's fine because I have materials prepared for that, and every day I'm just practicing it to different people every night. Yeah. So it's great. Yeah.
Is the Bangkok comedy scene bigger than Malaysia, or are they about the same?
No, Malaysia is bigger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I would say that Bangkok more has a lot of expats. Have a lot of expats there, and I always notice that it's only that few people doing it actively. It's like Malaysia has more people doing it actively now. Yeah. Singapore is again that same people in the circuit doing more. I mean, doing more than others. Yeah.
Yeah. What are your all sort of like, and maybe it's too early to think about. Do you have any like 2021 goals or like things that you're hoping to do, places you're hoping to travel? I mean, in some ways it's like not fun to talk about possible optimistic things, but I mean.
Save more money for 2022 travels.
Yeah.
I guess doing more virtual shows.
Yeah.
Open mics.
Yeah, make enough money to actually pay my alimony.
That's a good.
Make more money. Yes.
Make more money.
I want to make more money. Maybe I will take up a part-time job as a property agent.
Oh.
Currently, I'm an insurance underwriter. I thought of having my own business, like become agent for selling properties. This is my goal for 2020.
Nice.
Nice.
Make more money.
For me, I don't have wishful thinking. So what I did was I have a calendar for 2021, and I just on the of the month that is Melbourne, and for November is Tokyo. But I kind of think somewhere along the line there will be Rochester Festival. So September is New York. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Yeah. Just wishful thinking. I'm just doing.
That's when
a bit of a law of attraction. Like you say that, okay, visualization.
Well, September is usually when Rochester is happening. So I mean, that's a good.
Yeah.
plan to be here.
if the in-person one is back. Yeah.
Right.
Woo!
Yes. Yeah. So Tokyo, apparently, according to my friend who is staying there, it's good because she said that most of the wind, I think it's before winter, but after the typhoon is over. So it's kind of like the perfect time to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And Melbourne is because I want to watch Tim Minchin's concert. Yes. Yeah, I haven't buy tickets yet. It's just wishful thinking. But I said I want to be there. I want to see Tim Minchin, you know. Yeah.
Right. Are you all aware of the practice of like dream boards and vision boards?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, we do.
I've never made one, and I've told myself that I was going to make one for 2021. But I'm nervous about doing it. So what I have been doing recently is whenever I think of it, I just make a dream board of a dream board that I will one day make. I feel like even
my dream board. Yeah.
I feel like even just
Dream
doing
board
this,
of a dream board.
Dreamboardception.
Yeah, dream board
Yes.
inception. Yeah, I feel like
this is mine.
Oh, wow, Juliana's. This is inspiring. This is what I should aspire to do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes.
Nice.
And after that, there will be just the pure vision board. Yeah, this is just for the values and all. But this is like in the first month of the lockdown, I actually did this.
You even have a portrait of the
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
right.
Do you draw yourself or you?
Oh, portrait, yes.
You draw
Hello,
yourself?
yes. Yeah, I draw them myself.
Are there 2 or 3 things you can point out to us? If you want.
Oh, sure. You know what? My hand is tired because this laptop is so heavy. Let me just tear this down from the window. Then I can share better. Yeah, I know that it's a bit. Yeah, I will stick them back later. Sure. I can just put it back. Yeah, because this laptop is like so heavy. My arm hurts already. Yeah, I can just show you all briefly. So which one would you like me to explain? Hello.
Okay, the love one. What is the love about?
Love, let me see. The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away, by William Shakespeare.
Oh.
Whoa.
That's a good quote. What's the person walking on the rainbow?
Yeah, rainbow, walking on the rainbow. Okay, this is actually the show that I'm doing now. It's Walking on Spectrum. Yeah, the one that I put on Adelaide Fringe first. But that time, this is something that I wanted to do in Edinburgh Fringe long. That means maybe 2025. But somehow, because of the pandemic, Adelaide Fringe was having something called the free fringe. Not really free fringe. It's like you don't need to pay anything to be part of it. And that time I was like, yeah, I'm Chinese. I cannot turn down free things. So I just quickly curate content for Walking on Spectrum, bring it forward from 2029 to 2020. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Is anybody else? I don't want to move away from the dream board yet, but I just want to ask everyone real quick. Is anyone else working on any fringe shows? And then we'll go back to the dream board because I still want to see more. Has anybody been inspired to work on fringe shows or solo shows or longer things?
Yeah, I'm not fringe yet, but I am working on at least doing a half an hour set for 2021.
How close are you to half hour?
I think pretty close. I have a good 20 minutes, so I should think 30 minutes shouldn't be that bad.
Yeah.
A friend and I are talking about, a friend who's going to turn 50 next year, are talking about doing something together.
Nice.
Shaq, if you have a good 20 minutes, I feel like you can just tack on an okay 10 minutes, and there you go. You've got 30 minutes. The 10. You don't have to shoot for good for all 30 minutes. Just shoot for okay for some of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, this is literally my third overseas show. I'm not planning on doing any fringes yet, but next month I am competing in a pun competition in New York, Punderdrome.
Yes. When is it? Let us
So-
know.
It's early Jan. I'm pretty sure
Buy
it's,
tickets.
yeah, 6 or I think it's around 8th or 9th January. I'll let you guys know.
I think that's Joe Firestone, right? Does she?
Yes,
still do that?
Fred
Yeah,
Firestone.
I've met her. She's great and very funny. That's awesome that you're doing Punderdome. That's like that's a very exciting show to do.
Oh,
That's
yeah, I'm
making
getting
nervous.
nerves,
Yeah, sorry.
which is always a good sign.
Yeah. That's right.
Hey.
Does Juliana? Let's what else does people want to see from her dream board? Like what are one or two more?
Oh,
things?
yeah, sure. Let's just.
Yeah.
What's that?
I hope I'm holding it straight.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Anything
Hello.
else that jumps out at anyone?
What's the chortle one? Or am I reading that wrongly?
Oh, okay. That is just a review I hope to get. Yeah. It's like a review that I hope that they will write. Yeah. Yes. So what I imagine they will write, I mean visualizing is I want them to say like trailblazing comedy, redefine the disability into different ability. And the last one is so funny. Please adopt her.
I like that one.
Yeah, that's the best one. The last one.
Yeah.
So funny. Please adopt her.
It's smart to pre-write your own reviews that you want, because I remember when I was in college and I needed like recommendation letters, all my professors were like, just write what you want me to say and then I'll edit it and then sign it. You know what I mean? So it's like the same concept. Ryan just messaged that he's gonna have his dinner and then he'll be back for a little bit. Thanks for hanging around. I think Jason and Ralph both planned on being here, but they are asleep.
Yeah.
KO or TKO.
Yeah.
Yes.
Time difference.
I noticed that Lex is not here tonight though.
No,
Not yet.
he had some like slight emergency thing. He said he didn't want to talk about it at the moment. He said it was fine, but he'll I don't know, fill us in later. But
Understandable.
yeah.
Yeah.
He also might show up at some point because it's nighttime for him there. So
Yeah.
well, thanks for showing you your dream board. I'm inspired to finally finish mine. This is not a very good first draft.
Yeah. It's cute.
Room to grow.
I can't draw. I don't know how to draw, and I hate drawing. So I'm like still trying to figure out how do I do my dream board.
You know, you can put images, not
Yeah,
necessarily draw.
images. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can do a digital one.
Yeah.
Yeah, digital. Yeah.
I think Juliana's other one was magazine stuff cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, I go get it.
Sure.
Wow.
This is
I personally I gave up on dream boards. Like I used to do it, and then my life became better when I didn't follow the dream board. So I said screw the dream board, and I'm just living my life.
After this is my
Wow.
business fun change.
Yeah, I think I should do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
But what's in my
So-
mind? This is like, okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what I did when I cannot sleep at night. Yeah. So just rip up some magazine.
While waiting for your next show to
Okay.
waiting for your next show to start.
Yeah.
About what is the journey?
Journey. Okay, I would say that life is actually a journey. So so be it sort of like ups and downs. I mean, yes, I do have times where I cry a lot even for comedy. You're supposed. I mean, comedy is a lot of time when I say I want to do comedy because I like I want people to laugh, but ended up I'm being the one crying most of the time while doing that, So, but I embrace it as part of the journey. There are times where I'm really happy, but there are times I'll be like, I have to make these people laugh, but I'm not happy. Yeah, but it's part of the journey,
Yeah. Call me crazy. I actually have a long-term goal, which I'm like, have a very long-term goal and it's going to take a lot of time and maybe a few resources. It's basically, I want to produce my own sitcom.
Nice.
It's gonna take years though. Don't expect 5 years.
No,
I think
don't worry.
minimum is gonna be 10 years. So I'm still working on it. I'm still working
yes.
I've been thinking about it during my university years where I would listen to some of the people around me, Darna's conversations, and I'm like, hey, this would sound funny on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Diana for sitcom.
Is there anything that you do want to share about it? I know it's still something a work in progress, but is there anything else you want to say about it? How far along you are or anything like that?
Nah, it's just basically in my mind. I haven't been drafting any plot lines of any sort, but I think I should get writing, but at the same time, for short term wise, I do have some ideas for my TikTok videos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some ideas for my TikTok videos. I'm just gonna write it, shoot it, and edit it.
Nice.
Because I feel,
I think you should definitely make a dream board for this. It's such a very big goal. You definitely should.
Yeah.
This has turned from an episode of Stoner Morning Show to a group meeting for your collective.
Therapy session. How to plan for 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
Are there any any housekeeping things that the group needs to talk about while you're all here?
PKR meeting.
We're doing it behind closed doors.
Yeah, we are doing our meeting publicly now.
Yeah, we're doing meeting publicly.
No longer a secret society.
Yeah,
no
just like
society.
Just like how oh my god, what's that MLM called? Beachbody. Beachbody. They do publicize their Zoom meetings online.
Oh,
yeah.
We're not that, so yeah.
No, we're not Beachbody. We're Stoner Morning Show, and we are a bunch of stoners discussing.
Yes. Yeah.
While doing drugs.
Oh
my god. My boss better not see this.
Oh, I have a question for you all because from some of your performances, I heard a few Trump impressions, and from Faisal's performance, I learned that you have kind of a right-wing problem as well. So, is there a right-wing figure in Malaysia that gets parodied? Not maybe to the level of Trump's, but like that gets sort of mocked in that same way?
Well, I'm pretty sure that most stand-up audiences are typically left-leaning or center-left.
Yeah.
So we play to that crowd. I guess it's the same in America.
Right.
Yeah.
But is there anyone that any political figure in Malaysia that you do impressions of?
Personally, no, because I'm
say the former prime minister, but it's not the former. It's like the former prime minister.
Former prime minister.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who is that?
This year, this guy called Najib this year has been crazy politically in Malaysia.
Mhm.
We had like a sudden takeover, like
Yeah,
stage of
hijack.
at the national level, as like just about when the COVID thing hit Malaysia.
Mhm.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah,
has
so
been very
basically
disgruntled
imagine-
because of that.
So basically, imagine the Democrats winning the election,
Right.
Yes.
and then somehow the Republicans take office after a couple of years without a vote.
Yeah.
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 No.
Yes.
Yes, they just came in from the back door.
With
Yeah.
strong, formidable numbers.
Yeah. But one of them, like, yeah, I have the numbers, but I don't really have the list of the numbers.
Yes.
Well, is
And
there
I'm not,
And he's still waiting.
is there encouraging political things happening there at the moment?
No,
Maybe at the
nothing seems
grassroots
encouraging.
level,
Oh.
Oh, you know, Sean, we need to tell you our group name, Parti Comedy Rakyat, PKR, is actually an acronym of a local political party. So yeah, we sort of like make fun of that, but we don't really make fun of the party. But it's just that the name is equivalent to that, and they are known as Parti Keadilan Rakyat.
Keadilan.
People's
Keadilan
Equity.
Justice Party.
Equality Party.
Yeah, the only difference is this PKR here, we are intentionally funny.
It's always better to be intentionally funny than accidentally funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, or as Shaq likes to say, we are comedians, they are jokers.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would like to say, please tell the other PKR to stop stealing our thunder, get their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have another comedy in Malaysia question, because here in New York there's like big stages, and then there's like shitty stages that are in the basement of bars, and they have maybe like 20 seats, and
Oh yeah.
it's still fun to perform there. But what's the range like for the stages in Malaysia for stand-up?
It's actually, our scene here is very small. We have like 2 comedy clubs. That's it.
Oh,
We have 2 comedy clubs in Kuala Lumpur. The rest of the shows are like impromptu. There's showrunners who move around like different venues and that. Like Juliana with her show, she does like she used to live shows once a while. But yeah, we had like a few venues that we perform at, but those are like impromptu venues. The 2 permanent comedy clubs, there's only 2 actually. So the scene, I guess, is small for compared to US, but for us it was growing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and
It's picking up.
everybody's here had experiences performing in front of an empty stage.
Well, I did actually. I just did that on Friday, where I shoot my 20 minutes for Tucson Fringe Festival. So I only have managed to have one audience, which is Andre, also our dear friend, who came in as the audience. The rest are just crew, and I'm pretty fine with that, because you see, I perform Walking on Spectrum originally to the laptop. Everything is just to the laptop. So even if there's one soul in front of me, it makes a difference. Yeah. But in terms of, you want to say, does it get really good laughter like as compared to people who shoot their Netflix special? No, because that one they have audience who are cheering really loudly and all. Mine doesn't have that. But then the laughter all come from the videographer. The videographer are very nice. They will laugh when they are taking the shots. So I'm like, okay, so that will be cool. So they will, and there's something called the magic of editing, so they can transfer the laughter throughout. Yeah.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Sean, I have a question for you.
Oh, sure.
I hear that in the US, the comedy scene is very competitive. So do you think we stand a chance if we go there and not to put up a show, maybe just go up for an open mic? Do you think we stand a chance?
Yeah.
it is competitive. There are some open mics that are sort of like kinder than others, which you usually, I mean, it's easy to find listings of open mics here in New York, but it's good, you know, because I sometimes teach comedy as well, and I've taught like new students, and I have like a list that I send them of like, these are probably a good one to start at. But all of you do have experience, so I mean, I would say to try any place, but for the most part, I feel like if you just introduce yourself to the host and say, I'm visiting from Malaysia, and I've been doing stand-up for 4 years, 5 years, how many you've been doing it, I think that would like, I think they'd be excited to have you.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean.
I would think that most open mic hosts would rather have a comedian visiting from Malaysia rather than a comedian visiting from Ohio.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
No, I mean, it's just it's more of a rarity to have.
Like, hey, I'm from KL, and that's the NYC of Malaysia. Sorry, Juliana, I think KL is the New York City of Malaysia.
Yes.
What other Asian country that you are joining this program, Stoner Morning Show? What other Asian country other than Malaysia?
Well, our co-host Lex is in Thailand at the moment, and he usually would be joining us, but he isn't able to at the moment. But he has done some Stoner Morning Show stuff in Thailand. I was actually supposed to be there this past April. I was going to go visit him for.
Oh,
nice.
Sean, anytime you come to Thailand or Bangkok, make sure you come by Kuala Lumpur. I'm sure they'll be happy to have you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah.
I said in my set, if you're in Thailand or Singapore, never been to Malaysia, take a bus.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or skip Thailand and Singapore. Just come direct to Malaysia. Yeah.
Yes.
Yay.
We have the better. Our food is better.
Yes.
Oh, I've heard already. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Well, make sure you leave with a few pounds heavier than you arrive.
Yes. I have friends from London coming here, and they're like, "Hey, I'm planning to gain 5 kilos, man."
Yes.
That is actually our national slogan. Leave 20 pounds heavier.
Oh.
Exactly.
Oh.
Faisal, where did you live when you lived in the States?
This was back in the mid 80s. I was in just outside Washington D.C., a town called McLean.
Oh, I've heard. Yeah, Virginia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
So shout out to WDCA if they're still around.
Wow.
I
the
guarantee.
local TV station.
Oh, okay. I guarantee McLean looks different from when you lived there because I've heard about it just in terms of, being built up.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I heard them in the news was during the DC sniper shootings, and that was.
Oh yeah.
Man.
I mean, one of the places that was hit was a mall that I used to go to. So I was like, "Oh my God, I was there!"
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Oh wow. Nostalgic.
Yeah.
Nostalgic. Yeah, very nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Yeah.
Well, I extend the invitation if ever any of you are in New York, definitely look us up, and we'll definitely have recommendations of places to go.
Oh my God!
cool.
Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I have London on my trip list. That's Seoul, Korea, and Japan. And
Yes,
now,
good.
okay, I want to go to NYC. I mean, if I want, like people say, if I want to go to US, which part would I go? I was like, New York. I want to go to New York.
Yeah.
New York. Let's go New York.
New York.
Yeah. I would love to go to New York and also a few other states. But the thing is, New York, I heard that the scene is so big that even if you stay there for 6 months, you cannot finish their open mics. And I have a stickler for finishing stuff. That means if there are 10 clubs there, I want to go all 10.
Oh,
I'm like thinking, do I need to stay there for a year to do everything, you know? Yeah, but money. Yeah, Malaysian ringgit is piece of shit, you know, I tell you.
One USD is like $4 ringgit
Four.
here.
Yeah, so we are really, I think your homeless people are richer than us, you know. Yeah.
Well, nobody really is that aware of how good they have it in some ways. So
Yeah.
Well, I think that I'm not sure if any of our 8 a.m. guests are coming because it was all Lex booked.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Lex.
All right.
So
All right.
I say feel free. I'm not forcing anyone to stay, but if you want to stick around, I might myself.
I might log off in a bit because I have to go. I'm going to work, and tomorrow is like basically the next week is basically my work in office week, so I have to iron some clothes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
I have to
that'll
eat dinner in a while.
Yeah.
Haven't eaten
Yeah,
yet.
me too. I probably leave as well.
Yeah.
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 Thank you,
and
Sean, so much.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank-
Sean.
Thanks so much for having us.
So
Thank
wonderful for
Thank
having us
you.
on.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Can
for
we take
the
a group photo?
opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we take a group photo?
Yes, take a group photo.
Okay, I think
Who's
I need James to take one. I will take one too,
Okay.
because I just got my new laptop to do
Okay.
screenshot. My one, okay. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay, then now it's again one.
Okay, all right. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Bye,
bye.
everyone. Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much. Thank you for the opportunity, and Chuck and Juliana. Thank you for introducing us to the Stoner Show.
Most
And
welcome.
Sean,
Yeah.
thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Sean.
Thank you so
And Ralph.
much.
Awesome.
And the whole team.
Yeah.
Thank you, the whole team. Thank you, Ralph. And tell your puppy to be a good puppy.
Yes, a puppy.
Okay.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, Ralph.
I think Ryan will be the last one to leave because he's not even there. Yeah, he'll be the last one. Everyone, am I still here? You know, everyone is gone, you know. Yeah. But anyway, thanks so much for having us, you know, and it's fun. It's fun. Yeah.
Yes. Great seeing you again.
Take care. Stay safe. Yeah. Hopefully next year I can make my way to New York. Yeah, hopefully.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Bye. Bye, Ram.
care.
Bye, Sean. Take care. Bye, Washan. Please come back and log off. Bye-bye.
Oh man.
Well, I told them that they could stay, but then they said, "Oh, we're all gonna leave."
Yeah, once they were all together, huh?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know what's going to happen for 8 o'clock because I think Lex was going to have a bunch of Thailand comedians on, but I think that might be.
Yes, he's got a lot going on.
Yeah. So this is just us until something else happens.
Whoa.
I know that's a lot of pressure.
No, I think it's okay. Man, like sleep has never seemed so like, oh my god, it's pulling me in.
I feel like since the first 24-hour one went so smooth, we maybe thought it was going to be too easy this time.
Yeah, I feel like that I might have like I think I just didn't. Yeah, I'm also like on the road and like doing all this, and we just got a puppy that already our sleep was disturbed before that. Like, so there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
On my end.
I mean, it hasn't. I don't think. I just feel like it's like a little bit. It was a little bit more of a push than I thought it would be. Oh. Oh crap! Yeah.
You do tired very well.
Oh my god, dude. I don't know, man. And I don't know. It's really gonna be like. I don't know how to describe it. At the end of this, is gonna be like going 15 rounds.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
It's funny when you're tired and you're embarrassed about being tired and you don't want to like make a noise that indicates to people that you're sleepy, but then you do just like yawn or something or stretch, and then it like you feel that such a relief of like, why was I holding that in?
Oh, I'm just now seeing. Okay, we made it to close to 400. Did we ever hit it? Did we ever hit 400?
We are at 410.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Wouldn't be wouldn't it would be fun to hit 500.
Yeah.
It would be fun to go past that.
Well, we got 2 hours. We had 2 hours, and people are gonna be up.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. We're gonna quite a ways and fun.
Yeah. We'll even just leave that button up there for the rest of the week. Maybe Christmas Angel will appear.
Oh shit! And
After the telethon's over.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it's maybe all bundled up like this. Sleeping. Where's Masha? Okay. All right. I feel like it's like we're fighting a war over here. And we're both. I gotta plug my computer in. It's gonna die.
Hey, buddy, if you need to sign off and take a nap, I'll just stay live and I don't know, watch a video.
Oh no, dude! I feel good. Now I've definitely like really slept. So I'm feeling good. I definitely feel like I can make it to the end now.
I won't lie. I might take a break at 9. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I feel like I'm gonna be hungry pretty soon.
You're gonna be hungry?
Probably. Ugh. I feel like I've been camping. You know that like camping soreness?
So I don't think I've camped enough in my life to really know sensation.
It sometimes hurts to sleep on the ground.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, fuck, I had something. Oh, I want to just see if we have we can do any bits, man.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about those.
Also, let me see if I can post a story on Instagram and say, yeah. There we go. Hey, it's the last 2 hours of the Stoner Morning Show Holiday Stoner-thon. Anybody want to come on and be part of these last 2 hours? Come on with some sort of talent or move or something, and we'll have you on and you can be part of it.
Agreed.
I'm just gonna post that just like that. See what happens.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like I have a cogent thought that I want to say, and it keeps falling out of my head.
I should monitor the chat on Facebook to see if anybody does want to come on. If anybody is watching and they want to come on, you're going to have to do most of the heavy lifting because we're sleepy. But maybe you can entertain us. Just send us a private message and we'll get you a link. We should raffle it off or something like that. If you donate $20, you can come on right now.
Oh yeah.
Or even $5.
I don't know, dude. You better make $100.
Yeah.
Let me see. Special. It's 3 people watching on Facebook right now, but that's not counting YouTube and Twitch.
Entertain us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, we don't know you're there. Message us on Facebook.
Yeah, speak up.
Or email us at stonermorningshow@gmail.com. Oh, I should make tea pretty soon.
Don had been watching. There's a couple of people watching now.
Have you gotten, because I know you're always interested in food recommendations. What have you found on the road that you've really been into?
Dude, we went to a place called Fleet something in Fleet Landing in South Carolina, and it was the best meal of my fucking life.
Oh, geez.
We had these hush puppies that were filled with crab. Like it was like, it was like a bread bowl, like a little bread bowl, but it was a hush puppy, like the most delicious hush puppy, hot, and it's filled with like crab with like some sauce, so you can eat it with like the crab. And then my entree was like a pasta, like a seafood pasta that was really good, really good. Like, and then they had this dessert that was like, I don't remember what it was called, but only way I can describe it, it was. I don't like pecan pie and I don't like apple pie, but this dessert was half pecan pie, half apple pie.
Whoa.
And it had a piece of ice cream on top of it.
A double pie.
It was just like, it was like an apple thing, but it was like with like caramelized pecans and it was just like very crunchy and flaky and had ice cream on it. And I was just like, the whole time I was eating it, and I was like, I'm sad I don't have a picture of this meal. It was fucking so good. Fleet Landing.
See if you can do a Google image search of the meal you had. When you were describing that, what you ate, it reminded me of one of the best breakfasts I had when I was visiting the South, and it was shrimp and grits.
Oh yeah.
Man, that's so great in the morning. Like it was like barbecued shrimp and then the perfect grits cooked perfectly with like cheese on it. Not too much though. I feel like I had been lied to my whole childhood with being given cereal for breakfast. I could have been having shrimp and grits.
We've already eaten like a couple, like quite a bit of shrimp and grits just on this trip already.
Yeah,
in the South is like, it's a big deal. Let me see here. Let me see if I can. Hopefully, this is all still in the menu. So, yeah, we had crap.
What time was it again?
Now?
No, this restaurant.
You
had your microphone covered. I couldn't hear you.
Oh fuck! We did it after a show, so we probably went there around 7 or 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let me. So I think Fleet Landing stuffed. Ooh, okay. I might have a picture here. Yes. Oh my god, dude. All right, here we go. So these are the stuffed hush puppies.
Oh.
Oh my god, dude.
Damn. Fleet Landing. Where is that again?
Charleston.
Oh, South Carolina.
Yeah.
Man, that's one of those towns that I really didn't hear about until like the last, I feel like, decade.
Yeah. It's really. I feel like it was either Charleston or Charlotte that somebody was saying was growing faster than Atlanta.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'd believe it about both towns.
Yeah, it's definitely. Ooh, and this is oh, and I think I found it. Hugh. Yeah. And so this was the dessert. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
Whew. Dude, I really wish I could relive this meal for the first time.
Right.
So it looked like this basically. So this thing down here was just like apple and crust, and a lot of pecans underneath, just a scoop of ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, it was just so, maybe the best dessert of my life.
You sound half intrigued and half disgusted.
Oh, that's what Anya was saying, because I told her she was bringing back up a joke that I told her, which I think is true, which is like, like this is like, I think, and she said this while I was eating the meal. She said, "You seem upset," and
Yeah.
and she was, and I was saying, because I remember I told her a joke I came up with years ago. I think this is like the only joke I ever wrote that I feel like this is like a good, like, succinct joke, which is like the main difference between white people and black people is when white people make this face, it means that something is wrong.
Mhm.
Something is wrong.
Yeah.
But when black people make this face, it means that something is very, very right. And that's like, I remember I was eating this meal, I was like, it's just I couldn't deal with how good it was.
Ralph, look at this. Look at these shrimp and grits here.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh wow, look at this. This is just like shrimp and grits with a broth.
Yeah, there's so many different. That's the thing. Like even on this trip, we've already had. I think Anya ordered shrimp and grits somewhere, and I ordered shrimp and grits somewhere, and it was completely different both places.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be very heavy. Sometimes I had one that was very light, and yeah, shrimp and grits is like, I think the first time I ever had it was I was working at this place called No Bar in Brooklyn. It was a bar in Crown Heights. I was doing karaoke at this bar in Crown Heights. It's owned by Anthony Mackie,
Mm-hmm.
otherwise known as the Falcon from the MCU.
Oh yeah.
Or Papa Doc from 8 Mile.
She Hate Me.
She Hate Me. Yeah, I never saw She Hate Me.
It was right. It was pretty good.
Clint lives with both of his parents. His real name's Clarence. That guy. So he owned this bar, and he's from New Orleans. So they had shrimp and grits at this place. So I probably had it there like 10 times, and it was great. And yeah, I'm definitely a shrimp and grits guy for sure.
That's right. I forgot he's from New Orleans. I was there. I was in New Orleans for a Mardi Gras once, and he was on a float.
Holy shit!
Like just throwing out
beads.
Throwing out beads. Here, I found a restaurant that Lex and I went to when we were in Baltimore once, and this This is
I don't
Rocket
know.
Rocket to Venus. And
You hear the alarm?
Yeah, but we can't hear.
Oh, we can't. Can I go in and use the bathroom?
Yeah.
Rocket to Venus. Where is this restaurant at?
in Baltimore. I don't know if they have it on the menu anymore, but they had this like banh mi sandwich. Oh yeah, here we go. Banh mi, pickled carrot, daikon, jalapeno. I forget what was. Oh, I think they used to serve it with an au jus sauce. You know, like a French dip sandwich, but it was a banh mi with French.
Yeah, I like when people do that, mix it up like that.
I'm gonna look up banh mi and au jus just to see what.
I feel like where else would those two names belong together?
Right.
I feel like you could have like a rap duo named Banh Mi and Au Jus.
Well, here's a banh mi with faux dip.
Oh my God, these names are so funny. They sound like rappers' names or like two singers in like a hair metal band.
Right.
Banh Mi, Au Jus, faux dip.
It's from Chef Kwai Tron of New House.
Come on.
In St. Louis. That's what it says. I'm reading it.
Chef Kwai Tron. He makes a banh mi with an au jus and a faux dip. Chef Kwai Tron.
Oh, hey, Ralph, Don messaged. He said, I'll come on if I can keep my light off.
Wow.
He says, can I stay in the dark?
I don't object. As a matter of fact, I wish he could change his voice the way they do in those shows. It's real deep. I wish he could do that as well. Before Don comes on, I've got to use the restroom real fast.
All right, well, you do that. I'll find this link. Don, I'm going to send you a link. It'll take me a while to find it just because I'm punch drunk. And here we go. This is the link that I can copy from this person I sent it to. We really got to have. I don't need to share my screen. We need to have an assistant next time. That's what we really need. All right, we're going to see if Don is going to come on, our biggest fan and over contributor for this fundraiser. Thank you for your generosity. It's going to a good cause, us, and 20% to Ronald McDonald House. Oh, okay. Don, what's up? How's it going, man?
I'm alive. I just woke up.
Well, thanks for.
I just donated too because I said you needed 18 to get to 400. So I tried to get you there, but then you were already at 410 when I got back.
Yeah, we're currently at 427, which is good. We've got some action. Thank you for sticking with us. You went above and beyond.
Nah, I didn't. I fell asleep on you.
It's cool. Ralph is in the restroom.
The worst part is I slept so good, so I feel so bad.
Right. I've had those mornings. Are you near Vegas? Are you near Nevada, or are you on the road right now?
I am. Where am I? Sayre, Oklahoma. I guess that's how you say it. Sayre.
Oh, okay.
Oklahoma. I will be in Riverside, California tomorrow before 5 somehow.
Is where you're at in Oklahoma, is that near Tulsa? Do you know?
Nope. It's I'm near the state line of Texas. I'll be in Amarillo in 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
When I wake up.
I've been to Amarillo and I've been to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, but you got to stop talking to me until he gets back, because then I'll have to answer all these questions again.
Yeah. I think Ralph might be in the background. Hey, Ralph, we got Don on.
Don. Wow, Don's real.
Yeah.
All right. I am alive. I am a human.
Yeah.
I don't have a voice changer. My voice just sounds shitty in real life.
No, you sound relaxed.
Normal voice.
I'm literally laying in bed.
Nice.
You sound like a chiller Bill Hicks.
I'm nude. That's why I want to keep the light off.
Oh yeah. But it's it's like Bill Hicks had like a slight Southern accent. I feel like you have like a slight Southern accent.
Where are you from originally, Don Don?
I originally am from Portsmouth, Virginia. I was born, but my dad was in the military and we moved every 2 years. So I don't really claim a home because 3 months after I was born, we moved to Pennsylvania.
Wow.
2 years after that, we moved to California. 2 years after that, we moved to Texas. 4 years after that, we moved to Florida. Moved to Tennessee. Moved to New Jersey.
Holy moly.
Then I was in the Air Force in Idaho. And now I'm a truck.
That's right. You lived on a base where near where Tilly the comic lives.
Yeah, 30 minutes away at Mountain Home Air Force Base.
Yeah.
Would you know how long have you lived where you live right now?
Las Vegas, 5 years.
Okay. But you move around though. You've been driving a truck the whole time you've been living there?
16 years. I'm approaching 3 million miles.
Damn.
I feel like most people don't do that job for that long.
Oh yeah, they do. There's veteran drivers out here with 40 years and 4 and 5 million miles still going. Wow. I think they should take their license away, but nobody will listen to me. I don't think you should be 60 and still driving all night because I fall asleep right now at 39 years old. I can't even imagine the 60-year-olds still going. My recommendation to everybody is don't go on the road after midnight. Just go ahead and pull over and get a hotel. It's not safe out there.
Yeah. That's good advice.
I don't like to admit that, but there's a lot of kind of like you guys do. We're sleep driving at work.
Yeah.
We've mastered the ability of sleeping for 2 seconds and driving for 3 seconds.
That is terrifying.
I mean, that's what the rumble strips are made for, I think, for us. They wake us up.
Wow. Do they really work?
Yeah, except the road kind of tilts to the right too, if you'll ever notice that when you're driving, when you're in the slow lane. But sometimes when you're not paying attention, it'll shift to the left, and then you don't wake up in time before you're in the other lane sometimes. I don't like to admit this stuff. I can't talk about this stuff.
Yeah. I hear you.
Truck driver 101 that a lot of people don't know. Just get off the road after midnight, 1 a.m. Just go ahead and get a hotel if you're ever traveling.
Hey, Don, here's a question that applies to Ralph because he's currently on the road in a van. And do truckers still use CBs?
Every day.
And should Ralph get one?
The veteran drivers do, and you definitely should get one. You can avoid a backup that's 3 hours long and go on a road that'll take you 5 minutes to get around it if you just listen to what's going on.
Ralph, you should get a CB and start talking to truckers.
Yeah, there's a handheld one that's only $50. I'll donate to it to the cause.
Damn. Okay.
It's well worth it.
Okay. Maybe we will come in because right now we're not moving in a way that we don't really need to be anywhere in a certain time.
Yeah, I was in Jacksonville last week actually.
Oh wow, yeah, we're in Jacksonville now. We've been here. This is gonna be probably our 3rd or 4th day here.
Yeah, I'm aware. I've been watching a lot of hours of this marathon. Way more than I care to admit. Hashtag stalker status.
And Don, you've never had crab or crab rangoon?
Not exotic. My most exotic meal I think I've ever ate is a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No.
Yeah, whatever they put in that meat, that's about as exotic as I get.
You should try crab rangoon. I feel like it's not that far from a Big Mac.
Now I have a reason why, because I guess there's humans in the world that are allergic to crab.
Oh yeah.
How do you know if you're one of those humans before you have it? I'd hate to eat it and then break out and, I don't know, die, I guess.
Right.
So sadly, I stay pretty lame because I don't try new things. I just repetitively eat the same things all my whole life because how do I know if I'm allergic to it? I don't know. I've never been stung by a bee, actually, for that matter.
Oh, yeah.
Is that like a big fear of yours?
I don't even know what it is. It's just I'm just retarded. I don't really have an answer.
Man.
I'd love to try new things, but once again, how do you know if you're gonna die if you try it? I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not positive, but I think if you are allergic to shellfish, even if it touches your skin, you'll have a reaction to it. So that might be a way to test for allergicness.
Yeah. I appreciate your non-doctoral degree advice.
Yeah.
I don't know that I necessarily want to wait until it goes down my throat to find out if you were wrong, that when it touched my skin it was okay, and then when I eat it I die. I don't know. It's a horrible way to live life, I do admit. It has led to a very sad life existence of not trying anything new, just repetitively McDonald's, Wendy's, Subway. I do eat hibachi, but I don't really eat meat anymore either. I quit eating meat about a year ago. I mean, not full time. What happened was my daughter was eating a chicken sandwich one day, and she was like, this chicken sandwich is so good, from Chick-fil-A actually. And I told her, you do know that's just a dead bird, right? And she dropped the sandwich and hasn't ate one piece of meat since last August.
Wow.
I just said it as a joke, just messing with her. She literally quit eating meat she has not ate one piece of meat since August. So my whole family's kind of tried to adopt it because we all feel guilty that she's the only one eating meat. And it's not because of any other reason. You guys talked about earlier in the show that it's not that we need to stop eating meat, but I think the whole world should just take Sundays off, maybe no meat on Sundays, like one day a week. We should give the animals a break. I think we're killing an unnecessary amount of chickens and cows. We're actually forcing them to get pregnant so we can kill them again.
We're making them make extra.
It's pretty excessive. We could take one day off worldwide would save a whole lot of animals.
Yeah.
But I noticed you guys were dragging and falling asleep, so I figured I'd come in. I was waiting for this time. This was my time.
No, it's
moment to shine down, and we appreciate it. You're holding us up.
And nice to meet y'all. And sorry for picking on Ralph all the time.
No.
Oh man,
it's all in good fun. I promise.
Ralph invites interesting social media interactions.
I do. I live for it.
No, the worst part is I'm bored out of my mind, so I'm all for it. Devil's advocate is my thing.
Yeah.
I don't even really necessarily agree with the point that I'm arguing. I'll just argue the point just because it's the other side.
Oh man.
Very bad habit. But like I said, when you have no life, what else do you do? 3 million miles alone in a semi truck. It's not really where I thought my life would be. I was sure I'd have a Lamborghini and a mansion and a helicopter pad on my roof and a bunch of hot women chasing me around.
Truck drivers made tons of money. I thought they were really well paid.
Honestly, if you are a company driver, it's just like a regular job. I can't figure out why people do that. It's $50,000 to $70,000 a year. Pretty much $1,000 a week, $1,200 a week, $1,300 a week. But I don't know. But if you own your own truck, your paycheck can increase to my highest grossing week, $9,500. I mean, that was last week actually. I drove to Miami and then I went up to Virginia, went through Jacksonville, and I don't know why anybody company drives. It doesn't make any sense. But the company drivers will explain to you that if you own a truck, you can't make any money. And I try to explain to them, if owning a truck was so bad, why would the guy you work for own a truck? Wasting money or just throwing it away? And he's probably at home with his family right now and rich, it's really, they don't get it. They're like, yeah, but if you have a tire blowout, you have to pay $400 for a new tire. I'm like, okay, yeah, but if you make $6,000,
right,
a $400 bill is not really a big deal. And matter of fact, you're paying for that tire anyway when you drive that truck anyway, because that's where the money he gets to fix that tire comes from. It's not some special secret fund he's got in his, I don't know, leprechaun.
Maybe that's why they do it, to build up enough money to buy a truck.
Company drivers?
Yeah.
Sounds like they don't want the hassle.
Yeah, company drivers do not want the hassle. They are lifetime company drivers. They will not buy a truck no matter what you tell them. They swear it's bad, negative. there's security in not owning a truck. You won't ever have an $18,000 header repair, which I did have this year, and you won't never have that as a company driver. That's for sure. And if you, like you said, if you're, I guess, not responsible with money, you won't pay that. You won't be able to pay that bill, so you would be out of business at that point anyway. And most truck drivers aren't responsible with money because why? Because there's a lot of pitfalls along the road, little stupid games to play and casinos along the way, and a lot of stuff to waste your money on. And you have to entertain yourself out here, so it's really easy to get into buying the dumbest of stuff. Like, there's literally a machine in the truck stop that only pays out credits to buy stuff in the store, and like, nobody ever wins. It's like, why don't you just take that cash and buy whatever you wanted to buy instead of paying for the machine? Like, it's just to win.
Yeah, there is that, man. It's like, no, but I can win. I can beat it.
It's definitely an addiction, and the truck stops, they feed off of it. They know you're going to be here. You have to take 10 hours off every day, so they know you're going to be here. You're going to have nothing to do. They don't put arcades or something, that you can, I guess, enjoy and do. They put something that they can make money off of, because they're sick individuals.
Yeah.
Highway robbery is what it's called. They raise the rates of everything in the truck stops, knowing this is the only place we can stop. It's really not fair, but it is what it is.
Yeah. What do people really need in those, like for the entertainment? It's like, I don't know.
I mean, the smart ones, we get a TV in our truck, an Xbox or something, and entertain ourselves. Watch Netflix, some movies. Watch the Stoner Morning Show. That's what the smart ones do.
How do you get power in there? Can you?
It's called an auxiliary power unit, APU. It sits on the side of your truck, and when you pull over it starts automatically and gives you power. You get an inverter, a massive inverter, 2,500 watt, 1,500 watt. And it runs pretty much everything. Microwave. I have a fridge in here. Whoa. I'd love to take you on a truck tour, but I definitely would have to clean it, I guess. Yeah. Which I could do and come back before the close of the show, I guess. But no, I can't, because I got to run in 30 minutes. I got to start doing it.
We'll save it for another weekend.
I promise.
Truck tour.
I will make sure to put my truck all the way together, and yeah, one weekend. Maybe the New Year's Eve special.
Yeah.
Oh man, what are we gonna do for that? Definitely gonna. We can't do another 20. Oh, I thought about it, Sean. I don't know if we could do these quarterly, man. I don't know if I have it in me.
I know.
I could do 2 a year.
Sure. Trust me, I've already thought about it too. I was like, maybe 12 hours is enough.
Yeah, it's definitely enough.
Yeah.
But everybody appreciates the effort that goes into this.
I like doing the 24 hours. I just don't know how often I can do it, because I do feel like it's taking years off of my life.
The downfall of getting older.
Yeah, dude. When I was a kid, I could have done 24-hour festival every week.
I used to drive the truck for 24 hours, which I can't admit that on camera either. But
I wonder how many guys do that, because you're definitely making more money off of that.
You definitely have the power to make unlimited amounts of money once you own your truck and do whatever you want to do. There's really nobody that can stop you until you get caught. But once again, it's not worth getting caught at a certain point when you get to a certain age. But when you come out here and you're new to the industry and young and dumb, you go for it. You have hopes and high dreams that you won't have to truck drive next year. But every year, you still seem to be out here.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's like every kid comes in, he's like, no, I got it. I can figure it out. You're not going to, it's not what you think it is. Nah, you did it wrong. I'll figure it out.
It actually can, the code can be cracked. And the code is for the first 2 years, they won't let you own a truck, because when you come into the industry, you need the trial period where the insurance companies can figure out if you're going to wreck and kill somebody. So they won't really insure you to own your own company or own your own truck until about a year and a half. But realistically, every insurance company is around 2 years. And if you save money for those first 2 years and, have the wherewithal to say in 2 years, I'm going to buy a truck, in the third year, you can clear $150,000 and start saving on a different level. And then you could even put somebody in that truck and get another truck. But once again, I didn't figure all this out until year 12. So I'm not really one to give advice, but I wasted a lot of time thinking I was rich with 50,000 playing the truck stop machines to try to win prizes.
Oh no! Oh no! So you fell into that hole. They
No,
got
not
you
really.
early.
I was a gambler, which is how I ended up in Vegas. So I was sure slot machines were going to be my thing. I was on a worldwide casino tour. I don't think there's a casino I haven't been to in this country.
What did we think, man? I was doing a educational theater show, and I went to Atlantic City, like, man, maybe it was like 10 years ago, 11 years ago.
I've been there.
And like I've always been like I went to Las Vegas a few years later on a bike tour, and I always thought I'd never like Las Vegas, but I actually loved it because I wasn't on the strip. I was like just in the regular part of town, which was really cool. But so I went to Atlantic City. I'm on this show, and we had to walk through this casino to go to a gig, or maybe we were leaving a gig or whatever it was. And I had a quarter, and I saw a slot machine. I was like, hey, let me try this just once. And I put that quarter in, and I pulled that slot, and I didn't win. And I knew immediately in my veins, I can never do this again. I just knew. I was like, oh my God, if I do this again, I will do it 1,000 more times. I just knew it. It was like watching it hit and not winning. It's like it's built to make you want to do it again.
Oh yeah.
Well, congratulations on being here around the time when you could put quarters in the machines.
Oh yeah, what do you put in now?
Now it's just slide your dollar in the slot, slide your $20 bill. We'll take $100 bill. If you have a $1,000 bill, we'll figure out a way for the machine to take it.
Oh shit!
They take a lot of money. Vegas does.
Yeah. I haven't dropped a ton of money at casinos, but I've dropped a little money at casinos, enough that I was just like, I wish I had that money back.
Yeah, Vegas is a very sad town to live in, but it's the best town in the world. It's just sad to watch so many people fly in on Friday with the hopes that they're going to leave millionaires and then fly out on Sunday in severe depression because they spent way too much money trying to show off and impress their friends.
Yeah, or to try to beat the odds. Like, how would you think you could beat something that is designed
completely?
Maybe that's what it is. It's like it's designed for exactly your attitude.
Yeah.
It's like quicksand. It's like the more you struggle to get out, the more it's actually pulling you back in.
It definitely is that way. Like even the slot machines, I think they have like a 19% probability of you winning. Like they don't even understand like that. It's not really high. Like 19% is not really that high.
No.
And that's like the federal guideline standards for the Las Vegas casinos. Like 19%. It's not 50%. It's not anything. But I don't know why they do it.
I think that's probably the lack of education. Just like, and I don't mean like I'm not trying to call anybody ignorant. It's more like being able to conceive in your mind the actual probability that you'll win, and that it's designed to lose, and that there isn't. I think everybody thinks they have a trick. It's kind of like I think we were talking about earlier, Sean. Like when you're a kid and you challenge somebody to a foot race and they beat you, and then you're like, well, this time I'm gonna run really fast.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, you ran as fast as you could. That's it. That's what you have.
Yeah, and it's definitely a mental. I mean, our brains are already well, I guess, understood by the higher up elites, and they know what you're gonna do, and they play off of that very well in the city of Las Vegas. They know you're gonna bring as much money as you can afford to spend, and they know you have a number in your head. I'm okay with losing this amount. They're gonna help you lose that.
Yeah, that's so funny. That's like well, it's like I feel like the only way. Sometimes I say things like that to people, and and I think like, yeah, if you say something like that to someone, like I know what you're gonna do, they'll be insulted. But it's like the only way I could know is if I know I'm capable of it too. That's why I know. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's so funny. That's so funny, and it is sad. Like, you know, I'm sure like one of my favorite comedians. I'm sure you love him too, Sean. Like Norm Macdonald, he's notorious for having a crazy gambling problem.
Oh yeah,
it's almost a joke, you know. But
Michael Jordan, the most prolific gambler of all time.
Yeah.
But he has an unlimited stash of money coming in, and it's weird that he would even need to try to win something because he literally has unlimited amounts of money. anytime he wants $1 billion, he can drop the Jordan 11s again.
Right.
It's so funny that a guy who wins that much still hasn't won enough.
He's
I gotta win
competitive.
this.
He's a competitive dude.
Damn, dude. That level of competition is it's scary. I think that's why I switched from. It's funny. That's why I switched from Michael Jordan to Tim Duncan. Like, Michael Jordan used to be my favorite basketball player, and he's still high up there. I still love Jordan, but I moved over to Tim. I moved over to decaf. I moved over to Tim Duncan because Michael Jordan was it just cost too much to idolize him too much.
So you guys are officially over 35 years old too, then?
Oh yeah. Well, I just crossed over. I'm 36 this year.
Crossed over. That's funny.
Yeah, crossed over the other side. I feel like over 35, and every time you hit a new milestone, it's like something new. But I think like over 35, it's like your youth is gone. You are an adult. And it's only relatively because it's like one of my heroes. I actually share a birthday with him, Larry King. He still does an internet web show, and I think he's almost 90 years old. So it's like that guy still has 40 years on me.
Yeah.
So I'm good with that.
But does one really want to live to be 90?
If I could be like Larry King, hell
you
yeah.
mean having your wives leave you, being with you for just your money, and then leave you eventually?
I don't know, man. If they're being with Larry King just for his money, they're shallow, man. Larry King is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, but
he's got cool suspenders. He's got a beautiful voice. He's funny. He has a great sense of humor. He's still curious. He's innovative. Like the dude started a web show in his 80s.
Right.
This guy's awesome, man. I love Larry King. So if some lady is shallow enough for that.
I mean, there she is. There's his last wife.
Oh, really? The guy likes blondes.
I just feel bad for him because they all leave him eventually and take money on their way out.
Right.
Well,
he
probably knows what's going on. If he's anything like me, he probably doesn't even really care about the money. That's probably why you've never really heard it in the news. He's probably like, whatever. I interview people.
That's not like I work.
That's all I do.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do with that money?
Where's he from?
It's from Brooklyn.
Oh.
Yeah.
What neighborhood? Near you?
I don't know what neighborhood he's from. That's a good question. But yeah, Larry King was from. I almost named one of the songs in my album after him. There's a couple of people I didn't get to do. I didn't get to do Larry King. I didn't get to do Bernie Sanders. I didn't get to do who was it? Larry King, Bernie Sanders, and there was Joe Papp. I think Seinfeld was from Brooklyn. I didn't get to do him. I just couldn't find the names that it just didn't fit any of the songs.
Right.
I was gonna do the Bird on the Wing song. I was gonna name that Bernie because of the remember the bird that flies on the podium?
Oh yeah.
Or call it Bernie's Bird or something like that. But then when I found Emmanuel Lewis, I was like, I can't do it. Lewis is a little bird. Yeah, dude. So yeah, I mean, I get it. I would feel bad for him too, but I'm sure he's okay.
Right.
When you have that much perspective, you're probably like, have your fun.
Hey, Don, have you seen any shows out in Vegas since you've been there?
No. I'm super introvert. Nobody understands it, but I don't leave my house and they can't figure out why.
Mm-hmm.
And they fail to realize I've just done 3 million miles. That I just want to be home. Like I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to be around people, especially. I just want to be around my family. My daughter's had a couple shows. She's performed at a couple casinos because she's in dance at her middle school, and somehow they have shows at some casinos. But I don't really leave my house too much. I just listen to music, and I can't even tell everything I do because I'm a truck driver. So
yeah.
I enjoy the Storm and Morning Show. There's a certain type of individual that enjoys that show, and I that's me.
Yeah. Hey, nothing wrong with just chilling out at home and listening to music and You know what I mean? Like being relaxed.
Waiting till I retire so I can smoke. That's what I'm waiting.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to say it.
Right.
Can't say that I would smoke while I'm a truck driver because I guess it's not legal.
Yeah, we would never.
Oh
ask.
wow.
Which I don't understand why everybody else in the world can work a job and then when they come home they can smoke. But truck drivers, like we're the kind of the most stressed out people. We should be allowed to smoke when we want. And when we're home, if we're not on duty, I don't know what the problem is, but this is the America we live in.
Yeah.
But I can drink all I want. I can drink all night, all day. But you know,
crazy.
kill yourself, but don't enjoy yourself.
Right. Yeah.
Damn. The one thing I did learn about Vegas when I was there is they have a beautiful art scene, like theater and visual art and stuff.
Now, Vegas is literally the #1 city to live in, but a lot of people don't understand that. Like everything is once you get outside of the Strip, the city is clean. Well, except for North Las Vegas, it struggles up there because they push a lot of the people, I guess, who can't really afford to live in Vegas to that side of town.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I guess they don't. I don't know, the type of people that would throw trash out of the window, stuff like that. Just chuck it out and don't really. Those type of people.
Mm. Yeah. I totally get that. I mean, when I went there, I was still thinking about that place. Finally, it was like, man, I loved it. I loved it. I think I'd be okay, but there's a part of me that's scared of like the gambling still, even though I wouldn't go anywhere near it. There's a part of me that feels like, oh, it would come and get me. But otherwise, I would consider living in Las Vegas. I loved it. I thought it was a lovely town. I loved the people. I thought the people were, you know what I loved about the people? Like I remember a kid told me this, and I had suspected something like this, and they were like, yeah, it's true. Like, yeah, when you're a teenager in Vegas, like going out to clubs and going to even strip clubs or whatever it is, by the time you're 18, you're like, you don't care because that's what your parents do. Like you're not even that's not what your parents do. Like your parents go to clubs, they work in those places.
Right.
Yeah, that's my biggest fear too. Is next year my daughter enters her freshman year of high school, and she has no idea what I guess kids in high school, like even senior boys, are thinking about. Like she has no idea because she's lived a sheltered life, and because we don't do any of that stuff, and we live in the wildest city in the States. I guess I don't know. Sin City, to be exact. It's literally the only city called Sin City. And so I'm trying to tell my family we need to move from Vegas before my daughter enters high school, but they're not listening to me. They swear it's the best city in the world, and I'm stuck there for the rest of my life.
I mean, I was just wondering because I feel like the city would support that. It's like, please don't take my advice on this because this is a huge thing, like how to rear a child. But I just wonder, like, I feel like if you're very plain with people about what everything is and why it is, it's like the same way you're like, we were talking about the gambling and like how plainly it's like, these are the percentages. This is why they do it. They're very happy to like take your money, let you relieve you of your money. I think if people were clear on that, then they wouldn't. It wouldn't be so attractive to them. They wouldn't know.
No, they'll still do it because they're all clear of it. Because they come back. They come back. They can't wait to come back. Remember that time we went to Vegas? It was so great, and it really wasn't. They just forget after a couple weeks.
Wow.
That it was because I guess extroverts I think they just like to party and have fun, and they don't care what it costs. They go to work like they're way different. Their brain's wired differently. They go to work just so they can go party and have fun.
Wow.
That's what they do, and that's why Vegas will never truly fail.
Damn, Neverland makes you forget.
Yeah, which is why I encourage people to invest in casinos after this pandemic, because when the world comes back, they're going to come back stronger than ever too, because people can't wait to get back to normal.
Yeah.
The city can't wait to get back to normal. There's a lot of people that are out of jobs, which once again I still can't understand why they're going to host evictions here soon, but it's not their fault. You tell them they can't work, you shut the world down. I think Italy had a 90-day moratorium on rent and mortgages. Like, I don't understand why the United States never had that. and they think we're all okay because they gave us $1,200 6 months ago.
Right.
There's a lot of people struggling out there. There's a lot of people sleeping in truck stops in their cars.
Me and my girlfriend are doing it.
I mean, completely homeless though.
I mean, we don't have an apartment. We're not destitute. We have jobs and stuff.
Well,
but, yeah, that's like it's part
but
of that.
I mean, there's people that are seriously struggling out here, and it's really sad to watch because I feel like it's stoppable with the stroke of a pen, I guess, in the government, but they really don't comprehend what humans are actually going through during this pandemic.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, you're always on the move, so I mean you just see more of it. I don't know. I see it in New York, but it's also New York is my normal, so it's sort of just as like a new regular. I don't know. I always if you see more, you know.
Vegas is the same way. There's a large homeless population because it's a high money town and people still want to live there, but it's definitely doubled and tripled since the pandemic, and it's tent cities are being built under the bridges, along the roadway. And there's really no true recovery for those people because once you're there,
right,
how do you go back up?
Yeah, it'll be, I don't know, 2021 might be a rough year too, but we'll see.
And then we're gonna go.
I mean, if they don't start giving money away in mass amounts, but once again, there's a large 75 million people think we shouldn't give money away. So
right.
Who thinks? Wait, what is that?
The conservatives that think giving money away is a form of weakness, helping the weak, but not understanding that some people aren't weak. They've just been put in a situation where they had to fail this year.
Right.
They had jobs. They were working before. Even a lot of servers, like they were used to working on a day. Like a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck, but servers' paychecks were daily, so they live daily to daily. And now you're telling them all the restaurants are 20% capacity, but you have to still live your same life with your same bills. And then people aren't even tipping because people don't have extra money because they don't really have jobs. It's a violent cycle.
Yeah, it's gonna hit us hard, but I bet a lot of things will. I wonder if some things have balanced it out. Like I wonder. Let's say I would bet maybe like 10% of companies won't go back to brick and mortar after this. You know what I mean? So like a lot of but that's gonna hurt landlords too. I don't know. Somehow I feel like there's gonna be things that come out of this that are gonna add money to the economy, and there are gonna be things that come out of this that drain money from the economy. Don't quote me on that. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I mean, the only guarantee is Jeff Bezos is going to get richer.
Jeff Bezos is maybe he's gonna go like the Edison route and go like, you know what? I want to do something to help. I feel like that's one of the big things too. Like I really do understand, and I agree with it. Like the idea that, and it's a risk actually, but the idea that like welfare and all that stuff, like, and I was on welfare, I was on food stamps. The idea that like welfare and all that should be compulsory, that we should force people who have that money to pay outside of taxes, is like, I feel like it is like, I would see it as an insult. It's like, you're not going to give me the choice to do that with my money. You know what I mean?
It has a better name. Universal basic income.
Oh, so explain that. I don't know what that.
Where they just give everybody money, supposedly. Give everybody a check every month.
Right. Yeah, I think, I don't know, maybe conservatives are against it. I don't know. I just wonder if like, you know, because part of it is like they've got to vote on some of this stuff. And I wonder if we could figure out different ways to frame it so that it didn't feel like, how do I put it?
Actually, your new mayor is that's one of his running, I guess, topics. Running
points.
Andrew Yang is running for mayor of New York, and he's
oh
big.
shit!
And
Who is?
Andrew Yang?
I didn't know he was running for New York mayor.
Yeah, and he's big on universal basic income. That's
Yeah,
his main thing. That we need to give everybody a check every month because humans don't understand. There's not enough jobs for every person that's in America. So what are the rest of the people supposed to do?
Right.
The real truth is we're supposed to stop having babies, but nobody's going to stop doing that. I don't have any idea why they won't stop doing it. We're going to keep repopulating this place till the end of time.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna keep doing it. I mean, yeah, I feel like that is practical and reasonable, but I feel like what if we went the other way, which is just like figured out how to optimize the earth? Because I also feel like if more people are born, then more people are gonna also live a full life and like die well. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know, and I don't know how life works, but can births really outpace deaths?
They already are by double.
Really?
100%.
Why aren't we dying?
According to the Life Death Counter website, there's a whole website that counts the amount of deaths per day and births per day. And we're definitely doubled right now the amount of births per death in the whole world, not in the United States, in the whole entire world.
Wow.
World meter.
Put that link in the chat. I'll put that link there.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah,
I don't even know how real it is or where they get the numbers from. But
you know how real it is? What?
I don't know how real the counter is, but it's going all day. Like right now, it says there's been 135 million births this year and 57 million deaths.
Holy shit!
So even almost 3 times, 2.5 times, somewhere in there. More births than deaths in the whole entire world. Current population, it says 7,833,000,000.
We're out of control.
Our net population growth this year is 78 million. According to this website, which once again, I have no idea where they get their numbers or the validity of it, but they have a count.
Why aren't we deficing? Why aren't we dying on time?
Because we're figuring out how to live longer every day. Healthcare is getting better. People's even diets are getting better.
But even if we figure out how to live longer, there's still the same amount of people being born. Like there's still the same amount of people alive. Like they gotta die.
But we're living a lot longer. I mean, Larry King is 90 something.
He's 87, yeah.
And still working. Not even just sitting on his rocking chair waiting to die. He's still out here working and walking and trying to be healthy.
He shoveled his own walkway. That's not true. I don't know where he lives. But
if you put it back up real quick, it shows. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how the counter actually works, but if you show it again, like
here we are.
It has a whole bunch of statistics, which once again I don't have any idea of the validity of those numbers or where they get it from. It counts every day. How many computers are used in the world and how many bicycles are built.
Where are these numbers coming from?
No idea. Once again, I have no idea the validity of it at all. But supposedly, these are the real numbers of what's going on in our society.
Well, it's got to be projections. Oh, it says sources for the World Population Counter, World Population Prospect, some study done by the United Nations, and then International Program Center. Okay, at the U.S. Census Bureau. Oh, and there's a link for find more detailed information. All right, so it's there. I don't feel like going.
I'm gonna look it up. Worldometer.
Yeah.
That sounds like a weapon that a villain would have in a Marvel movie.
Which, ironically, if you notice how the world works, to be the president anymore, you have to be an evil villain.
Yeah.
A billionaire evil villain. If even think about Spider-Man or something. Like it's always this guy trying to take over the world, and he's got billions, and he can build whatever he wants to build, and he gets followers somehow. And I don't know. The world is really crazy. Putin owns a country. And Trump and Kim, North Korea. Evil villains become leaders of countries and nobody stops them.
I mean, in some places. I don't know if that's the case for every place. I always feel like if there's that much evil in the world, there has to be that much of the opposite.
Yeah, but the problem is the evil villain is not afraid to kill you.
Yeah.
The good villain he's not really violent. And the evil villain doesn't care to stomp on your throat and throw you out the window so he can stay in power.
What are the weaknesses of the evil villain?
Death.
Yeah.
Death is his only weakness.
Bullets?
He has no fear of anything.
I mean, that's assuming that that person isn't a human being with feelings, that they're just...
The evil villain doesn't have feelings. He only has feelings for himself.
So yeah, sociopath would. Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I'm just talking about Putin and Trump and Kim from North Korea. Right now.
Putin this time you didn't do it at the dinner table.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like in Russia, if you say something bad about Putin, you'll accidentally fall out of a 30th floor hospital window.
You could ask my girlfriend; she's from Russia.
Pure accident, they say.
Yeah. Have you Googled how much Putin is worth?
I think 200 billion.
Yeah, nobody really knows, but they're estimated. It's like crazy. Like, yeah, it could be 200 billion.
Yeah, I stay on the internet. It's around there.
Yeah.
It's actually infinity because there's nobody that can tell him no.
There you go. Yeah, that's true.
Which, once again, supposedly we were attacked last week by Russia in a cyber attack this last 6 months.
Oh, I know. Yeah. It's weird that that's like not more of a thing.
They said they hacked our nuclear arsenal. Our nuclear facilities were hacked by Russia, they say.
Man, Russia is just playing chicken with us.
Jeez. Yeah.
People who die of hunger was on that list when a little bit down.
Let's see.
And it's right there.
People that have hunger today.
Which is an amazing number to me too, because we have unlimited amounts of food in the world that we literally just throw away. Right. I'm not sure why we can't. Even restaurants every night they'll throw away their food. Like, why not have homeless people line up at the back of the restaurants and before you throw it away, just give it to them? But because if they get sick, they'll catch a lawsuit. The world is an interesting place.
It grinds you up and spits you out. Amen.
Yeah. To me, it just doesn't. I don't feel like anything else in the world works that way, where there's so much imbalance on one side and nothing on the other. I always feel like whenever I think about,
I'm gonna be right back.
Oh yeah, whenever I think about when people are like, this is bad and this is bad and this is bad, like our brains are wired like evolutionarily to only remember the danger. We're not wired to remember like the things that are really good. But I always feel like if you sit and think about the things that are really good, and you made a list of it, it'd be just as long as a list of bad things. It's just harder to remember those things. We're not wired to remember because of the wild, because we used to live out in the wild. We're wired to remember what hurts us and not what was good. But like if you sat down and thought about everything that was good in your life and made a list, it'd be a long list. You itemized every single thing.
I mean, once again, I guess it depends on your situation. There's some people that's literally living on the side of the street. I don't know.
Even if you ask them.
Yeah. I mean,
I was friends with a few years ago with a homeless lady. I would run across her randomly in the streets, and she actually refused to live in the house because she was like, I'm not well. And if I go in the house, I'll just end up back on the street. And she worked on computers and stuff, but she never seemed like she was out there in the winter. She's like, you'd be surprised how warm this cardboard is. Like, I'm sure things weren't perfect with her. I haven't talked to her in a couple of years, but every time I saw her, she was happy, and we'd have really frank conversations. I'm not saying that her life was good, but she was like, felt she could take care of herself, and she was good, and she was not a person I felt like who would have like just bad things to say about life. She was a woman who seemed very hopeful.
I mean, and as she should be. Like you said, life is not that bad, but I guess my problem is I don't even understand how a person could be in that situation in a world with unlimited resources. Like, why isn't there real help for those people?
Absolutely, yeah.
Like a millionaire will literally drive by in a Lamborghini knowing he has $5 million in his bank account, and $10,000 is not going to hurt him at all. But he just speeds on by. He doesn't care one bit. But like the money, they're literally just Jeff Bezos even is just sitting on money that he's not using at this point. And conservatives will say, well, that's his money. He worked for it. Yeah, but I understand. But like, don't you have a heart? Like at all? Like it's not going to affect you. $1 million gone today is not going to affect Jeff Bezos at all.
Absolutely. I feel like I think you're absolutely right, but I also feel like we focus a lot on these people because okay, it's like imagine we had a basketball team, right? And you got one team that's got a guy who's one of the tallest men who ever lived. He's 7'8", right? And everybody's focused on this guy, and then you got over here, you got a team of guys who are all 6 foot. Maybe even 1 or 2 of them are under 6 foot. And it's like everybody's focused on the guy who's 7'8", and you're not putting any energy into what can this short team do? Because if you really focused on the advantages of that short team, you might be able to win a championship. It's not at all impossible. I don't think it's impossible. Like, Michael Jordan wasn't that tall. As compared to most basketball players, Michael Jordan was really average height, maybe less. So it's like we can focus on these people who have this very obvious advantage, but then when you're like, well, why isn't anybody helping them? There's like thousands of really dedicated social workers in the world. All over the world who are giving their life and dedicate their lives to helping people. Like,
yeah, but it's outpacing the reality of the situation. And the reality of the situation is computers are taking over the world. We don't need as many workers as even the pandemic has showed us we don't need as many restaurant workers as we have. We could just all go to the takeout. We could drive up curbside and just take it and just go. We don't have to have a whole staff of employees working at the restaurant. We can go eat at home.
Right. Yeah, but we don't want to though. We miss each other.
Yeah, but the world is forcing it that way. There's a machine that you can invest in that flips burgers every 2 minutes. You don't need a burger flipper anymore. At Coca-Cola, they have forklifts that drive themselves. They will load the truck by themselves. There's no human driver on the forklift anymore. The technology's already here. They're just slow rolling it because people are going to be out of jobs.
There's less sushi. There's less sushi rollers in Japan.
Really?
They have machines rolling sushi now. Yeah.
Holy cow. Yeah. I feel like the thing is, I'm not even worried about like the when people say the computers will take over and all that, because it's like we will find that freed time and energy. We will find a whole other strata of life. We will find something else to do.
Yeah, but the income will change. Even there's driverless trucks out. There's driverless trucks on the road today that are delivering freight today with no driver driving it.
Yeah. If the income is going to change, then maybe a whole bunch of things are going to change. Like if we're saying that the world is going to change that radically, then we're discounting what are the other things that are going to change, which we cannot anticipate. I think a big thing that I was thinking about is like the unforeseen is such a big trick because we all think we can see it. It's like when you ever like have like some friends who have a crazy plan and you're like, I don't know about this, and they're like, what's gonna happen? Like, and then of course you go through with it, and then the unforeseen always happens. Like 7 things that you couldn't have possibly thought were gonna happen. So, and that happens in terms of bad things. Well, it's got to be the same in terms of good things. It's got to be the same exact ratio. So when we're so like,
be the same exact.
What's that?
Why is it got to be the same exact ratio?
Maybe it outpaces. Maybe the good will outpace the bad. That's also a possibility, but we don't think about that. We don't anticipate that. Because maybe of trying to survive in evolution, we think about like the bad outpacing the good. But I think one thing improv has taught me is like you watch improv when you first know it or when you first see it and don't understand it, and you're like, yeah, but you guys come up with a little plan in the back though, like a thing that you're gonna do, right? And I think Sean and I will both tell you, maybe I don't want to speak for Sean, but I think for me, I'll tell you that like improv 100% of the time works better if you have no idea what's gonna happen.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I just disagree. It's already bad, and I don't. We say it's bad, but like you said, it's not as bad as when there was slavery. So, I guess it's gotten better.
I mean, I agree with you that things are bad. Absolutely don't disagree. But I also think if I sat down with a piece of paper and listed the things that were good, it would be as long as the list of the things that were bad. So to me, that means, okay, the only thing I can do is keep trying to add to the list of good. You know what I mean? And like try to accept. I also feel like if in life, like if you're gonna, I always feel like if in life, if things go bad, I've got to accept it because I have to accept that I can only be as happy as I can be sad. So if I can't be prepared to be really devastatingly sad, then I can't prepare to ever be devastatingly happy and overjoyed and ecstatic.
Strange question, Ralph. Are you an only child?
No, I have two younger sisters.
Oh, okay.
There's three of us. I have two younger sisters.
You thought Ralph just grew up alone because he had so much time to think about all these crazy things?
I always wondered. So it was a question that it would answer a lot of questions if you would have said yes, but now I'm still mystified.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
In
yeah.
conclusion, this was actually just a PSA to tell everyone if you're poor and you're struggling, there's a truck driving job for you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Make sure the first 2 years you save your money and buy a truck. In the very end of the second year, buy a truck and go for it. And you will get paid to drive around and take pictures.
That's awesome.
I mean, if you don't have anything else going in your life, what else are you gonna do? At this point, they're trying to create driverless trucks, but it's not gonna ever happen. It can't.
Really? Why do you think that?
Oh, because weather conditions change so violently, and erratic four-wheeler car drivers they'll cut you off, and it's just not. Deer will jump out in front of your truck. I've had a deer jump out in front of my truck. The reaction time of a semi-truck hauling 80,000 pounds, 40,000 pounds is not. A computer is not going to process quick enough. They say it will. They say it can, but it won't. But it does for the Tesla. I understand. I totally understand the autonomous technology, but I don't see it in a semi truck. It's just too much weight. It's too much weight. It needs a human brain, I think. But once again, they still deliver stuff to this right now. So I guess I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I just have hope. I believe.
Hey, Jason is back. Let's see if Jason is rested.
Oh man, it would be great if Lex came on too, and we could all do the last half hour together.
Well, I'm glad you guys got some pick me up because I have to go.
Man. We're so thankful for you, Don. This was a great pick me up.
Yeah.
I hope I got you through to the next. You're almost there, aren't you? Yeah,
one more hour. Yeah, man, I can't believe it.
An hour and change.
I'm gonna have tears in my eyes at the end.
Oh my God. You weren't even here the whole time, Ralph. You went to bed.
I know. I've been gone like probably 6 hours.
You guys got to do a true marathon where you all stay up. Like she said, get a sativa and make it happen.
Yeah.
Ralph's first time smoking. Get him a full sativa.
Maybe.
My legs will turn backwards like Johnny Acapinti.
All right, I'm definitely bowing out because I'm behind schedule 3 minutes and I can't afford to be.
All right, bud.
Great
Go
seeing
for
you.
it. God bless you.
Oh yeah.
God bless.
All right, there he is.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Take it easy, man. Jason, you missed it. How you feel?
Okay. Enjoying the point.
Oh, he's frozen.
Oh, he's frozen. Damn, he's that tired. He's frozen.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh shit, man. Where's the count at now, Sean? Did we hit 500?
We're still at 427, but I mean, it's possible we'll hit 500 before 11 a.m. You know.
Let's see if I can share.
Wow.
Yeah. Yo.
I just woke up in a panic.
Why?
So I'm like, you shouldn't be sleeping. You shouldn't be sleeping. What are you doing? Like, don't I have something going on?
Well, like 3 hours in. I got a good couple hours in.
I'll admit, Jason.
Oh my God.
There was a moment when all of our Malaysian comedian friends left, and I was kind of like by myself for like a split second, and I was just like, "Holy fuck, what am I gonna do?" And then Ralph showed up, and I was like, "Oh, thank God." We talked about food. I feel like when we should know that when we're tired, and if we'll ever do this again, just start talking about food.
Yeah,
it helped.
It does. Oh my God. Oh.
This is fun, even though it was hard. I liked this one probably better because the guests weren't as back to back to back. You know,
Oh yeah,
a little bit more breathing room.
that was a little much last time, but
Yeah,
trial by fire.
yeah. I could have even done less guests this time.
Yeah,
Even
sure.
and so if we could spread them out more, because there were some hours where it was like a lot, but I like the chance to like sit and talk. But this, I mean, those last couple hours has just been. Thank God for Don Don.
Yeah.
I miss Don Don.
Yeah,
Damn it.
He was on with us for like an hour.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna let him on until we could all meet him, but then I was just like, I'm too tired, and Ralph and I need some steam.
Yeah.
We need some.
Oh.
What did you dream about? Anything weird?
I don't know. I started feeling weird and like dream. It was it couldn't have been a dream. I don't know. And I was like, you got to wake up. There's something you got to do. And I'm like, what am I gonna do? I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, and then I woke up and I'm like, oh, weren't we doing a show? Why am I sleeping? What happened?
Yeah, dude.
I was so delirious. Oh my God. And I fell right asleep.
Like,
When I got off of me, I fell right asleep.
Yeah. There was so many moments you were on screen with just your mouth open, just like, and your eyes are open somehow. And I was like, how is he doing this? You're just like,
You notice I was falling asleep because the phone kept going like this.
wow, yeah. You were up through sheer force of will. I didn't have that much juice. I feel like I maybe did a better job last time of staying awake. This time I was just like, I get roasted. I made a mistake that the night before last I stayed up till 2 a.m. thinking, okay, I'll wake up right at 10. And then of course I woke up like 2 hours before 10. So I only ended up getting a few hours sleep.
Oh my God.
We made it.
Has
And
Lex, have we seen Lex?
I don't know. I think you were on the last time he came on.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. But hopefully he'll come back on before we end.
Yeah.
I hope everything's all right on his end.
Let's see. I'm gonna pop over to my Instagram just to see if anybody contacted me or anything like that. About
I wonder how many
coming
guests
on the show.
We're at the housekeeping part of the show. We have guests scheduled, but we don't have anybody. Yeah, I guess we should tell people watching, if they're watching, they can message us for a link because our guests are not here.
Oh.
Which is fine. It happens. Oh yeah, 305 the Feel Goods.
Are they here? Oh.
No, they hopefully will be.
Let me see.
Yeah. We're supposed to see a cooking show. That's the plan.
Right.
Oh, who's cooking?
I just said that talking about food was a pick-me-up for us. I just realized that we're waiting on somebody to talk about food for us, but they're not here. It's a bummer. Now I feel sunk.
We're trying to eat well, but I think fuck it. I might end up going to Waffle House after this.
Ooh, Waffle House.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll just go right to sleep and eat when I wake up.
Waffle House is like America's gift to Florida. They're everywhere.
I don't even know what that means. That's so funny.
Hey, our friend Sonia Nam just donated $15, so we're climbing.
We're climbing, guys.
Sonia, you can come on if you want. We're down. We're missing entertainment. We have people who did not show up. We're screwed.
I'm sad about. Let me look at the scheduling because I'm sad about the people that I missed. When I was, I feel like I missed the whole Malaysian tribe and Thailand tribe.
Man, they were fun. It was like a nonstop, just sort of like rotation of people coming in, and everybody knew each other, and it was like a mini fun reunion for them to see each other. It was like I felt like a guest for a little bit of the time. It was.
Oh, it must have felt so awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, I just cooked on the couch.
Yeah.
Man, that guy can chill like any time you need him to chill. He has no problem with it.
Except 2:00. I was like, oh, you should come on at like 1 and 2 o'clock. He's like, I can come on at 1, but I can't come on at 2.
Oh yeah,
that's too late.
No,
He goes, I'm gonna be smoked out too much before then.
I mean, he has no problem with just being relaxed.
Yes.
And being himself and just like walking around his apartment looking for chips, or his house.
I didn't commend this before, and I should have, but I'm gonna commend it now. This schedule, this organization of the schedule for the show on the website, it's glorious. It's so easy to read.
Yeah, pretty good.
It's really good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Love it.
I'm gonna turn my sound off because I need to find tissue.
I don't know what he said, but he needs to turn his sound off. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. When we decided to do this this telethon months ago, I did not think I'd be doing it from Jacksonville.
Yeah, what a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was going to be wearing my name on my sweatshirt. I've never think that I would have clothes with my name on it.
How many things with your name on it have you had?
This might be the first thing. I don't know. I guess in like junior high and high school, you were given a phys ed shirt and you wrote your name on the back.
Okay.
I guess that.
I really would like to get that's one of my comedy dreams, is to have a shirt with my own face on it.
Oh.
I guess I already did once with the drawing, but like I think that's really funny.
I wanted one of those long sleeve shirts, and I forgot to get one.
I mean, yeah, they weren't even the design that I had wasn't even the design that I really wanted. So I don't know. I got to figure out what the merch game is going to be, if there's going to be one.
What's the merch game?
Like the merch game for Precious Gorgeous, like because the easy idea I have is to take all the designs I have for all the album covers and just put them on shirts. Like those should sell because those are just nice pieces of art. Like
yeah,
just the baby face, just the girl with the guns. Like especially if I could put stars all through the shirt, pointing, and then the Trip album cover. Even if I just put my face like real big, album cover, and then the Brooklyn Petting Zoo. If I put that on a shirt, just saying Brooklyn Petting Zoo on the bottom, or just even without the words on it, just Mike Tyson with the animals.
Yeah.
That shirt would sell. I'd wear that shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, I want one of them shirts.
Yeah. I got to figure out what that merch game is. I don't know. Who's hitting me? Is that you, Sean? Okay, we're up to 4. Okay.
Here, I'm gonna update our thermometer thing.
Okay. Ooh. We're almost at 450. So, I mean, that's pretty good. That means that we made some money for the show. I'll figure out what's up.
We never gave ourselves a goal, but I started, originally when I made this, I said it would be funny if I just never raised the thing, but I started raising it now because now it looks like we're getting closer to the goal. We never set a goal, you know what I mean? But I think we're doing pretty good. $442.06.
What did we end up with last time? How much did we make last time?
Last time we made nothing.
Oh yeah, but how much did we make for the charity?
Oh, $1,500.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
People like donating to charity more than they like donating to us. It's
which is cool. Which is cool.
It's understandable. Hurts a little bit.
maybe the next time, and this is we could talk about this at another time, but maybe the next time we get sponsors and the sponsors pay us, and then the donations go to a charity.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Ooh, I like that.
We can even build ads for the sponsors. Like that's part of what we do. We can improvise ads for them.
Sure.
On the air.
That's a good idea, and I'm going to follow it up with a bad idea that I had prior to doing this, and it's that, man, what if our next thing is 48 hours?
Jason said, "Oh my God, the only way I would do that is if we brought in some ringers, like
oh sure,
some other people to do, like if we brought in like J Caps or Star or some other people to be like guest hosts with us for a couple hours."
Right. Guest host with us, or just take a few hours.
Yeah, exactly. Just take a few hours over and do it. Man, that's crazy. We would need like a couple months to plan that too, because I'd really want that to be a big bash.
Right.
Holy moly. Yes. It's so much entertainment.
48 hours.
So much entertainment, and also just a lot of just us sitting around. Waiting for 10 o'clock.
You know what I would do? How I would like to do that too is we would all just be in one place.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
That would be fun.
Also, just have people come in and do that. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing that because we could then have a lot of we could have remote guests, like of course from all over the country and all over the world. But we could also have people in New York just come in and do your 10-minute stand-up set. Come in and do your,
You know what would be really good is if we had a studio where all four of us were there, and then off to the sides of the studio, and people are coming and going, but also off to the sides of the studio are separate bedrooms for us.
Wow.
So we could just, whenever we want, nap out, and then we could just come in whenever we want. That's it. It's just like there's no schedule. We just come in and out.
I love that. I actually just want that to be my job.
Well, I like
breezy.
Yeah.
We could be real breezy about it.
I think for something like that, you could really sell sponsorships, and it would be really, really fun. I wonder, have we gotten pulled anywhere or flagged anywhere on YouTube this time?
We had, I checked on YouTube, and 2 people played songs that were copywritten, but they didn't pull the video. They just sort of gave us a warning.
Who played songs?
The magician played a song.
Oh.
And then our Scranton friends played a song that turned out was not in the public domain, but that's fine. Sherry Hazlitt is gonna. She just
if they cover a song, they'll pull it.
I guess.
Holy shit!
Well, they didn't take it down. They just gave us a warning.
Yeah. Okay.
But Sherry Hazlitt is about to join. She said she might tell a story or just hang out. Jason, has there been any message from 305 The Feel Goods?
I didn't see anything, no.
Okay. Well.
You must have overslept like me.
Maybe they'll come in at 10.
There you go.
Oh, I should send Sherry the link in case she doesn't have it. I think she does, but what are you guys planning on doing today? Later.
I'm gonna sleep, and then I don't know, I gotta kind of get back into the get back into gear because we had a dog and we got to figure out how to get out of this town.
Yeah, I meant later after sleep.
Oh, probably just check back in and like I'm probably gonna try not to sleep. Like I'm probably only gonna sleep a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Like,
You know what, Ralph? Speaking of like sponsors and stuff and commercials, like we were just talking about, you should ask because you broke down near a VW specialist, right?
Yeah.
You should ask them if you could just do a commercial for them.
Ooh.
I would love to because I love their place.
Yeah, and just be like, hey, I happen to break down. I own a VW Bug, and I happen to break down near these VW specialists, and they're amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know, just offer, see what they do.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really smart idea.
All right, I'm gonna get some water. I sent the link to Sherry, so she has it. So she said she needed to find a plug. So she'll come in when she does. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna get water.
Okay.
So did you go to sleep too when I left? I forgot what happened.
Yeah, I've probably put in like at least 2, if not 3 hours of sleep.
Oh.
Yeah, so I only made it through this telethon probably with like 19 hours.
Wow. I don't think I done
though. You didn't take a break at all. Oh, you're frozen, or is it just me?
Last.
I think Jason froze.
Oh, no. I that's yeah.
I just realized that we're no longer at the content part of the show. We're at the like what happened part of the show. All we're doing is really just asking people what happened. What happened? What were you doing when you were asleep?
Yeah.
No real content here. I think the only reason that people might be watching is just because we're kind of trapped into doing this.
I like this. I like this closing part. I'm actually sad it's going to be over, just like last time.
Oh, I'll be sad. I'll be a little relieved, but I'll be sad.
Even in the middle of it, when I was like, God, I hope this is over soon. Like, now I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe it's going to end.
Hey, give it up for Sherry Hazlitt.
Sherry.
Oh, maybe she has an update on her cousin, Bradley, who may have broken his ankle. Hey,
wait, what?
Did you hear Bradley went to the hospital?
No.
He said he might have broken his ankle.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Should I show you a photo he sent me?
Yes. Oh, is it gross?
Well, a little bit. Here, let me.
Okay.
Sorry to spring this on you. I just remembered that it happened. Here we go.
Early on.
Where is it?
Here it is. There's the good ankle, and then there's the swollen one.
Oh God.
I know.
Oof.
Looks like he's got a garlic in his sock.
Yeah, it's like hanging over the side of his. Oh.
I'm trying to close out of it. Oh, there it was. He said he's not sure if it's a sprain or a break, and he's at the hospital now. And then I forgot to ask him for an update. He seemed in good spirits.
He's always in good spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd Jason go? He must have froze out.
Oh, maybe so.
How were you doing otherwise, Sherry? Thanks for coming on with us.
Yeah, I'm good. Good. I just my ring light is out.
Oh.
It stopped working. Yeah. Oh no. No, I'm good. I'm good. I for some reason I also realized that 9:30 a.m. is probably now, whereas normally that would be totally fine. I'm like, oh, 9:30 is so early, and I was like, who am I? What have I become?
That's all we've been talking about for the last hour and a half.
But
you just emerged from the ground.
Wait, what did you say?
Jason, it's just funny when somebody comes on screen like this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys have been up for 24 hours?
Oh, I think who's the closest to having been up for 24 hours?
I think maybe Jason.
Jason, yeah.
We've taken
Jason,
small naps here and there.
he did a good 21 probably in a row.
But we're now too exhausted to come up with things to talk about.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
That's how I feel. At
Cover
least.
anything.
Yeah.
That's okay.
We're being dragged to the end.
Wow. I have, something weird happened. It's a story. It's not like I prepared a story, but I had a thing that happened and I haven't shared it with anyone yet because I wanted to tell more than one person.
Ooh, reveal. Yeah.
Okay. So, I love dogs. I had a dog. My dog Moby passed away last year. He was a Pekingese, and I've had dogs my entire life. And in my adult life too. I got my first Pekingese. I said Pekingese is such like an old lady dog too. It's like very specific, but they're very cool and smart and funny and growly, and they like talk in a funny voice. And they have flat little faces and they're cute. And they're good companions too. And tough and yeah. And anyway, so yeah, Luca was my first Pekingese. I got him like when I was 21, probably way too young to have a dog of my own. And then Moby, the white Pekingese I got, he came a few years later after he was the third dog. So I was married. So my ex-husband and I, he wanted a dog. So he got a puggle from this pet store. And I got Moby a week later from the same place because I went back to pick up something. And they just happened to have a dog there. And they mentioned it was a Pekingese and I wanted to see him. And they're like, oh, let me go get him in the back. And I saw him come out of this cage, which was horrible. And then they let me hold him and he did the like, I choose you, you're my person. And then, you know how they do that. And yeah, so I was like, can I have this dog? And I was crying because they kept him in a cage. It was horrible. And I called my husband at the time and I was like, we have to have this dog. He was like, okay. So they gave him to me because they couldn't adopt him. He was 6 months old and all that. So anyway, so we had these three dogs. We had Moby and Luca, the two Pekingese, and we had this other puggle. So anyway, so three dogs. And 3 dogs is a lot. But Moby ultimately was the one I moved to New York with. And he passed away last year. And it was really hard and really sad. And he was 16 and it was time. And I was not ready for another dog. But lately I've been petting a lot of dogs, not aggressively, but like I'm like really into it. Like more than I usually am. And they look so cute in their little sweaters right now and their little coats. So yeah, so this was like 3 or 4 weeks ago and I was out, it was like, I think it was the week of Thanksgiving. Yeah, it was the week of Thanksgiving and I was out and there was this cute little dog. I don't know what it was. I looked down and he was kind of like fawn colored something. I don't know, but I said hi like I usually do. And you guys are so tired. I was like, oh, hi. Oh my God. Is that a puppy? What is that?
Yeah.
Hi. Oh,
Someone got a puppy.
Who? What's his name?
That's a girl. Her name is Masha.
Masha.
Yeah.
What? Oh, she's so cute. Aw. Oh man. Yeah, I'm like so ready for another dog. Oh, so I saw this dog on the street. This guy was walking this dog, and I always say hi, and the dog's like, dogs are weird with the face mask thing right now anyway. They like don't know what to do about it. But this dog really wanted to say hi, and I was like, we were just vibing. There was like something with his energy, and so I was petting him, and he was like really into it. He was like smaller and brown, and like the closer I looked, I was like, oh, he kind of looks like a puggle, right? So And the owner was like, yeah, he's really into you. He's like really letting you pet him and all that. He's like, he's friendly. He's like really like feeling you. I'm like, I'm feeling this dog too, man. I don't know. There was something. And I was like, is it a puggle? And he's like, yeah, it's a puggle. I'm like, oh my God, I used to have a puggle. And he said, really? And I was like, yeah. And I was petting the dog and I looked at him and I just looked at his face and I asked the guy, I was like, what's your dog's name? And he said, Boogie. And I was like, what the fuck? That was the name of my puggle.
Oh, wow.
Right. And I was like, oh shit, really? I don't know. I felt like some kind of connection with this dog. And I'm not saying it was my old dog reincarnated because that's crazy. Right. But like it's not going that way. But like, I don't know. I was just kind of like, oh, this is nuts. This is crazy. How does this guy have a puggle named Boogie? And so I asked the guy, I was like, oh my God, where did you come up with the name from? And it was so not the same. Because my ex wanted to name, because Boogie, he liked to like move around a lot, like he was dancing. And so my ex, Craig, wanted to call him Funky, which was not going to happen. And then Miles, I was like, no, because he played saxophone. He was a jazz musician. And I was like, we're not calling this dog Miles. That's not happening. And he didn't seem like a Miles. And so anyway, so Boogie, because he liked to move around, like dancing. And anyway, so this dog, I was like, oh yeah, where'd you get the name from? Boogie. And he's like, oh, because when we got him, he had like dried boogers on his nose. I was like, no, gross. But yeah, I don't know. I felt like, what?
So that's how I feel. Just call me Boogie.
It was like, oh, that's nuts. I was like, that's crazy. But in my mind, I was like, okay, this is a sign I'm ready to get another dog again.
Right.
And Moby was very special and sweet. He was such a good boy. He was like the mayor of Brooklyn Heights. Like all the dogs that didn't, because he was like the elder statesman. And so all the dogs liked him and got along with him. They didn't like each other necessarily. I think it was their owners that didn't like each other. Because you know how that is, you know, when people are like, oh, my dog doesn't like men. I'm like, okay. You don't like men. You know how people are. But Moby, like all the dogs that were kind of, you know, like the rescue dogs and had all their special whatever. Anyway, they all liked him. And so anyway, but it's been hard. But anyway, so I think I'm ready. So I've been looking at like Pekingese rescue group. Things on Facebook. I even looked with my mom the other night. It was fun.
You think you're like a week away from getting a dog or like a month away?
I don't know. I'm like, you know, right before you buy like a large appliance or some kind of like electronic, or maybe I do this. First, there's the thinking about it, and then I'm like noticing, and then I like actively research. And then it could be a few months, or it could be like a couple months.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in the active research, like, I think I found the rescue group and they're in New Jersey. They're not in like North Carolina, which is too far. So just quickly head over and get this dog. And then, yeah, I don't know. And also I want to see what happens when, you know, things start to open up again, whatever that looks like, and, you know, travel. I've always had dogs, so I could never spontaneously travel.
Yeah.
Assuming I would have done that. I don't know. I tell myself that, but anyway.
Ralph, when you got Dasha, that's the name, right? I keep on blanking on it. Dasha. It's I know you've been wanting to get a dog, and Ani's been wanting to get a dog, but what was the time span between like, yes, we'll finally do it, and then we got it?
I think that's a good question. I think it was around the time, I think it was pretty much when we got into the van. We were like, okay, let's get a dog. Because before that, it was like we could do it.
3 weeks ago?
Yeah, because before, no, because we got the van. We had the van for about 3 weeks before we left.
Wait, where did you go? Where you were in New York, right?
Yeah, right now I'm in Jacksonville.
Florida?
Yeah.
Oh, Wow.
Crazy ass Florida.
Yeah, I used to live there.
Pretty crazy. That's why we're here. But yeah, we just started coming south. I wanted to be with my family for Christmas, and we also, Sean and I and a bunch of other guys were doing outdoor shows in New York. And I was just like, I don't want to not perform for 6 months, especially like I just released a mixtape.
I saw
have
that.
all this music, and I'm like, I don't want to not perform. And Anya like runs a bunch of open mics, comedy open mics.
Yeah.
And like the summer was like, there were a lot of comedy open mics even through the quarantine.
Yeah.
But once things opened up a little bit, comedians immediately started doing shows and open mics. So Anya was running a bunch of them. So we were both performing at least once a week doing this show because of that, and like outdoors. And I just was like, I don't want to not perform for 6 months. Like I want to keep performing, and I always wanted to have a van. So we were just like, let's just get in this van and just move around and just do a bunch of shows outside. You know, they can be like, we're both, you know, the shows don't have to be low key. Like we don't even invite people. We invite performers to come, like 2 or 3 performers, and then we just perform for whoever's walking by, and then we just move on. Like, you know, so that's what we're doing. So right now we're broken down in Jacksonville because our van is 40 years old.
40 years
Yeah.
old.
Yeah, it's a 40-year-old. What picture did I show? I showed I'll show it again.
Jacksonville. Ugh.
Yeah, it's kind of a I don't want to talk shit about it, but it is kind of a gross town. Like we stopped somewhere and to find a mechanic to tow it to, and I mean it's where we broke down, and there was 2 inns behind us, and we are like, okay, we'll stay in these inns. They'll probably be cheap, and we'll probably have to be here for a couple days. But then the next morning, that night we slept in the van. And the next morning, when the tow guy came, he told Anya, "Oh yeah, you don't want to stay in these 2 inns. Actually, you can't stay in these 2 inns. They've both been shut down because there were murders here like 2 nights ago."
What?
And Jacksonville is actually the murder capital of Florida.
Oh, it used to be where I lived. Oh no,
Of the
that's
world.
pedestrian death. I used to live in Tampa and St. Petersburg.
Oh yeah, that's near where my family is. That's where we're headed. But this is
Oh
our
really?
van.
Oh, St. Pete's cool for doing outdoor stuff. People are, yeah, out and about. That's a cool van. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It looks like a transformer.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I just love, I mean, I'm very shallow. It's mostly aesthetic. Like I just like the way it looks. But I think it also helps because when people see it, like it excites them more about seeing us perform because they're like, oh, you have this cool old van. Hey, stop fighting. Nope.
So you're heading to Tampa-ish?
Like an hour south. Nope. Stop biting.
Fort Myers?
Like yeah, just I think north or south of Fort Myers, Port Charlotte.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where my family is.
Oh, okay, cool. If you're doing outdoor stuff, St. Pete, like it's cool because they have huge microbrew culture there, and people are like out and about outside. I still have friends there and stuff, but like,
Yeah,
what is this right now?
She's biting my feet.
A few days ago, Ralph had some amazing crab hush puppies
Oh, what?
in South Carolina.
Oh, they were incredible.
Jason, we didn't tell you about this.
I do this. I know
you
this.
did?
I found a picture of them though.
Yeah, he found a picture.
Oh, what?
I love hush puppies. I was just thinking about hush puppies yesterday for some reason.
Because you have dogs on the mind.
Yes.
I can't.
love
don't know where to find it. Fleet Landing. Oh, here we go. Fleet Landing stuffed hush puppies. Here we go, guys. Yeah, Anya and I had these the other day, and it changed my life.
Wow, those look good.
I think it's stuck with either lobster or crab.
I'm gonna be angry that I'm not gonna be able to have something that even approaches that.
I'm angry about it too. I mean, luckily I had it once, so I can have the memory. But hush puppies are already good, and then you put crab in them. What?
Right? Yeah. That's crazy. I've never seen that before.
That's the best meal. I mean, that was just appetizer. That is the best meal I've ever had in my life.
What was the name of the place?
Fleet Landing in Charleston.
Okay.
It was legit. Like, yeah, the entree was delicious. There was a soup that I wasn't fond of, but Anya loved it. She crab soup.
Ooh.
I didn't like that, but apparently it's like this beloved soup that they serve like in Charleston.
Hey, Ralph.
Oh, I was gonna. Go
for it. Go for it.
It all made me think about like, okay, so in Florida, Florida sucks generally, but there are a few good things there. One of them is a grouper sandwich, which is very good. Like you can't get it like a grouper I can't get a grouper sandwich. Cuban sandwiches, hush puppies, and then key lime pie, like real key lime pie. So like 4 things in Florida that I always make sure to get.
Oh wait, say them again. Say them because I had to get this.
Okay, a Cuban sandwich, like a real Cuban sandwich.
From what part? This is like Miami.
Oh, well, Miami Cubans are different than Tampa, like Ybor City Cubans. So
Whoa.
Cuban sandwich originated.
They are.
I'm talking about the sandwiches. But okay,
Go
but in Tampa, there's Ybor City where all the cigar factories were and all the.
Oh yeah, I know Ybor.
Oh, okay. So that's sort of where the Cuban sandwich like originated, like as intended, right? And then so like with the bread, and I think the difference is they use mayonnaise.
Yes, that's what I prefer.
I do too.
I don't like this
Right.
mustard shit.
Well, they use just a tiny little bit, just a bit. It's not all mustard. Now, when I was in Miami earlier this year, that was my only opportunity to have a Cuban, so I was into it, but not the same. And also in Tampa or St. like in Ybor, they're more likely to press it nice. So okay, yeah. So Cuban
The press is important.
and it needs to heat the inside too. Because like, why won't have the outside pressed and heated and the inside fucking cold? That's crazy. Yeah. So Cuban. Oh,
I was going to say anywhere outside of Miami, they're called Cuban sandwiches. When you're in Miami, they're called medianoches.
yeah, which is weird because a medianoche, right? But it's medianoche is not a Cuban. A medianoche is actually different. It uses different bread. It's softer bread. Yeah. And there's a place over here because you can't get a good Cuban here anywhere in New York. And there's a place over in my old neighborhood called like Cafe Cubana, which is stupid. But they were selling.
I know that place. I was just about to recommend that place.
It's okay. They have random things and it's fine because it's the closest I can get, but they don't have Cuban sandwich. They just call them medianoches. Like, this is a Cuban sandwich. And every time I go there, I get so angry. I'm like, no, it's not. But they don't know. So I just get so mad. So Cuban sandwiches are really good. And then what was the other? Oh, key lime pie.
Oh my God, yes.
From where?
Oh, well, there are a few.
Anywhere in South Florida. The further south you go to, it's better.
Okay.
It gets more authentic. And then you can find little plate, like you have to know your place. But in general, like if some place says we make key lime pie in Florida, if they say we make it here, or if they tell you where they get it from and it's from a place that's known for like making good key lime pie, it's generally pretty safe. And then
I love key lime pie. It's the only kind of pie I like. I don't like pie. I don't like pie, but I love key lime pie.
You had good pie in Charleston, though, right?
It wasn't pie. It was like Huguenot or Huguenot. So it was like it had like the same consistency as like maybe apple pie and a pecan pie. It was flakier and had more nuts and like.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh. Huguenot pie? That's weird.
It wasn't pie, but it was called Huguenot, and it was like the same consistency as like the crust, and it had a little bit of apple and it had pecan. But it wasn't like the thing I don't like about pies is like all the filling. I don't want the filling. I just want the crust and a little bit of fruit and then the nuts. I just want tiny bit of filling. So the Huguenot is just like a tiny bit and then mostly crust and nut.
and
Oh,
that's
to the ratio. So you'd probably be more into like a little tart than like.
yeah. 'Cause then there's like when there's like a pecan pie. The best pecan pie I ever had, I think, was like a chocolate pecan pie.
Ooh.
So it was like the filling was chewier, and there wasn't even that much of it, and it was a lot of pecan on top. And like the only apple pie I really like is like apple crisp, when it's like very crispy on top and not a lot of. I don't like the filling. I'm not a filling, like fruit filling guy. But then key lime pie is just that chewy, you know, and then the crust. It's not like
And it's tart.
it's tart.
Like, if it's right, if it's done right.
Mm.
You know how the first clue to know if it's done wrong is if it's like a weird, like really bright pastel green.
Okay.
That's food coloring, y'all. That's like, like this is key lime. It's green. Like, no, it's not. Oh, grouper sandwiches. That's the other one.
Wow.
Grouper sandwich. Okay.
Oh,
Did you say 4? Wait a minute. Was there something else?
what was the other? Well, hush puppies were on that list too. Yeah.
In Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
For sandwiches, like any like beach restaurant, and it's hard to fuck. It's like, you know, because it can be hard to fuck up pizza. It can be hard to fuck up a grouper sandwich. Usually they're good.
Mm-hmm.
You get them fried or grilled. Oh, so good with like the sauce and just the right amount of.
That sounds. What kind of sauce is it?
It's what's it's the white with the relish, and then I'm blanking right now. It's early.
Tartar?
Coleslaw?
Horseradish?
Tartar sauce?
Tartar, yeah.
Oh.
I love sauce. I'm like, oh, I'm blanking. Yeah, just a little bit of tartar sauce, and then you can have like a little bit of lettuce and tomato, and just the
Ooh,
grouper, and then
okay.
like the bread is key. Sometimes I've had it with God, I want all this now. Like Cuban bread, or like if you have a good bun that holds it all together, it's so fucking good. And like on the beach somewhere with like a good like cold.
Not a Corona.
No. Yeah, and then hush puppies.
Oh man, I love hush puppies so much. It's not. I feel like I gotta stay away from them because I love a hush puppy.
Mm.
Why? It feels like these are all the things I love, and they're all in Florida, which is I hate Florida.
Me too.
I hate Florida, but there's a place that's working on our van, and it's the only Volkswagen place that we found. There's like 3. Our bus is pretty rare, and they have like 10 of them, so they're like really specialists. So like, and this dog is like, we really not fought, but we really negotiated hard to find a dog that we both would really love, and like this dog is like, you know, the dog that we both were like, yeah, this is the dog we want, and we found it in Florida. It's crazy that Florida,
Oh, you found the dog in Florida too?
yeah, we found it right near where we are right now. We just got this dog.
Wait, how long have you been in Florida? You're kind of.
We've been in Florida as long as we've been. Like the day we got into Florida, we broke down. We broke down like probably an hour after we got into the state. So we've been here like, this is our 3rd day, I think.
Panhandle.
Oh. You know, that's my worst nightmare, because it's like being trapped in Florida. I always get anxious whenever I go back home to visit my family. I'm like, something's gonna keep me from leaving. It's crazy. After like 3 days, I'm like, oh.
Oh man, yeah. I don't know. There's too many. I don't know why I would. There's too many ways to leave. Like, something happened to the car, we could always like get on a train or something.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a message from Alina Kim who says, as long as we've raised over $420, it's a success.
Yes.
So that was nice of her to label it a success before we were done.
This is Brian Douglas.
She called it. Brian Douglas is Beezy Douglas. He was on last time. He is a musician.
Well,
Musician, he's also a, let's bring him in, but he's also a freelance journalist.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
We're doing the thing where we had our radio on while we were on the show.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Turn that off. Okay.
Oh, they were their first guest.
Hello.
Hello. Hey.
I think you guys came on first last time.
We weren't first, were we?
Last time? I don't know.
They might have been our first one. I think they were first.
Like, it might have been like first of the morning or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember us doing it early and shunting some breakfast on the boys. Like, go eat somewhere else.
I think you guys were our first guests last time.
Oh, I was gonna change the audio here.
Maybe.
That's a bad idea.
We're setting.
We gotta look this up because this is poetic.
Why? Wait, what?
You'll be our last guest.
Oh.
We're at the end.
Oh, really?
Wait.
Oh, this is the end.
This is the end.
I didn't know we were composers. That's,
Hey.
I would have practiced a whole lot more.
We thought we were just the mundane, in the middle somewhere, people.
No, you got a lot of pressure on you.
Very important.
I also, I figured like we're squeezed in somewhere. I did think it's appropriate to slack off a bit for the stoner show. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Or is that bad? Is that feeding into bad stereotypes about stoners? I'm a stoner and I might procrastinate, but I get a lot done. I work.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick before we progress, I think I have to stop the stream and reset it, or else it's gonna stop on its own. So let me do that.
How much time do we have?
Or maybe Ralph has to do it.
Okay.
How much time do we have?
We have a minute before it resets.
Oh shoot.
Do you have to
Let me go ahead and do it.
Seconds.
Can I do this with Zoom?